Volume 2, Chapter 8 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Family Supper. "Now, father, let's have a bottle of wine, eh?" Charlie vociferously suggested. Mr Orgreave hesitated. "You'd better ask your mother." "Really, Charlie," Mrs Orgreave began. "Oh yes!" Charlie cut her short. "Right you are, Martha." The servant, who had stood waiting for a definite command during this brief conflict of wills, glanced interrogatively at Mrs Orgreave, and perceiving no clear prohibition in her face, departed with a smile to get the wine. She was a servant of sound prestige, and had the inexpressible privilege of smiling on duty. In her time she had fought lively battles of repartee with all the children from Charlie downwards. Janet humoured Martha, and Martha humoured Mrs Orgreave. The whole family, save absent Marian, was now gathered in the dining room, another apartment on whose physiognomy were written in cipher the annals of the vivacious tribe. Here the curtains were drawn, and all the interest of the room centred on the large white gleaming table, about which the members stood or sat under the downward radiance of a chandelier. Beyond the circle illuminated by the shaded chandelier could be discerned dim forms of furniture and of pictures, with a glint of high light here and there burning on the corner of some gold frame. Mr and Mrs Orgreave sat at either end of the table. Alicia stood by her father with one arm half round his neck. Tom sat near his mother. Janet and Hilda sat together, flanked by Jimmie and Johnnie, who stood, having pushed chairs away. Charlie and Edwin stood opposite. The table seemed to Edwin to be heaped with food: cold and yet rich remains of bird and beast, a large fruit pie, opened, another intact, some puddings, cheese, sandwiches, raw fruit. At Janet's elbow were cups and saucers, and a pot of coffee. A large glass jug of lemonade shone near by. Plates, glasses, and cutlery were strewn about irregularly. The effect upon Edwin was one of immense and careless prodigality. It intoxicated him. It made him feel that a grand profuseness was the finest thing in life. In his own home the supper consisted of cheese, bread, and water, save on Sundays, when cold sausages were generally added to make a feast. But the idea of the price of living as the Orgreaves lived seriously startled the prudence in him. Imagine that expense always persisting, day after day, night after night! There were certainly at least 4 in the family who bought clothes at Shillitoe's, and everybody looked elaborately costly, except Hilda Lessways, who did not flatter the eye. But equally they all seemed quite unconscious of their costliness. "Now, Charlie darling, you must look after Mr Edwin," said Mrs Orgreave. "She never calls us darling," said Johnnie, affecting disgust. "She will, as soon as you've left home," said Janet, ironically soothing. "I do. I often do," Mrs Orgreave asserted. "Much oftener than you deserve." "Sit down, Teddy," Charlie enjoined. "Oh, I'm all right, thanks," said Edwin. "Sit down," Charlie insisted, using force. "Do you talk to your poor patients in that tone?" Alicia inquired, from the shelter of her father. "Here I come down specially to see them," Charlie mused aloud, as he twisted the corkscrew into the cork of the bottle, unceremoniously handed to him by Martha. "And not only they don't offer to pay my fares, but they grudge me a drop of claret." Plop! He grimaced as the cork came out. "And my last night too! Hilda, this is better than coffee, as Saint Paul remarked on a famous occasion. Pass your glass." "Charlie!" his mother protested. "I'll thank you to leave Saint Paul out." "Charlie, your mother will be boxing your ears if you don't mind," his father warned him. "I'll not have it," said his mother, shaking her head in a fashion that she imagined to be harsh and forbidding. TWO. Towards the close of the meal Mr Orgreave said: "Well, Edwin, what does your father say about Bradlaugh?" "He doesn't say much," Edwin replied. "Let me see. Does he call himself a Liberal?" "He calls himself a Liberal," said Edwin, shifting on his chair. "Yes, he calls himself a Liberal. But I'm afraid he's a regular old Tory." Edwin blushed, laughing, as half the family gave way to more or less violent mirth. "Father's a regular old Tory too," Charlie grinned. "Oh, I'm sorry," said Edwin. "Yes, father's a regular old Tory," agreed Mr Orgreave. "Don't apologise! Don't apologise! I'm used to these attacks. I've been nearly kicked out of my own house once. But some one has to keep the flag flying." It was plain that Mr Orgreave enjoyed the unloosing of the hurricane which he had brought about. Mrs Orgreave used to say that he employed that particular tone from a naughty love of mischief. In a moment all the boys were upon him, except Jimmie, who, out of sheer intellectual snobbery, as the rest averred, supported his father. Atheistical Bradlaugh had been exciting the British public to disputation for a long time, and the Bradlaugh question happened to be acute. In that very week the Northampton member had been committed to custody for outraging Parliament, and released. And it was known that Gladstone meant immediately to bring in a resolution for permitting members to affirm, instead of taking oath by appealing to a god. Than this complication of theology and politics, nothing could have been better devised to impassion an electorate which had but two genuine interests, theology and politics. The rumour of the feverish affair had spread to the most isolated communities. People talked theology and people talked politics, who had till then only felt silently on these subjects. In loquacious families Bradlaugh caused dissension and division, more real perhaps than apparent, for not all Bradlaugh's supporters had the courage to avow themselves such. It was not easy, at any rate it was not easy in the Five Towns, for a timid man, in reply to the question, "Are you in favour of a professed Freethinker sitting in the House of Commons?" to reply, "Yes, I am." There was something shameless in that word `professed.' If the Freethinker had been ashamed of his freethinking, if he had sought to conceal it in phrases, the implication was that the case might not have been so bad. This was what astonished Edwin: the candour with which Bradlaugh's position was upheld in the dining room of the Orgreaves. It was as if he were witnessing deeds of wilful perilous daring. But the conversation was not confined to Bradlaugh. For Bradlaugh was not a perfect test for separating Liberals and Tories. Nobody in the room, for example, was quite convinced that Mr Orgreave was anti Bradlaugh. To satisfy their instincts for father baiting, the boys had to include other topics, such as Ireland and the proposal for Home Rule. As for Mr Orgreave, he could and did always infuriate them by refusing to answer seriously. The fact was that this was his device for maintaining his prestige among the turbulent mob. Dignified and brilliantly clever as Osmond Orgreave had the reputation of being in the town, he was somewhat outshone in cleverness at home, and he never put the bar of his dignity between himself and his children. Thus he could only keep the upper hand by allowing hints to escape from him of the secret amusement roused in him by the comicality of the spectacle of his filial enemies. He had one great phrase which he would drawl out at them with the accents of a man who is trying politely to hide his contempt. "You'll learn better as you get older." THREE. Edwin, who said little, thought the relationship between father and sons utterly delightful. He had not conceived that parents and children ever were or could be on such terms. "Now what do you say, Edwin?" Mr Orgreave asked. "Are you a Charlie, pass me that bottle." Charlie was helping himself to another glass of wine. The father, the two elder sons, and Edwin alone had drunk of the wine. Edwin had never tasted wine in his life, and the effect of half a glass on him was very agreeable and strange. "Oh, Dad, I just want to " Charlie objected, holding the bottle in the air above his glass. "Charlie," said his mother, "do you hear your father?" "Pass me that bottle," Mr Orgreave repeated. Charlie obeyed, proclaiming himself a martyr. Mr Orgreave filled his own glass, emptying the bottle, and began to sip. "This will do me more good than you, young man," he said. Then turning again to Edwin, "Are you a Bradlaugh man?" And Edwin, uplifted, said, "All I say is, you can't help what you believe. You can't make yourself believe anything. And I don't see why you should either. There's no virtue in believing." "Hooray!" cried the sedate Tom. "No virtue in believing? Oh, Mr Edwin, Mr Edwin!" This sad expostulation came from Mrs Orgreave. "Don't you see what I mean?" he persisted vivaciously, reddening. But he could not express himself further. "Hooray!" repeated Tom. Mrs Orgreave shook her head with grieved good nature. "You mustn't take mother too seriously," said Janet, smiling. "She only puts on that expression to keep worse things from being said. She's only pretending to be upset. Nothing could upset her, really. She's past being upset. She's been through so much, haven't you, poor dear?" In looking at Janet, Edwin caught the eyes of Hilda blazing on him fixedly. Her head seemed to tremble, and he glanced away. She had added nothing to the discussion, and indeed Janet herself had taken no part in the politics, content merely to advise the combatants upon their demeanour. "So you're against me too, Edwin!" Mr Orgreave sighed with mock melancholy. "Well, this is no place for me." He rose, lifted Alicia and put her into his arm chair, and then went towards the door. "You aren't going to work, are you, Osmond?" his wife asked, turning her head. "I am," said he. He disappeared amid a wailing chorus of "Oh, Dad!" Volume 2, Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. Chapter 9. In the Porch. When the front door of the Orgreaves interposed itself that night between Edwin and a little group of gas-lit faces, he turned away towards the warm gloom of the garden in a state of happy excitement. He had left fairly early, despite protests, because he wished to give his father no excuse for a spectacular display of wrath. Edwin's desire for a tranquil existence was growing steadily. But now that he was in the open air he did not want to go home. He wanted to be in full possession of himself, at leisure and in freedom, and to examine the treasure of his sensations. "It's been rather quiet," the Orgreaves had said. "We generally have people dropping in." Quiet! It was the least quiet evening he had ever spent. He was intoxicated, not with wine, though he had drunk wine. A group of well-intentioned philanthropists, organised into a powerful society for combating the fearful evils of alcoholism, had seized Edwin at the age of 12 and made him bind himself with solemn childish signature and ceremonies never to taste alcohol save by doctor's orders. He thought of this pledge in the garden of the Orgreaves. "Damned rot!" he murmured, and dismissed the pledge from his mind as utterly unimportant, if not fatuous. No remorse! The whole philosophy of asceticism inspired him at that moment with impatient scorn. It was the hope of pleasure that intoxicated him, the vision which he had had of the possibilities of being really interested in life. He saw new avenues towards joy, and the sight thereof made him tingle, less with the desire to be immediately at them than with the present ecstasy of contemplating them. He was conscious of actual physical tremors and agreeable smartings in his head, electrical disturbances. But he did not reason, he felt. He was passive, not active. He would not even just then attempt to make new plans. He was in a beatitude, his mouth unaware that it was smiling. TWO. Behind him was the lighted house, in front the gloom of the lawn ending in shrubberies and gates, with a street lamp beyond. And there was silence, save for the vast furnace breathings coming over undulating miles which the people of the Five Towns, hearing them always, never hear. A great deal of diffused light filtered through the cloudy sky. The warm wandering airs were humid on the cheek. He must return home. He could not stand dreaming all the night in the garden of the Orgreaves. To his right uprose the great rectangular mass of his father's new house, entirely free of scaffolding, having all the aspect of a house inhabited. It looked enormous. He was proud of it. In such an abode, and so close to the Orgreaves, What could he not do? Why go to gaze on it again? There was no common sense in doing so. And yet he felt: "I must have another glance at it before I go home." From his attitude towards it he might have been the creator of that house. That house was like one of his more successful drawings. When he had done a drawing that he esteemed, he was always looking at it. He would look at it before running down to breakfast, and after breakfast, instead of going straight to the shop, he would rush upstairs to have still another look at it. The act of inspection gave him pleasure. So with the house. Strange superficially, but the simple explanation was that for some things he had the eyes of love. Yes, in his dancing and happy brain the impulse to revisit the house was not to be conquered. The few battered yards of hedge between his father's land and that of Mr Orgreave seemed more passable in the night. He crunched along the gravel, stepped carefully with noiseless foot on the flower bed, and then pushed himself right through the frail bushes, forgetting the respect due to his suit. The beginning of summer had dried the sticky clay of the new garden. Paths had already been traced on it, and trenches cut for the draining of the lawn that was to be. Edwin, in the night, saw the new garden finished, mellow, blooming with such blossoms as were sold in Saint Luke's market. He had scarcely ever seen flowers growing in the mass. He saw himself reclining in the garden with a rare and beautiful book in his hand, while the sound of Beethoven's music came to him through the open window of the drawing room. In so far as he saw Maggie at all, he saw her somehow mysteriously elegant and vivacious. He did not see his father. His fancy had little relation to reality, but this did not mar his pleasure. Then he saw himself talking over the hedge wittily to amiable and witty persons in the garden of the Orgreaves. THREE. He had not his key to the new house, but he knew a way of getting into it through the cellar. No reason in doing so; nevertheless he must get into it, must localise his dream in it. He crouched down under the blank east wall, and feet foremost disappeared slowly, as though the house were swallowing him. He stood on the stillage of the cellar and struck a match. Immense and weird, the cellar! And the doorless doorway leading to the cellar steps seemed to lead to affrighting matters. He was in the earth, in it, with the smells of damp mortar and of bricks, and of the earth itself about him. And above him rose the house, a room over him, and a room over that, and another over that, and then the chimney cowl up in the sky. He jumped from the stillage and went quickly to the doorway and saw the cellar steps. His heart was beating. He trembled. He was afraid, exquisitely afraid, acutely conscious of himself amid the fundamental mysteries of the universe. He reached the top of the steps as the match expired. After a moment he could distinguish the forms of things in the hall, even the main features of the pattern of the tiles. The small panes in the glazed front door, whose varied tints repeated those of the drawing room window in daytime, now showed a uniform dull grey, lifeless. The cellar was formidable below, and the stairs curved upwards into the formidable. But he climbed them. The house seemed full of inexplicable noises. When he stopped to listen he could hear scores of different infinitesimal sounds. His spine thrilled as if a hand delicate and terrible had run down it in a caress. All the unknown of the night and of the universe was pressing upon him, but it was he alone who had created the night and the universe. He reached his room, the room in which he meant to inaugurate the new life and the endeavour towards perfection. Already, after his manner, he had precisely settled where the bed was to be, and where the table, and all the other objects of his world. There he would sit and read rare and beautiful books in the original French. And there he would sit to draw. And to the right of the hearth over bookshelves would be such and such a picture, and to the left of the hearth over bookshelves such and such another picture. Only now he could not dream in the room as he had meant to dream, because beyond the open door was the empty landing, and the well of the stairs, and all the terror of the house. The terror came and mingled with the delicious sensations that had seized him in the solitude of the garden of the Orgreaves. No, never had he been so intensely alive as then. He went cautiously to the window and looked forth. Instantly the terror of the house was annihilated. It fell away, was gone. He was not alone in his fancy-created universe. The reassuring illusion of reality came back like a clap of thunder. He could see a girl insinuating herself through the gap in the hedge which he had made 10 minutes earlier. FOUR. "What the deuce is she after?" he muttered. He wondered whether if she happened to glance upwards she would be able to see him. He stood away a little from the window, but as in the safer position he could no longer distinguish her, he came again close to the glass. After all, there could be no risk of her seeing him. And if she did see him, the fright would be hers, not his. Having passed through the hedge, she stopped, bent down, leaning backward and to one side, and lifted the hem of her skirt to examine it. Possibly it was torn. Then she dropped it. By that black tight skirt and by something in her walk he knew she was Hilda. He could not decipher her features. She moved towards the new house very slowly, as if she had emerged for an aimless nocturnal stroll. Strange and disquieting creature! He peered as far as he could leftwards to see the west wall of Lane End House. In a window of the upper floor a light burned. The family had doubtless gone to bed, or were going. And she had wandered forth solitary, and was trespassing in his garden. Cheek! If ever he got an opportunity he should mysteriously tease her on the subject of illegal night excursions. Yes, he should be very witty and ironic. Nothing but cheek! He was confirmed in his hostility to her. She had no charm, and yet the entire Orgreave family was apparently infatuated about her. Her interruption on behalf of Victor Hugo seemed to be savage. Girls ought not to use that ruthless tone. And her eyes were hard, even cruel. She was less feminine than masculine. Her hair was not like a girl's hair. She still came on until the projecting roof of the bay window beneath him hid her from sight. He would have opened his window and leaned out to glimpse her, could he have done so without noise. Where was she? In the garden porch? She did not reappear. She might be capable of getting into the house. She might even then actually be getting into the house. She was queer, incalculable. Supposing that she was in the habit of surreptitiously visiting the house, and had found a key to fit one of the doors? Or supposing that she could push up a window? She would doubtless mount the stairs and trap him. Absurd, these speculations, as absurd as a nightmare! But they influenced his conduct. He felt himself forced to provide against the wildest hazards. Abruptly he departed from the bedroom and descended the stairs, stamping, clumping, with all possible noise. In addition he whistled. This was to warn her to fly. He stopped in the hall until she had had time to fly, and then he lit a match as a signal which surely no carelessness could miss. He could have gone direct by the front door into the street, so leaving her to her odd self. But instead he drew back the slip catch of the garden door and opened it, self-consciously humming a tune. She was within the porch. She turned deliberately to look at him. He could feel his heartbeats. His cheeks burned, and yet he was chilled. "Who's there?" he asked. But he did not succeed, to his own satisfaction, in acting alarmed surprise. "Me," said Hilda, challengingly, rudely. "Oh!" he murmured, at a loss. "Did you want me? Did anyone want me?" "Yes," she said. "I just wanted to ask you something." She paused. He could not see her scowling, but it seemed to him that she must be. He remembered that she had rather thick eyebrows, and that when she brought them nearer together by a frown, they made almost one continuous line, the effect of which was not attractive. "Did you know I was in here?" "Yes. That's my bedroom window over there. I've left the gas up. And I saw you get through the hedge, so I came down. They'd all gone off to bed except Tom, and I told him I was just going a walk in the garden for a bit. They never worry me, you know. They let me alone. I knew you'd got into the house by the light." "But I only struck a match a second ago," he protested. "Excuse me," she said coldly. "I saw a light quite 5 minutes ago." "Oh yes," he apologised. "I remember. When I came up the cellar steps." "I dare say you think it's very queer of me," she continued. "Not at all," he said quickly. "Yes, you do," she bitterly insisted. "But I want to know. Did you mean it when you said at supper that there's no virtue in believing?" "Did I say there was no virtue in believing?" he stammeringly demanded. "Of course you did!" she remonstrated. "Do you mean to say you can say a thing like that and then forget about it? If it's true, it's one of the most wonderful things that were ever said. And that's why I wanted to know if you meant it, or whether you were only saying it because it sounded clever. That's what they're always doing in that house, being clever." Her tone was invariably harsh. "Yes," he said simply. "I meant it. Why?" "You did?" Her voice seemed to search for insincerity. "Well, thank you. That's all. It may mean a new life to me. I'm always trying to believe. Always. Aren't you?" "I don't know," he mumbled. "How do you mean?" "Well, you know," she said, as if impatiently smashing his pretence of not understanding her. "But perhaps you do believe." He thought he detected scorn for a facile believer. "No," he said, "I don't. And it doesn't worry you. Honestly. Don't be clever. I hate that." "No," he said. "Don't you ever think about it?" "No, not often." "Charlie does." "Has he told you?" So she talks to the Sunday too, he reflected. "Yes. But of course I quite see why it doesn't worry you, if you honestly think there's no virtue in believing." "Well," said Edwin, "is there?" The more he looked at it through her eyes, the more wonderful profundities he discovered in that remark of his, which at the time of uttering it had appeared to him a simple platitude. It went exceedingly deep in many directions. "I hope you're right," she replied. Her voice shook. FIve. There was silence. To ease the strain of his self-consciousness, Edwin stepped down from the stone floor of the porch to the garden. He felt rain, and he noticed that the sky was very much darker. "By Jove!" he said. "It's beginning to rain, I do believe." "I thought it would," she answered. A squall of wind suddenly surged rustling through the high trees in the garden of the Orgreaves, and the next instant threw a handful of wild raindrops on his cheek. "You'd better stand against the other wall," he suggested. "You'll catch it there, if it keeps on." She obeyed. He returned to the porch, but remained in the exposed portion of it. "Better come here," she said, indicating somehow her side. "Oh, I'm all right." "You needn't be afraid of me," she snapped. He grinned awkwardly, but said nothing, for he could not express his secret resentment. He considered the girl to be of exceedingly unpleasant manners. "Would you mind telling me the time?" she asked. He took out his watch, but peer as he might he could not discern the position of the hands. "Half a second," he said, and struck a match. The match was blown out before he could look at the dial, but by its momentary flash he saw Hilda pressed against the wall. Her lips were tight, her eyes blazing, her hands clenched. She frowned. She was pale, and especially pale by contrast with the black of her plain, austere dress. "If you'll come into the house," he said, "I can get a light there." The door was ajar. "No, thanks," she declined. "It doesn't really matter what time it is, does it? Good night." He divined that she was offering her hand. He clasped it blindly in the dark. He could not refuse to shake hands. Her hand gave his a feverish and lingering squeeze, which was like a contradicting message in the dark night, as though she were sending through her hand a secret denial of her spoken accents and her frown. He forgot to answer her "Good night." A trap rattled furiously up the road. Yes, only 6 yards off, on the other side of the boundary wall, was the public road, and he standing hidden there in the porch with this girl whom he had seen for the first time that evening. It was the mail cart rushing to Knype. She did not move. She had said good night and shaken hands, and yet she remained. They stood speechless. Then, without warning, after perhaps a minute that seemed like 10 minutes, she walked away slowly into the rain. And as she did so, Edwin could just see her straightening her spine and throwing back her shoulders with a proud gesture. "I say, Miss Lessways," he called in a low voice. But he had no notion of what he wanted to say. Only her departure had unlocked his throat. She made no sign. Again he grinned awkwardly, a little ashamed of her and a little ashamed of himself, because neither had behaved as woman or man of the world. After a short interval he followed in her steps as far as the gap in the hedge, which he did not find easily. There was no sign of her. The gas burned serenely in her bedroom, and the window was open. Then he saw the window close up a little, and an arm in front of the drawn blind. The rain had apparently ceased. SIX. "Well, that's an eye opener, that is," he murmured, and thereby expressed the situation. Of all the damned impudence! He somewhat overstated his feelings, because he was posing a little to himself. An accident that sooner or later happens to every man. And she'll go back and make out to Master Tom that she's just had a stroll in the garden. Garden, indeed! And yet they're all so fearfully stuck on her. He nodded his head several times reflectively, as if saying, "Well, well! What next?" And he murmured aloud, "So that's how they carry on, is it?" He meant, of course, women. He was very genuinely astounded. But the chief of all his acute sensations in that moment was pride, sheer pride. He thought, what 99 men out of 100 would have thought in such circumstances. "She's taken a fancy to me." Useless to call him a conceited coxcomb, from disgust that he did not conform to a sentimentally idealistic standard. He thought, "She's taken a fancy to me." And he was not a conceited coxcomb. He exulted in the thought. Nothing had ever before so startled and uplifted him. It constituted the supreme experience of his career as a human being. The delightful and stimulating experience of his evening in the house of the Orgreaves sank into unimportance by the side of it. The new avenues towards joy which had been revealed to him appeared now to be quite unexciting paths. He took them for granted. And he forgot the high and serious mood of complex emotion in which he had entered the new house. Music and the exotic flavours of a foreign language seemed a little thing, in comparison with the feverish hand clasp of the girl whom he so peculiarly disliked. The lifeless hand which he had taken in the drawing room of the Orgreaves could not be the same hand as that which had closed intimately on his under the porch. She must have two right hands. And even more base than his coxcombry, he despised her because it was he, Edwin, to whom she had taken a fancy. He had not sufficient self-confidence to justify her fancy in his own eyes. His argument actually was that no girl worth having could have taken a fancy to him at sight. Thus he condemned her for her faith in him. As for his historic remark about belief, well, there might or might not be something in that. Perhaps there was something in it. One instant he admired it, and the next he judged it glib and superficial. Moreover, he had conceivably absorbed it from a book. But even if it were an original epigrammatic pearl, was that an adequate reason for her following him to an empty house at dead of night? Of course an overwhelming passion might justify such behaviour. He could recall cases in literature. Yes, he had got so far as to envisage the possibility of overwhelming passion. Then all these speculations disconcertingly vanished, and Hilda presented herself to his mind as a girl intensely religious, who would shrink from no unconventionality in the pursuit of truth. He did not much care for this theory of Hilda, nor did it convince him. "Imagine marrying a girl like that!" he said to himself disdainfully. And he made a catalogue of her defects of person and of character. She was severe, satiric, merciless. "And I suppose if I were to put my finger up..." Thus ran on his despicable ideas. Janet Orgreave now! Janet had every quality that he could desire, that he could even think of. Janet was balm. "You needn't be afraid," that unpleasant girl had said, and he had only been able to grin in reply. Still, pride, intense masculine pride! There was one thing he had liked about her, that straightening of the spine and setting back of the shoulders as she left him. She had in her some tinge of the heroic. He quitted the garden, and as soon as he was in the street he remembered that he had not pulled to the garden door of the house. "Dash the confounded thing!" he exploded, returning. But he was not really annoyed. He would not have been really annoyed even if he had had to return from half way down Trafalgar Road. Everything was a trifle, save that a girl had run after him under such romantic circumstances. The circumstances were not strictly romantic, but they so seemed to him. Going home he did not meet a soul. Only in the middle distance of one of the lower side streets he espied a policeman. Trafalgar Road was a solitude of bright and forlorn gas lamps and dark, excluding facades. Suddenly he came to the corner of Wedgwood Street. He had started from Bleakridge. He had arrived at home. The interval between these two events was a perfect blank, save for the policeman. He could not recall having walked all the way down the road, and as he put the key into the door he was not in the least disturbed by the thought that his father might not have gone to bed. He went upstairs with a certain swaggering clatter, as who should say to all sleepers and bullies, "You be damned! I don't care for any of you. Something's happened to me." And he mused: "If anybody had told me this afternoon that before midnight I should..." Volume 2, Chapter 9. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER X. The Centenary. It was immediately after this that the Centenary, mispronounced in every manner conceivable, began to obsess the town. Superior and aloof persons, like the Orgreaves, had for weeks heard a good deal of vague talk about the Centenary from people whom intellectually they despised, and had condescended to the Centenary as an amiable and excusable affair which lacked interest for them. They were wrong. Edwin had gone further, and had sniffed at the Centenary to every one except his father. And Edwin was especially wrong. On the antepenultimate day of June he first uneasily suspected that he had committed a fault of appraisement. That was when his father brusquely announced that by request of the Mayor all places of business in the town would be closed in honour of the Centenary. It was the centenary of the establishment of Sunday schools. Edwin hated Sunday schools. Nay, he venomously resented them, though they had long ceased to incommode him. They were connected in his memory with atrocious tedium, pietistic insincerity, and humiliating contacts. At the bottom of his mind he still regarded them as a malicious device of parents for wilfully harassing and persecuting inoffensive helpless children. And he had a particular grudge against them because he alone of his father's offspring had been chosen for the nauseating infliction. Why should his sisters have been spared and he doomed? He became really impatient when Sunday schools were under discussion, and from mere irrational annoyance he would not admit that Sunday schools had any good qualities whatever. He knew nothing of their history and wished to know nothing. Nevertheless, when the day of the Centenary dawned, and dawned in splendour, he was compelled, even within himself, to treat Sunday schools with more consideration. And in fact for 2 or 3 days previously the gathering force of public opinion had been changing his attitude from stern hatred to a sort of half-hearted derision. Now the derision was mysteriously transformed into an inimical respect. By what? By he knew not what. By something without a name in the air which the mind breathes. He felt it at 6 o'clock ere he arose. Lying in bed he felt it. The day was to be a festival. The shop would not open, nor the printing office. The work of preparing for the removal would be suspended. The way of daily life would be quite changed. He was free, that was, nearly free. He said to himself that of course his excited father would expect him to witness the celebrations and to wear his best clothes, and that was a bore. But therein he was not quite honest, for he secretly wanted to witness the celebrations and to wear his best clothes. His curiosity was hungry. He admitted what many had been asserting for weeks, that the Centenary was going to be a big thing, and his social instinct wished him to share in the pride of it. "It's a grand day!" exclaimed his father, cheerful and all glossy, as he looked out on Duck Square before breakfast. "It'll be rare and hot." And it was a grand day, one of the dazzling, spectacular, blue and gold days of early summer. And Maggie was in finery, and Edwin too. Useless for him to pretend that a big thing was not afoot, and his father in a white waistcoat! Breakfast was positively talkative, though the conversation was naught but a repeating and repeating of what the arrangements were, and of what everybody had decided to do. The three lingered over breakfast because there was no reason to hurry. And then even Maggie left the sitting room without a care, for though Clara was coming for dinner, Mrs Nixon could be trusted. Mrs Nixon, if she had time, would snatch half an hour in the afternoon to see what remained to be seen of the show. Families must eat, and if Mrs Nixon was stopped by duty from assisting at this Centenary, she must hope to be more at liberty for the next. TWO. At 9 o'clock, in a most delicious mood of idleness, Edwin strolled into the shop. His father had taken down one shutter from the doorway and slanted it carelessly against another on the pavement. A blind man or a drunkard might have stumbled against it and knocked it over. The letters had been hastily opened. Edwin could see them lying in disorder on the desk in the little office. The dust sheets thought the day was Sunday. He stood in the narrow aperture and looked forth. Duck Square was a shimmer of sunshine. The Dragon and the Duck and the other public house at the top corner seemed as usual stolidly confident in the thirst of populations. But the Borough dining rooms, next door but one to the corner of Duck Square and Wedgwood Street, were not as usual. The cart of Doy the butcher had halted laden in front of the Borough dining rooms, and the anxious proprietor, attended by his two little daughters, aproned and sleeved for hard work in imitation of their stout perspiring mother, was accepting unusual joints from it. Ticklish weather for meat. You could see that from the man's gestures. Even on ordinary days those low-ceilinged dining rooms, stretching far back from the street in a complicated vista of interiors, were apt to be crowded, for the quality of the eightpenny dinner could be relied upon. Edwin imagined what a stifling, deafening inferno of culinary odours and clatter there would be at 1 o'clock, at 2 o'clock. 3 hokey-pokey ice cream hand-carts, one after another, turned the corner of Trafalgar Road and passed in front of him along Wedgwood Street. 3! The men pushing them, one an Italian, seemed to wear nothing but shirt and trousers, with a straw hat above and vague slippers below. The steam cart lumbered up out of the valley of the road and climbed Duck Bank, throwing its enormous shadow to the left. It was half full of bright frocks and suits. An irregular current of finery was setting into the gates of the Wesleyan School yard at the top of the Bank, and ceremoniously bedecked individuals of all ages hurried in this direction and in that, some with white handkerchiefs over flowered hats, a few beneath parasols. All the town's store of Sunday clothes was in use. The humblest was crudely gay. Pawnbrokers had full tills and empty shops for 24 hours. Then a procession appeared out of Moorthorne Road, from behind the Wesleyan chapel keeper's house, and as it appeared it burst into music. First a purple banner upheld on crimson poles with gilded lance points, then a brass band in full note, and then children, 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 little, middling, and big. As the procession curved down into Trafalgar Road, it grew in stature, until, towards the end of it, the children were as tall as the adults, who walked fussily as hens, proudly as peacocks, on its flank. And last came a railway lorry on which dozens of tiny infants had been penned, and the horses of the lorry were ribboned and their manes and tails tightly plaited. On that grand day they could not be allowed to protect themselves against flies. They were sacrificial animals. A power not himself drew Edwin to the edge of the pavement. He could read on the immense banner, "Moorthorne St. John's Sunday School." These, then, were church folk, and indeed the next moment he descried a curate among the peacocks. The procession made another curve into Wedgwood Street, on its way to the supreme rendezvous in St. Luke's Square. The band blared, the crimson cheeks of the trumpeters sucked in and out, the drum man leaned backwards to balance his burden, and banged. Every soul of the variegated company, big and little, was in a perspiration. The staggering bearers of the purple banner, who held the great poles in leathern sockets slung from the shoulders, and their acolytes before and behind, who kept the banner upright by straining at crimson halyards, sweated most of all. Every foot was grey with dust, and the dark trousers of boys and men showed dust. The steamy whiff of humanity struck Edwin's nostrils. Up hill and down dale the procession had already walked over 2 miles. Yet it was alert, joyous, and expectant, a chattering procession. From the lorry rose a continuous faint shriek of infantile voices. Edwin was saddened as by pathos. I believe that as he gazed at the procession waggling away along Wedgwood Street, he saw Sunday schools in a new light. And that was the opening of the day. There were to be dozens of such processions. Some would start only in the town itself, but others were coming from the villages like Red Cow, 5 sultry miles off. THREE. A young woman under a sunshade came slowly along Wedgwood Street. She was wearing a certain discreet amount of finery, but her clothes did not fit well, and a thin mantle was arranged so as to lessen as much as possible the obviousness of the fact that she was about to become a mother. The expression of her face was discontented and captious. Edwin did not see her until she was close upon him, and then he immediately became self-conscious and awkward. "Hello, Clara!" he greeted her, with his instinctive warm transient smile, holding out his hand sheepishly. It was a most extraordinary and amazing thing that he could never regard the ceremony of shaking hands with a relative as other than an affectation of punctilio. Happily he was not wearing his hat. Had it been on his head he would never have taken it off, and yet would have cursed himself for not doing so. "We are grand!" exclaimed Clara, limply taking his hand and dropping it as an article of no interest. In her voice there was still some echo of former sprightliness. The old Clara in her had not till that moment beheld the smart and novel curves of Edwin's Shillitoe suit, and the satiric cry came unbidden from her heart. Edwin gave an uneasy laugh, which was merely the outlet for his disgust. Not that he was especially disgusted with Clara, for indeed marriage had assuaged a little the tediousness of some of her mannerisms, even if it had taken away from her charm. He was disgusted more comprehensively by the tradition, universal in his class and in most classes, according to which relatives could not be formally polite to one another. He obeyed the tradition as slavishly as anyone, but often said to himself that he would violate the sacred rule if only he could count on a suitable response. He knew that he could not count on a suitable response, and he had no mind to be in the excruciating position of one who, having started "God Save the Queen" at a meeting, finds himself alone in the song. Why could not he and Clara behave together as, for instance, he and Janet Orgreave would behave together, with dignity, with worldliness, with mutual deference? But no, it was impossible, and would ever be so. They had been too brutally intimate, and the result was irremediable. "She's got no room to talk about personal appearance, anyway," he thought sardonically. There was another extraordinary and amazing thing. He was ashamed of her condition. He could not help the feeling. In vain he said to himself that her condition was natural and proper. In vain he remembered the remark of the sage that a young woman in her condition was the most beautiful sight in the world. He was ashamed of it. And he did not think it beautiful, he thought it ugly. It worried him. What? His sister? Other men's sisters, yes, but his? He forgot that he himself had been born. He could scarcely bear to look at Clara. Her face was thin and changed in colour. Her eyes were unnaturally lustrous and large, bold and fatigued. She looked ill, really ill, and she was incredibly unornamental. And this was she whom he could remember as a graceful child. And it was all perfectly correct and even laudable. So much so that young Clara undoubtedly looked down now, as from a superior height, upon both himself and Maggie. "Where's father?" she asked. "Just shut my sunshade." "Oh, somewhere about. I expect he'll be along in a minute." "Albert coming?" He followed her into the shop. "Albert?" she protested, shocked. "Albert can't possibly come till 1 o'clock. Didn't you know he's one of the principal stewards in Saint Luke's Square? He says we aren't to wait dinner for him if he isn't prompt." "Oh!" Edwin replied, and put the sunshade on the counter. Clara sat down heavily on a chair and began to fan herself with a handkerchief. In spite of the heat of exercise, her face was of a pallid yellow. "I suppose you're going to stay here all morning?" Edwin inquired. "Well," said Clara, "you don't see me walking up and down the streets all morning, do you? Albert said I was to be sure and go upstairs at once and not move. He said there'd be plenty to see for a long time yet from the sitting room window, and then afterwards I could lie down." "Albert said, Albert said." Clara's intonation of this frequent phrase always jarred on Edwin. It implied that Albert was the supreme fount of wisdom and authority in Bursley. Whereas to Edwin Albert was in fact a mere tedious, self-important manufacturer in a small way, with whom he had no ideas in common. A decent fellow at bottom, the fastidious Edwin was bound to admit to himself by reason of slight glimpses which he had had of Albert's uncouth good nature, but pietistic, overbearing, and without humour. "Where's Maggie?" Clara demanded. "I think she's putting her things on," said Edwin. "But didn't she understand I was coming early?" Clara's voice was querulous, and she frowned. "I don't know," said Edwin. He felt that if they remained together for hours he and Clara would never rise above this plane of conversation, personal, factual, perfectly devoid of wide interest. They would never reach an exchange of general ideas; they never had done. He did not think that Clara had any general ideas. "I hear you're getting frightfully thick with the Orgreaves," Clara observed, with a malicious accent and smile, as if to imply he was getting frightfully above himself, and, simultaneously, that the Orgreaves were after all no better than other people. "Who told you that?" He walked towards the doorway uneasily. The worst was that he could not successfully pretend that these sisterly attacks were lost on him. "Never mind who told me," said Clara. Her voice took on a sudden charming roguish quality, and he could hear again the girl of 14. His heart at once softened to her. The impartial and unmoved spectator that sat somewhere in Edwin, as in everybody who possesses artistic sensibility, watching his secret life as from a conning tower, thought how strange this was. He stared out into the street. And then a face appeared at the aperture left by the removed shutter. It was Janet Orgreave's, and it hesitated. Edwin gave a nervous start. FOUR. Janet was all in white again, and her sunshade was white, with regular circular holes in it to let through spots of sunlight which flecked her face. Edwin had not recovered from the blow of her apparition just at that moment, when he saw Hilda Lessways beyond her. Hilda was slate coloured, and had a black sunshade. His heart began to thump. It might have been a dramatic and dangerous crisis that had suddenly come about. And to Edwin the situation did in fact present itself as critical. His sister behind, and these two so different girls in front. Yet there was nothing critical in it whatsoever. He shook hands, as in a dream, wondering what he should do, trying to summon out of himself the man of the world. "Do come in," he urged them, hoping they would refuse. "Oh no, we mustn't come in," said Janet, smiling gratefully. Hilda did not smile. She had not even smiled in shaking hands, and she had shaken hands without conviction. Edwin heard a hurried step in the shop, and then the voice of Maggie, maternal and protective, in a low exclamation of surprise. "You dear!" And then the sound of a smacking kiss, and Clara's voice, thin, weak, and confiding. "Yes, I've come." "Come upstairs, do," said Maggie imploringly. "Come and be comfortable." Then steps ceasing to be heard as the sisters left the shop at the back. The solicitude of Maggie for Clara during the last few months had seemed wonderful to Edwin, as also Clara's occasional childlike acceptance of it. "But you must come in," he said more boldly to the visitors, asking himself whether either Janet or Hilda had caught sight of his sisters in the gloom of the shop. They entered, Hilda stiffly. Each, with the same gesture, closed her parasol before passing through the slit between the shutters into the deep shade. But whereas Janet smiled with pleasant anticipation, as though she was going into heaven, Hilda wrinkled her forehead when her parasol would not subside at the first touch. Janet talked of the Centenary, said they had decided only that morning to come down into the town and see whatever was to be seen, said with an angelic air of apologising to the Centenary that up at Lane End House they had certainly been underestimating its importance and its interest as a spectacle, said that it was most astonishing to see all the shops closed. And Edwin interjected vague replies, pulling the chair out of the little ebonised cubicle so that they could both sit down. And Hilda remained silent. And Edwin's thoughts were diving darkly beneath Janet's chatter, as in a deep sea beneath light waves. He heard and answered Janet with a minor part of his being that functioned automatically. "She's a caution," reflected the main Edwin, obsessed in secret by Hilda Lessways. Who could have guessed, by looking at her, that only 3 evenings before she had followed him in the night to question him, to squeeze his hand, and to be rude to him? Did Janet know? Did anyone? No. He felt sure that he and she had the knowledge of that interview to themselves. She sat down glum, almost glowering. She was no more worldly than Maggie and Clara were worldly. Than they, she had no more skill to be sociable, and in appearance she was scarcely more stylish. But she was not as they, and it was useless vindictively to disparage her by pretending that she was. She could be passionate concerning Victor Hugo. She was capable of disturbing herself about the abstract question of belief. He had not heard her utter a single word in the way of common girlish conversation. The doubt again entered his mind whether indeed her visit to the porch of the new house had been due to a genuine interest in abstract questions, and not to a fancy for himself. Yes, he reflected, that must have been it. In 2 days his pride in the affair had lost its first acuteness, though it had continued to brighten every moment of his life, and though he had not ceased to regret that he had no intimate friend to whom he could recount it in solemn and delicious intimacy. Now, philosophically, he stamped on his pride as on a fire, and he affected to be relieved at the decision that the girl had been moved by naught but a sort of fanaticism. But he was not relieved by the decision. The decision itself was not genuine. He still clung to the notion that she had followed him for himself. He preferred that she should have taken a fancy to him, even though he discovered no charm in her, no beauty, no solace, nothing but matter for repulsion. He wanted her to think of him, in spite of his distaste for her, to think of him hopelessly. "You are an ass," murmured the impartial watcher in the conning tower. And he was. But he did not care. It was agreeable thus to be an ass. His pride flared up again, and instead of stamping he blew on it. "By Jove!" he thought, eyeing her slyly. "I'll make you show your hand. You see if I don't. You think you can play with me, but you can't." He was as violent against her as if she had done him an injury instead of having squeezed his hand in the dark. Was it not injurious to have snapped at him when he refused her invitation to stand by her against the wall in the porch? "You needn't be afraid." Janet would never have said such a thing. If only she resembled Janet! During all this private soliloquising, Edwin's mien of mild nervousness never hardened to betray his ferocity, and he said nothing that might not have been said by an innocuous idiot. The paper boy, arrayed richly, slipped apologetically into the shop. He had certain packets to take out for delivery, and he was late. Edwin nodded to him distantly. The conversation languished. Then the head of Mr Orgreave appeared in the aperture. The architect seemed amused. Edwin could not understand how he had ever stood in awe of Mr Orgreave, who, with all his distinction and expensiveness, was the most companionable person in the world. "Oh, father!" cried Janet. "What a deceitful thing you are! Do you know, Mr Edwin, he pooh-poohed us coming down. He said he was far too busy for such childish things as centenaries. And look at him!" Mr Orgreave, whose suit, hat, and necktie were a harmony of elegant greys, smiled with paternal ease and swung his cane. "Come along now! Don't let's miss anything! Come along! Now, Edwin, you're coming, aren't you?" "Did you ever see such a child?" murmured Janet, adoring him. Edwin turned to the paper boy. "Just find my father before you go," he commanded. "Tell him I've gone, and ask him if you are to put the shutter up." The paper boy respectfully promised obedience, and Edwin was glad that the forbidding Hilda was there to witness his authority. Janet went out first. Hilda hesitated, and Edwin, having taken his hat from its hook in the cubicle, stood attending her at the aperture. He was sorry that he could not run upstairs for a walking stick. At last she seemed to decide to leave, yet left with apparent reluctance. Edwin followed, giving a final glance at the boy who was tying a parcel hurriedly. Mr Orgreave and his daughter were 10 yards off, arm in arm. Edwin fell into step with Hilda Lessways. Janet looked round and smiled and beckoned. "I wonder," said Edwin to himself, "what the devil's going to happen now? I'll take my oath she stayed behind on purpose." Well! This swaggering audacity was within. Without, even a skilled observer could have seen nothing but a faint sheepish smile. And his heart was thumping again. Volume 2, Chapter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Bottom of the Square. Another procession, that of the Old Church Sunday School, came up, with standards floating and drums beating, out of the steepness of Woodisun Bank, and turned into Wedgwood Street, which thenceforward was loosely thronged by procession and sightseers. The importance of the festival was now quite manifest, for at the end of the street could be seen Saint Luke's Square, massed with human beings in movement. Osmond Orgreave and his daughter were lost to view in the brave crowd. But after a little Edwin distinctly saw Janet Sunshade leave Wedgwood Street at the corner of the Wedgwood Institution and bob slowly into the Cock Yard, which was a narrow thoroughfare leading to the market place and the Town Hall, and so to the top of Saint Luke's Square. He said nothing, and kept straight on along Wedgwood Street past the covered market. "I hope you didn't catch cold in the rain the other night," he remarked, grimly as he thought. "I should have thought it would have been you who were more likely to catch cold," Hilda replied, in her curt manner. She looked in front of her. The words seemed to him to carry a double meaning. Suddenly she moved her head, glanced full at him for an instant, and glanced behind her. "Where are they?" she inquired. "The others? Aren't they in front? They must be somewhere about." Unless she also had marked their deviation into the Cock Yard, why had she glanced behind her in asking where they were? She knew as well as he that they had started in front. He could only deduce that she had been as willing as himself to lose Mr Orgreave and Janet. Just then an acquaintance raised his hat to Edwin in acknowledgement of the lady's presence, and he responded with pride. Whatever his private attitude to Hilda, he was undeniably proud to be seen in the streets with a disdainful, aloof girl unknown to the town. It was an experience entirely new to him, and it flattered him. He desired to look long at her face, to examine her expression, to make up his mind about her, but he could not, because they were walking side by side. The sole manifestation of her that he could judge was her voice. It was a remarkable voice, rather deep, with a sort of chiselled intonation. The cadences of it fell on the ear softly and yet ruthlessly, and when she had finished speaking you became aware of silence, as after a solemn utterance of destiny. What she happened to have been saying seemed to be immaterial to the effect, which was physical, vibratory. TWO. At the border of St Luke's Square, junction of 8 streets, true centre of the town's traffic and the sole rectangular open space enclosed completely by shops, they found a line of constables which yielded only to processions and to the bearers of special rosettes. The Square, as it was called by those who inhabited it, had been chosen for the historic scene of the day because of its pre eminent claim and suitability. The least of its advantages, its slope, from the top of which it could be easily dominated by a speaker on a platform, would alone have secured for it the honours of the Centenary. As the police cordon closed on the procession from the old church, definitely dividing the spectators from the spectacle, it grew clear that the spectators were in the main a shabby lot, persons without any social standing, unkempt idlers, good-for-nothings, wastrels, clay-whitened pot-girls who had to work even on that day, and who had run out for a few moments in their flannel aprons to stare, and a few score ragamuffins whose parents were too poor or too careless to make them superficially presentable enough to figure in a procession. Nearly the whole respectability of the town was either fussily marshalling processions or gazing down at them in comfort from the multitudinous open windows of the Square. The leads over the projecting windows of Baines's, the chief drapers, were crowded with members of the ruling caste. And even within the Square it could be seen, between the towering backs of constables, that the spectacle itself was chiefly made up of indigents bedecked. The thousands of perspiring children, penned like sheep and driven to and fro like sheep by anxious and official rosettes, nearly all had the air of poverty decently putting the best face on itself. They were nearly all, beneath their vague sense of importance, wistful with the resigned fatalism of the young and of the governed. They knew not precisely why they were there, but merely that they had been commended to be there, and that they were hot and thirsty, and that for weeks they had been learning hymns by heart for this occasion, and that the occasion was glorious. Many of the rosettes themselves had a poor, driven look. None of these bought suits at Shillitoe's nor millinery at Baines's. None of them gave orders for printing, nor had preferences in the form of ledgers, nor held views on Victor Hugo, nor drank wine, nor yearned for perfection in the art of social intercourse. To Edwin, who was just beginning to touch the planes of worldliness and of dilettantism in art, to Edwin, with the mysterious and haughty creature at his elbow, they seemed to have no more in common with himself and her than animals had. And he wondered by virtue of what decree he, in the Shillitoe suit, and the grand house waiting for him up at Bleakridge, had been lifted up to splendid ease above the squalid and pitiful human welter. THREE. Such musings were scarcely more than subconscious in him. He stood now a few inches behind Hilda, and above these thoughts, and beneath the stir and strident glitter and noise of the crawling ant heap, his mind was intensely occupied with Hilda's ear and her nostril. He could watch her now at leisure, for the changeful interest of the scene made conversation unnecessary and even inept. What a lobe! What a nostril! Every curve of her features seemed to express a fine arrogant acrimony and harsh truculence. At any rate she was not half alive. She was alive in every particle of herself. She gave off antipathies as a liquid gives off vapour. Moods passed across her intent face like a wind over a field. Apparently she was so rapt as to be unaware that her sunshade was not screening her. Sadness prevailed among her moods. The mild Edwin said secretly, "By Jove, if I had you to myself, my lady, I'd soon teach you a thing or two." He was quite sincere too. His glance, roving, discovered Mrs Hamps above him, 10 feet over his head, at the corner of the Baines' balcony. He flushed, for he perceived that she must have been waiting to catch him. She was at her most stately and most radiant, wonderful in lavender, and she poured out on him the full opulence of a proud recognition. Everybody should be made aware that Mrs Hamps was greeting her adored nephew, who was with a lady friend of the Orgreaves. She leaned slightly from her cane chair. "Isn't it a beautiful sight?" she cried. Her voice sounded thin and weak against the complex din of the Square. He nodded, smiling. "Oh, I think it's a beautiful sight!" she cried, once more ecstatic. People turned to see whom she was addressing. But though he nodded again, he did not think it was a beautiful sight. He thought it was a disconcerting sight, a sight vexatious and troublesome. And he was in no way tranquillised by the reflection that every town in England had the same sight to show at that hour. And moreover, anticipating their next interview, he could in fancy plainly hear his Aunt Clara saying, with hopeless longing benignancy, "Oh, Edwin, how I do wish I could have seen you in the Square, bearing your part!" Hilda seemed to be oblivious of Mrs Hamps's ejaculations, but immediately afterwards she straightened her back, with a gesture that Edwin knew, and staring into his eyes said, as it were resentfully, "Well, they evidently aren't here," and looked with scorn among the sightseers. It was clear that the crowd contained nobody of the rank and stamp of the Orgreaves. "They may have gone up to the Cock Yard, if you know where that is," said Edwin. "Well, don't you think we'd better find them somehow?" CHAPTER 12, of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. CHAPTER 12. The Top of the Square. In making the detour through the Cock Yard to reach Saint Luke's Square again at the top of it, the only members of the Orgreave clan whom they encountered were Jimmie and Johnnie, who, on hearing of the disappearance of their father and Janet, merely pointed out that their father and Janet were notoriously always getting themselves lost, owing to gross carelessness about whatever they happened to be doing. The youths then departed, saying that the Bursley show was nothing, and that they were going to Hanbridge. They conveyed the idea that Hanbridge was the only place in the world for self-respecting men of fashion. But before leaving they informed Edwin that a fellow at the corner of the Square was letting out rather useful barrels on lease. This fellow proved to be an odd jobman who had been discharged from the Duke of Wellington vaults in the market place for consistently intemperate language, but whose tongue was such that he had persuaded the landlord on this occasion to let him borrow 12 stout empty barrels, and the police to let him dispose them on the pavement. Every barrel was occupied, and, perceiving this, Edwin at once became bold with the barrel man. He did not comfortably fancy himself perched prominent on a barrel with Hilda Lessways by his side, but he could enjoy talking about it, and he wished to show Hilda that he could be as dashing as those young sparks Jimmie and Johnnie. "Now, mester," shouted the barrel man thickly, in response to Edwin's airy remark, "these 'ere two chaps'll shunt off for the price of a quart." He indicated a couple of barrel tenants of his own tribe, who instantly jumped down, touching their soiled caps. They were part of the barrel-man's machinery for increasing profits. Edwin could not withdraw. His very cowardice forced him to be audacious. By the time he had satisfied the clawing greed of 3 dirty hands, the 2 barrels had cost him a shilling. Hilda's only observation was, as Edwin helped her to the plateau of the barrel: "I do wish they wouldn't spit on their money." All barrels being now let to bona fide tenants and paid for, the 3 men sidled hastily away in order to drink luck to Sunday schools in the Duke of Wellington's entire. And Edwin, mounting the barrel next to Hilda's, was thinking: "I've been done over that job. I ought to have got them for 6pence." He saw how expensive it was, going about with delicately nurtured women. Never would he have offered a barrel to Maggie, and even had he done so, Maggie would assuredly have said that she could make shift well enough without one. "It's simply perfect for seeing!" exclaimed Hilda, as he achieved her altitude. Her tone was almost cordial. He felt surprisingly at ease. TWO. The whole Square was now suddenly revealed as a swarming mass of heads, out of which rose banners and pennons that were cruder in tint even than the frocks and hats of the little girls and the dresses and bonnets of their teachers. The men, too, by their neckties, scarves, and rosettes, added colour to colour. All the windows were chromatic with the hues of bright costumes, and from many windows and from every roof that had a flagstaff, flags waved heavily against the gorgeous sky. At the bottom of the Square the lorries with infants had been arranged, and each looked like a bank of variegated flowers. The principal bands, that is to say all the bands that could be trusted, were collected round the red baize platform at the top of the Square, and the vast sun-reflecting euphoniums, trumpets, and comets made a glittering circle about the officials and ministers and their wives and women. All denominations, for one day only, fraternised effusively together on that platform. 4 princes of the royal house and the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Mayor of London had urged that it should be so. The primitive Methodist parson discovered himself next but one to Father Milton, who on any other day would have been a popish priest, and whose wooden substitute for a wife was the Queen on a chessboard. And on all these the sun blazed torridly. And almost in the middle of the Square an immense purple banner bellied in the dusty breeze, saying in large gold letters, "The Blood of the Lamb," together with the name of some Sunday school which Edwin from his barrel could not decipher. Then a hoary, white-tied notability on the platform raised his mighty arm very high, and a bugle called, and a voice that had filled fields in exciting times of religious revival floated in thunder across the enclosed Square, easily dominating it: "Let us sing!" And the conductor of the eager massed bands set them free with a gesture, and after they had played a stave, a small stentorian choir at the back of the platform broke forth, and in a moment the entire multitude, at first raggedly, but soon in good unison, was singing: "Rock of Ages, cleft for me, let me hide myself in thee. Let the water and the blood from thy riven side which flowed be of sin the double cure, cleanse from guilt and make me pure." The volume of sound was overwhelming. Its crashing force was enough to sweep people from barrels. Edwin could feel moisture in his eyes, and he dared not look at Hilda. "Why the deuce do I want to cry?" he asked himself angrily, and was ashamed. And at the beginning of the second verse, when the glittering instruments blared forth anew, and the innumerable voices, high and loud, infantile and aged, flooded swiftly over their brassy notes, subduing them, the effect on Edwin was the same again. a tightening of the throat and a squeezing down of the eyelids. Why was it? Through a mist he read the words, "The blood of the Lamb," and he could picture the riven trunk of a man dying, and a torrent of blood flowing therefrom, and people like his Auntie Clara and his brother-in-law Albert plunging ecstatically into the liquid in order to be white. The picture came again in the third verse, the red fountains and the frantic bathers. Then the notability raised his arm once more and took off his hat, and all the males on the platform took off their hats, and presently every boy and man in the Square had uncovered his head to the strong sunshine. And at last Edwin had to do the same, and only the policemen, by virtue of their high office, could dare to affront the majesty of God. And the reverberating voice cried, "O most merciful Lord, have pity upon us. We are brands plucked from the burning," and continued for several minutes to descant upon the theme of everlasting torture by incandescence and thirst, nominally addressing a deity, but in fact preaching to his audience. He announced that even for the veriest infant on a lorry there was no escape from the eternal fires save by complete immersion in the blood, and he was so convinced and convincing that an imaginative nose could have detected the odour of burnt flesh. And all the while the great purple banner waved insistently, "The blood of the Lamb." THREE. When the prayer was finished for the benefit of the little ones, another old and favourite hymn had to be sung. None but the classical lyrics of British Christianity had found a place in the programme of the great day. Guided by the orchestra, the youth of Bursley and the maturity thereof chanted with gusto: "There is a fountain filled with blood, drawn from Emmanuel's veins, and sinners plunged beneath that flood lose all their guilty stains. Dear dying Lamb, thy precious blood." Edwin, like everybody, knew every line of the poem. With the purple banner waving there a bloody motto, he foresaw each sanguinary detail of the verse ere it came to him from the shrill childish throats. And a phrase from another hymn jumped from somewhere in his mind, just as William Cowper's ended and a speech commenced. The phrase was "India's coral strand." In thinking upon it he forgot to listen to the speech. He saw the flags, banners, and pennons floating in the sunshine and in the heavy breeze. He felt the reverberation of the tropic sun on his head. He saw the crowded humanity of the Square attired in its crude primary colours. He saw the great brass serpentine instruments gleaming. He saw the red dais. He saw, bursting with infancy, the immense cams to which were attached the fantastically plaited horses. He saw the venerable zealots on the dais, raving lest after all the institutions whose centenary they had met to honour should not save these children from hopeless and excruciating torture for ever and ever. He saw those majestic purple folds in the centre embroidered with the legend of the blood of the mystic paschal Lamb. He saw the meek, stupid, and superstitious faces, all turned one way, all for the moment under the empire of one horrible idea, all convinced that the consequences of sins could be prevented by an act of belief, all gloating over inexhaustible tides of blood. And it seemed to him that he was not in England any longer. It seemed to him that in the dim cellars under the shambles behind the Town Hall, where he had once been, there dwelt, squatting, a strange and savage God who would blast all those who did not enter his presence dripping with gore, be they child or grandfather. It seemed to him that the drums were tom-toms and Baines a bazaar. He could fit every detail of the scene to harmonise with a vision of India's coral strand. There was no mist before his eyes now. His sight was so clear that he could distinguish his father at a window of the Bank, at the other top corner of the Square. Part of his mind was so idle that he could wonder how his father had contrived to get there, and whether Maggie was staying at home with Clara. but the visualization of India's coral strand in St Luke's Square persisted. A phrase in the speech loosed some catch in him, and he turned suddenly to Hilda, and in an intimate half-whisper murmured, "More blood." "What?" she harshly questioned, but he knew that she understood. "Well," he said audaciously, "look at it. It only wants the Ganges at the bottom of the Square." No one heard save she, but she put her hand on his arm protestingly. "Even if we don't believe," said she, not harshly but imploringly, "we needn't make fun." "We don't believe!" That new tone of entreaty she had comprehended without explanation. She was a weird woman. Was there another creature, male or female, to whom he would have dared to say what he had said to her? He had chosen to say it to her because he despised her, because he wished to trample on her feelings. She roused the brute in him, and perhaps no one was more astonished than himself to witness the brute stirring. Imagine saying to the gentle and sensitive Janet, "It only wants a Ganges at the bottom of the Square." He could not. They stood silent, gazing and listening, and the sun went higher in the sky and blazed down more cruelly. And then the speech ended, and the speaker wiped his head with an enormous handkerchief, and the multitude, led by the brazen instruments which in a moment it overpowered, was singing to a solemn air: "When I survey the wondrous cross on which the Prince of Glory died, my richest gain I count but loss, and pour contempt on all my pride." Hilda shook her head. "What's the matter?" he asked, leaning towards her from his barrel. "That's the most splendid religious verse ever written," she said passionately. "You can say what you like. It's worth while believing anything if you can sing words like that and mean them." She had an air of restrained fury. But fancy exciting herself over a hymn! "Yes, it is fine, that is," he agreed. "Do you know who wrote it?" she demanded menacingly. "I'm afraid I don't remember," he said. The hymn was one of his earliest recollections, but it had never occurred to him to be curious as to its authorship. Her lips sneered. "Dr Watts, of course!" she snapped. He could hear her, beneath the tremendous chanting from the Square, repeating the words to herself with her precise and impressive articulation. Volume 2, Chapter 12. Volume 2, Chapter 13. Of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 13. The Oldest Sunday School Teacher. From the elevation of his barrel Edwin could survey, in the lordly and negligent manner of people on a height, all the detail of his immediate surroundings. Presently, in common with Hilda and the other aristocrats of barrels, he became aware of the increased vivacity of a scene which was passing at a little distance, near a hokey pokey barrow. The chief actors in the affair appeared to be a young policeman, the owner of the hokey pokey barrow, and an old man. It speedily grew into one of those episodes which, occurring on the outskirts of some episode immensely greater, draw too much attention to themselves, and thereby outrage the sense of proportion residing in most plain men, and especially in most policemen. "Give him a ha'porth of hokey," said a derisive voice. "He hasn't got a tooth in his head, but it wants no chewing, hokey doesna." There was a general guffaw from the little rabble about the barrow. "Aye! Give us some o' that!" said the piping, silly voice of the old man. "But I mun get to that there platform, I'm telling ye." "I'm telling all of ye." He made a senile plunge against the body of the policeman, as against a moveless barricade, and then his hat was awry, and it fell off, and somebody lifted it into the air with a neat kick, so that it dropped on the barrow. All laughed. The old man laughed. "Now, old sodger," said the hot policeman curtly. "None o' this! None o' this! I advise ye civilly to be quiet. That's what I advise ye. You can't go on the platform without a ticket." "Nay," piped the old man. "Don't I tell ye I lost it down the sitch?" "And where's your rosette?" "Never had any rosette," the old man replied. "I'm the oldest Sunday school teacher in the Five Towns. Aye, 50 years and more since I was super at Turnhill Primitive Sunday School, and all Turnhill knows it. And I've got to get on that there platform. I'm the oldest Sunday school teacher in the Five Towns, and I was super..." Two ribald youngsters intoned "Super, super," and another person unceremoniously jammed the felt hat on the old man's head. "It's nowt to me if you was 40 supers," said the policeman, with menacing disdain. "I've got my orders, and I'm not here to be knocked about. Where did ye have your last drink?" "No wine, no beer, nor spirituous liquors have I tasted for 61 years, come Martinmas," whimpered the old man, and he gave another lurch against the policeman. "My name's Shushions," and he repeated in a frantic treble, "My name's Shushions." "Go and bury thysen, old gaffer," a herculean young collier advised him. "Why," murmured Hilda, with a sharp frown, "that must be poor old Mr Shushions from Turnhill, and they're guying him. You must stop it. Something must be done at once." She jumped down feverishly, and Edwin had to do likewise. He wondered how he should conduct himself so as to emerge creditably from the situation. He felt himself, and had always felt himself, to be the last man in the world capable of figuring with authority in a public altercation. He loathed public altercations. The name of Shushions meant nothing to him. He had forgotten it, if indeed he had ever wittingly heard it. And he did not at first recognise the old man. Descended from the barrel, he was merely an item in the loose packed crowd. As, in the wake of Hilda, he pushed with false eagerness between stubborn shoulders, he heard the band striking up again. TWO. Approaching, he saw that the old man was very old. And then memory stirred. He began to surmise that he had met the wizened face before, that he knew something about it. And the face brought up a picture of the shop door, and of his father standing beside it a long time ago. He recalled his last day at school. Yes, of course, this was the old man named Shushions, some sort of an acquaintance of his father's. This was the old man who had wept a surprising tear at the sight of him, Edwin. The incident was so far off that it might have been recorded in history books. He had never seen Mr Shushions since. And the old man was changed, nearly out of recognition. The old man had lived too long. He had survived his dignity. He was now nothing but a bundle of capricious and obstinate instincts, set in motion by ancient souvenirs remembered at hazard. The front of his face seemed to have given way in general collapse. The lips were in a hollow, the cheeks were concave, the eyes had receded, and there were pits in the forehead. The pale, silvery, straggling hairs might have been counted. The wrinkled skin was of a curious brown yellow, and the veins, instead of being blue, were outlined in Indian red. The impression given was that the flesh would be unpleasant and uncanny to the touch. The body was bent, and the neck eternally cricked backwards in the effort of the eyes to look up. Moreover, the old man was in a state of neglect. His beard alone proved that. His clothes were dirty and had the air of concealing dirt. And he was dressed with striking oddness. He wore boots that were not a pair. His collar was only fastened by one button, behind. The ends oscillated like wings. He had forgotten to fasten them in front. He had forgotten to put on a necktie. He had forgotten the use of buttons on all his garments. He had grown down into a child again. But Providence had not provided him with a nurse. Worse than these merely material phenomena was the mumbling, toothless gibber of his shrill protesting, the glassy look of idiocy from his fatigued eyes, and the inane smile and impotent frown that alternated on his features. He was a horrible and offensive old man. He was Time's obscene victim. Edwin was revolted by the spectacle of the younger men baiting him. He was astonished that they were so short-sighted as not to be able to see the image of themselves in the old man, so imprudent as not to think of their own future, so utterly brutalised. He wanted, by the simple force of desire, to seclude and shelter the old man, to protect the old man not only from the insults of stupid and crass bullies, but from the old man himself, from his own fatuous senility. He wanted to restore to him, by a benevolent system of pretences, the dignity and the self-respect which he had innocently lost, and so to keep him decent to the eye, if not to the ear, until death came to repair its omission. And it was for his own sake, for the sake of his own image, as much as for the sake of the old man, that he wanted to do this. THREE. All that flashed through his mind and heart in a second. "I know this old gentleman. At least I know him by sight," Hilda was saying to the policeman. "He's very well known in Turnhill as an old Sunday school teacher, and I'm sure he ought to be on that platform." Before her eye, and her precise and haughty voice, which had no trace of the local accent, the young policeman was secretly abashed, and the louts fell back sheepishly. "Yes, he's a friend of my father's, Mr Clayhanger, printer," said Edwin behind her. The old man stood blinking in the glare. The policeman, ignoring Hilda, glanced at Edwin and touched his cap. "His friends hadn't oughter let him out like this, sir. Just look at him!" he sneered, and added, "I'm on point duty. If you ask me, I should say his friends ought to take him home." He said this with a peculiar mysterious emphasis, and looked furtively at the louts for moral support in sarcasm. They encouraged him with grins. "He must be got on to the platform somehow," said Hilda, and glanced at Edwin, as if counting absolutely on Edwin. "That's what he's come for. I'm sure it means everything to him." "Aye!" the old man droned. "I was super when we had to teach 'em their alphabet and give 'em a crust to start with. Many's the man walking about in these towns in purple and fine raiment as I taught his letters to, and his spellings, aye, and his multiplication table, in them days." "That's all very well, miss," said the policeman. "But who's going to get him to the platform? He'll be dropping in a sunstroke afore ye can say knife." "Can't we?" She gazed at Edwin appealingly. "Tak' him into th' pub," growled the collier, audacious. At the same moment two rosettes bustled up authoritatively. One of them was the burly Albert Benbow. For the first time Edwin was conscious of genuine pleasure at the sight of his brother-in-law. Albert was a born rosette. "What's all this? What's this? What is it?" he said sharply. "Hello! What? Mr Shushions!" He bent down and looked close at the old man. "Where you been, old gentleman?" He spoke loud in his ear. "Everybody's been asking for you. Service is well nigh over, but ye must come up." The old man did not appear to grasp the significance of Albert's patronage. Albert turned to Edwin and winked, not only for Edwin's benefit, but for that of the policeman, who smiled in a manner that infuriated Edwin. "Queer old stick!" Albert murmured. "No doing anything with him. He's quarrelled with every one at Turnhill. That's why he wanted to come to us. And of course we weren't going to refuse the oldest Sunday school teacher in the Five Towns. He's a catch. Come along, old gentleman." Mr Shushions did not stir. "Now, Mr Shushions," Hilda persuaded him in a voice exquisitely mild, and with a lovely gesture she bent over him. "Let these gentlemen take you up to the platform. That's what you've come for, you know." The transformation in her amazed Edwin, who could see the tears in her eyes. The tableau of the little silly old man looking up, and Hilda looking down at him, with her lips parted in a heavenly invitation, and one gloved hand caressing his greenish black shoulder, and the other mechanically holding the parasol aloft, this tableau was imprinted for ever on Edwin's mind. It was a vision blended in an instant, and in an instant dissolved. But for Edwin it remained one of the epochal things of his experience. Hilda gave Edwin her parasol, and quickly fastened Mr Shushions's collar, and the old man consented to be led off between the two rosettes. The bands were playing the Austrian hymn. "Like to come up with your young lady friend?" Albert whispered to Edwin importantly as he went. "Oh, no, thanks!" Edwin hurriedly smiled. "Now, old gentleman," he could hear Albert adjuring Mr Shushions. and he could see him broadly winking to the other rosettes and embracing the yielding crowd in his wink. Thus the doddering old fool who had given his youth to Sunday schools when Sunday schools were not patronised by princes, archbishops, and lord mayors, when Sunday schools were the scorn of the intelligent and had sometimes to be held in public houses for lack of better accommodation, thus was he taken off for a show and a museum curiosity by indulgent and shallow Samaritans, who had not even the wit to guess that he had sown what they were reaping. And Darius Clayhanger stood oblivious at a high window of the Sacred Bank, and Edwin, who all unconscious owed the very fact of his existence to the doting imbecile, regarded him chiefly as a figure in a tableau, as the chance instrument of a woman's beautiful revelation. Mr Shushions's sole crime against society was that he had forgotten to die. FOUR. Hilda Lessways would not return to the barrels. She was taciturn, and the only remark which she made bore upon the advisability of discovering Janet and Mr Orgreave. They threaded themselves out of the moving crowd and away from the hokey pokey stall and the barrels into the tranquillity of the market-place, where the shadow of the gold angel at the top of the Town Hall spire was a mere squat shapeless stain on the irregular paving stones. The sound of the festival came diminished from the Square. "You're very fond of poetry, aren't you?" Edwin asked her, thinking among many other things of her observation upon the verse of Isaac Watts. "Of course," she replied disagreeably. "I can't imagine anybody wanting to read anything else." She seemed to be ashamed of her kindness to Mr Shushions, and to wish to efface any impression of amiability that she might have made on Edwin. But she could not have done so. "Well," he said to himself, "there's no getting over it. You're the biggest caution I've ever come across." His condition was one of various agitation. Then, just as they were passing the upper end of the Cock Yard, which was an archway, Mr Orgreave and Janet appeared in the archway. "We've been looking for you everywhere. And so have we. What have you been doing? What have you been doing?" Father and daughter were gay. They had not seen much, but they were gay. Hilda Lessways and Edwin were not gay, and Hilda would characteristically make no effort to seem that which she was not. Edwin, therefore, was driven by his own diffidence into a nervous light loquacity. He began the tale of Mr Shushions, and Hilda punctuated it with stabs of phrases. Mr Orgreave laughed. Janet listened with eager sympathy. "Poor old thing! What a shame!" said Janet. But to Edwin, with the vision of Hilda's mercifulness in his mind, even the sympathy of Janet for Mr Shushions had a quality of uncomprehending, facile condescension which slightly jarred on him. The steam car loitered into view, discharged 2 passengers, and began to manoeuvre for the return journey. "Oh, do let's go home by car, father!" cried Janet. "It's too hot for anything." Edwin took leave of them at the car steps. Janet was the smiling incarnation of loving kindness. Hilda shook hands grudgingly. Through the windows of the car he saw her sternly staring at the advertisements of the interior. He went down the Cock Yard into Wedgwood Street, whence he could hear the bands again and see the pennons. He thought: "This is a funny way of spending a morning," and wondered what he should do with himself till dinner time. It was not yet 12:15. Still the hours had passed with extraordinary speed. He stood aimless at the corner of the pavement, and people who, having had their fill of the sun and the spectacle in the Square, were strolling slowly away, saw a fair young man in a stylish suit, evidently belonging to the aloof classes, gazing at nothing whatever, with his hands elegantly in his pockets. CHAPTER XIII. Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 14 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 14. Money. Things sometimes fall out in a surprising way, The removal of the Clayhanger household from the corner of Duck Square to the heights of Bleakridge was diversified by a circumstance which Edwin, the person whom alone it concerned, had not in the least anticipated. It was the Monday morning after the Centenary. Foster's largest furniture van, painted all over with fine pictures of the van itself travelling by road, rail, and sea, stood loaded in front of the shop. One van had already departed, and this second one, in its crammed interior, on its crowded roof, on a swinging platform beneath its floor, and on a posterior ledge supported by rusty chains, contained all that was left of the furniture and domestic goods which Darius Clayhanger had collected in half a century of ownership. The moral effect of Foster's activity was always salutary, in that Foster would prove to any man how small a space the acquisitions of a lifetime could be made to occupy when the object was not to display but to pack them. Foster could put all your pride on to four wheels, and Foster's driver would crack a whip and be off with the lot of it as though it were no more than a load of coal. The pavement and the road were littered with straw, and the straw straggled into the shop and heaped itself at the open side door. One large brass saucepan lay lorn near the doorstep, a proof that Foster was human. For everything except that saucepan a place had been found. That saucepan had witnessed sundry ineffectual efforts to lodge it, and had also suffered frequent forgetfulness. A tin candlestick had taken refuge within it, and was trusting for safety to the might of the obstinate vessel. In the sequel, the candlestick was pitched by Edwin on to the roof of the van, and Darius Clayhanger, coming fussily out of the shop, threw a question at Edwin, and then picked up the saucepan and went off to Bleakridge with it, thus making sure that it would not be forgotten, and demonstrating to the town that he, Darius, was at last flitting into his grand new house. Even weighted by the saucepan in which Mrs Nixon had boiled hundredweights of jam, he still managed to keep his arms slanted outwards and motionless, retaining his appearance of a rigid body that swam smoothly along on mechanical legs. Darius, though putting control upon himself, was in a state of high complex emotion, partly due to apprehensiveness about the violent changing of the habits of a quarter of a century, and partly due to nervous pride. Maggie and Mrs Nixon had gone to the new house half an hour earlier, to devise encampments therein for the night, for the Clayhangers would definitely sleep no more at the corner of Duck Square. The rooms in which they had eaten and slept and lain awake and learnt what life and what death was, were to be transformed into workshops and stores for an increasing business. The premises were not abandoned empty. The shop had to function as usual on that formidable day, and the printing had to proceed. This had complicated the affair of the removal, but it had helped everybody to pretend in an adult and sedate manner that nothing in the least unusual was afoot. Edwin loitered on the pavement, with his brain all tingling, and excitedly incapable of any consecutive thought whatever. It was his duty to wait. Two of Foster's men were across in the vaults of the Dragon, and the rest were at Bleakridge with the first and smaller van. Only one of Foster's horses was in the dropped double shafts, and even he had his nose towards the van and in a nose-bag. Two others were to come down soon from Bleakridge to assist. TWO. A tall, thin, grey-bearded man crossed Trafalgar Road from Aboukir Street. He was very tall and very thin, and the peculiarity of his walk was that the knees were never quite straightened, so that his height was really greater even than it seemed. His dark suit and his boots and hat were extraordinarily neat. You could be sure at once that he was a person of immutable habits. He stopped when, out of the corner of his eye, whose gaze was always precisely parallel to the direction of his feet, he glimpsed Edwin. Deflecting his course, he went close to Edwin, And, addressing the vacant air immediately over Edwin's pate, he said in a mysterious confidential whisper, "When are you coming in for that money?" He spoke as though he was anxious to avoid, by a perfect air of nonchalance, arousing the suspicions of some concealed emissary of the Russian secret police. Edwin started. "Oh!" he exclaimed. "Is it ready?" "Yes. Waiting." "Are you going to your office now?" "Yes." Edwin hesitated. "It won't take a minute, I suppose. I'll slip along in 2 jiffs. I'll be there almost as soon as you are." "Bring a receipt stamp," said the man, and resumed his way. He was the secretary of the Bursley and Turnhill Permanent £50 Benefit Building Society, one of the most solid institutions of the district, and he had been its secretary for decades. No stories of the defalcation of other secretaries of societies, no rumours as to the perils of the system of the more famous Star Bowkett Building Societies, ever bred a doubt in Bursley or Turnhill of the eternal soundness of the Bursley and Turnhill Permanent £50 Benefit Building Society. You could acquire a share in it by an entrance fee of 1 shilling, and then you paid 18 pence per week for 10 years, making something less than £40, and then, after an inactive period of 3 months, the Society gave you £50, and you began therewith to build a house, if you wanted a house, and if you were prudent, you instantly took out another share. You could have as many shares as you chose. Though the Society was chiefly nourished by respectable artisans with stiff chins, nobody in the district would have considered membership to be beneath him. The Society was an admirable device for strengthening an impulse towards thrift, because once you had put yourself into its machinery, it would stand no nonsense. Prosperous tradesmen would push their children into it, and even themselves. This was what had happened to Edwin in the dark past, before he had left school. Edwin had regarded the trick with indifference at first, because, except the opening half-crown, his father had paid the subscriptions for him until he left school and became a wage-earner. Thereafter he had regarded it as simple parental madness. His whole life seemed to be nothing but a waste of Friday evenings on which he went to the Society's office between 7 and 9 to pay the club. The social origin of any family in Bursley might have been decided by the detail whether it referred to the Society as the Building Society or as the Club. Artisans called it the Club, because it did resemble an old-fashioned benefit club. Edwin had invariably heard it called Club at home, and he called it Club, and he did not know why. THREE. On 10,000 Friday evenings, as it seemed to him, he had gone into the gas-lit office with the wire blinds in the Cock Yard, and the procedure never varied. Behind a large table sat 2 gentlemen, the secretary and a subordinate, who was, however, older than the secretary. They had enormous ledgers in front of them, and at the lower corners of the immense pages was a transverse crease, like a mountain range on the left and like a valley on the right, caused by secretarial thumbs in turning over. On the table were also large metal inkstands and wooden money coffers. The 2 officials both wore spectacles, and they both looked above their spectacles when they talked to members across the table. They spoke in low tones. They smiled with the most scrupulous politeness. They never wasted words. They counted money with prim and efficient gestures, ringing gold with the mien of judges inaccessible to human emotions. They wrote in the ledgers and on the membership cards in a hand astoundingly regular and discreetly flourished. The pages of the ledgers had the mystic charm of ancient manuscripts, and the finality of decrees of fate. Apparently the scribes never made mistakes, but sometimes they would whisper in colloquy, and one, without leaning his body, would run a finger across the ledger of the other. Their fingers knew intimately the geography of the ledgers, and moved as though they could have found a desired name, date, or number in the dark. The whole ceremony was impressive. It really did impress Edwin, as he would wait his turn among the 3 or 4 proud and respectable members that the going and coming seemed always to leave in the room. The modest blue yellow gas, the vast table and ledgers, and the 2 sober heads behind, the polite murmurings, the rustle of leaves, the chink of money, the smooth sound of elegant pens, all this made something not merely impressive but beautiful, something that had a true if narrow dignity, something that ministered to an ideal if a low one. But Edwin had regarded the operation as a complete loss of the money whose payment it involved. 10 years! It was an eternity. And even then his father would have some preposterous suggestion for rendering useless the unimaginable £50. Meanwhile the weekly deduction of 18p from his miserable income was an exasperating strain. And then one night the secretary had told him that he was entering on his last month. If he had possessed any genuine interest in money he would have known for himself, but he did not. And then the payments had ceased. He had said nothing to his father. And now the share had matured, and there was the unimaginable sum waiting for him. He got his hat and a stamp, and hurried to the Cock Yard. The secretary, in his private room now, gave him 5 notes as though the notes had been naught but tissue paper, and he accepted them in the same inhuman manner. The secretary asked him if he meant to take out another share, and from sheer moral cowardice he said that he did mean to do so. And he did so, on the spot. And in less than 10 minutes he was back at the shop. Nothing had happened there. The other horses had not come down from Bleakridge, and the men had not come out of the Dragon. But he had £50 in his pocket, and it was lawfully his. A quarter of an hour earlier he positively could not have conceived the miracle. FOUR. 2 days later, on the Wednesday evening, Edwin was in his new bedroom overlooking his father's garden, with a glimpse of the garden of Lane End House. His chamber, for him, was palatial, and it was at once the symbol and the scene of his new life. A stranger entering would have beheld a fair-sized room, a narrow bed, 2 chairs, an old-fashioned table, a new wardrobe, an old dressing-table, a curious carpet and hearthrug, low bookshelves on either side of the fireplace, and a few prints and drawings, not all of them framed, on the distempered walls. A stranger might have said in its praise that it was light and airy, but a stranger could not have had the divine vision that Edwin had. Edwin looked at it and saw clearly and with the surest conviction that it was wonderful. He stood on the hearthrug with his back to the hearth, bending his body concavely and then convexly, with the idle, easy sinuousness of youth, and he saw that it was wonderful. As an organic whole it was wonderful. Its defects were qualities. For instance, it had no convenience for washing, but with a bathroom a few yards off who would encumber his study (it was a study) with washing apparatus? He had actually presented his old ramshackle washstand to the attic, which was to be occupied by Miss Nixon's niece, a girl engaged to aid her aunt in the terrible work of keeping clean a vast mansion. And the bedroom could show 1 or 2 details that in a bedroom were luxurious. Chief of these were the carpet, the hearthrug, and the table. Edwin owed them to a marvellous piece of good fortune. He had feared, and even Maggie had feared, that their father would impair the practical value and the charm of the new house by parsimony in the matter of furniture. The furniture in the domestic portion of the old dwelling was quite inadequate for the new one, and scarcely fit for it either. Happily Darius had heard of a house full of furniture for sale at Oldcastle by private treaty, and in a wild adventurous hour he had purchased it, exceedingly cheap. Edwin had been amazed at his luck. He accepted the windfall as his own private luck, when he first saw the bought furniture in the new house before the removal. Out of it he had selected the table, the carpet, and the rug for his bedroom, and none had demurred. He noticed that his father listened to him in affairs of the new house, as to an individuality whose views demanded some trifle of respect. Beyond question his father was proving himself to possess a mind equal to the grand situation. What with the second servant and the furniture, Edwin felt that he would not have to blush for the house, no matter who might enter it to spy it out. As for his own room, he would not object to the Sunday seeing it. Indeed, he would rather like the Sunday to see it on his next visit. Already it was in nearly complete order, for he had shown a singular callous disregard for the progress of the rest of the house, against which surprising display of selfishness both Maggie and Mrs Nixon had glumly protested. The truth was that he was entirely obsessed by his room. It had disabled his conscience. When he had oscillated on his heels and toes for a few moments, with his gaze on the table, he faced about and stared in a sort of vacant beatitude at the bookshelves to the left hand. Those to the right hand were as yet empty. Twilight was deepening. FIve. He heard his father's heavy and clumsy footstep on the landing. The old man seemed to wander uncertainly a little, and then he pushed open Edwin's door with a brusque movement and entered the room. The two exchanged a look. They seldom addressed each other save for an immediate practical purpose, and they did not address each other now. But Darius ejaculated as he glanced around. They had no intimacy. Darius never showed any interest in his son as an independent human being with a developing personality, though he might have felt such an interest. And Edwin was never conscious of a desire to share any of his ideas or ideals with his father, whom he was content to accept as a creature of inscrutable motives. Now he resented his father's incursion. He considered his room as his castle, whereof his rightful exclusive dominion ran as far as the doormat, and to placate his pride Darius should have indicated by some gesture or word that he admitted being a visitor on sufferance. It was nothing to Edwin that Darius owned the room and nearly everything in it. He was generally nervous in his father's presence, and his submissiveness only hid a spiritual independence that was not less fierce for being restrained. He thought Darius a gross fleshly organism, as he indeed was, and he privately objected to many paternal mannerisms of eating, drinking, breathing, eructation, speech, deportment, and garb. Further, he had noted and felt the increasing moroseness of his father's demeanour. He could remember a period when Darius had moods of grim gaiety, displaying rough humour. These moods had long ceased to occur. "So this is how you fix yourself up," Darius observed. "Yes," Edwin smiled, not moving from the hearthrug, and not ceasing to oscillate on heels and toes. "Well, I'll say this. You've got a goodish notion of looking after yourself, when you can spare a few minutes to do a bit downstairs." This sentence was sarcastic and required no finishing. "I was just coming," said Edwin, and to himself, "What on earth does he want here, making his noises?" With youthful lack of imagination and of sympathy, he quite failed to perceive the patent fact that his father had been drawn into the room by the very same instinct which had caused Edwin to stand on the hearthrug in an idle bliss of contemplation. It did not cross his mind that his father too was during these days going through wondrous mental experiences, that his father too had begun a new life, that his father too was intensely proud of the house, and found pleasure in merely looking at it, and looking at it again, and at every corner of it. A glint of gold attracted the eye of Darius to the second shelf of the left-hand bookcase, and he went towards it with the arrogance of an autocrat whose authority recognises no limit. 14 fine calf-backed volumes stood on that shelf in a row. 12 of them were uniform, the other 2 odd. These books were taller and more distinguished than any of their neighbours. Their sole possible rivals were half a dozen garishly bound middle school prizes, machine-tooled, and to be mistaken for treasures only at a distance of several yards. Edwin trembled, and loathed himself for trembling. He walked to the window. "What be these?" Darius inquired. "Oh, some books I've been picking up." SIX. That same morning Edwin had been to the Saint Luke's Covered Market to buy some apples for Maggie, who had not yet perfected the organisation necessary to a house mistress who does not live within half a minute of a large central source of supplies, and to his astonishment he had observed that one of the interior shops was occupied by a second-hand bookseller with an address at Hanbridge. He had never noticed the shop before, or if he had noticed it, he had despised it. But the chat with Tom Orgreave had awakened in him the alertness of a hunter. The shop was not formally open, Wednesday's market being only half a market. The shopkeeper, however, was busy within. Edwin loitered. Behind the piles of negligible sermons, pietisms, keepsakes, schoolbooks, and Aristotles tied up in red twine (these last), he could descry, in the farther gloom, actual folios and quartos. It was like seeing the gleam of nuggets on the familiar slopes of Mow Cop, which is the Five Towns mountain. The proprietor, an extraordinarily grimy man, invited him to examine. He could not refuse. He found Byron's Childe Harold in one volume, and Don Juan in another, both Royal Octavo editions, slightly stained, but bound in full calf. He bought them. He knew that to keep his resolutions he must read a lot of poetry. Then he saw Voltaire's prose tales in 4 volumes in French, an enchanting Didot edition, with ink as black as Hades and paper as white as snow, also bound in full calf. He bought them. And then the proprietor showed him, in 8 similar volumes, Voltaire's Dictionnaire Philosophique. He did not want it, but it matched the tales, and it was impressive to the eye. And so he bought the other 8 volumes. The total cost was 17 shillings. He was intoxicated, and he was frightened. What a nucleus for a collection of real books, of treasures! Those volumes would do no shame even to Tom Orgreave's bookcase. And they had been lying in the Covered Market, of all places in the universe. Blind, how blind he had been to the possibilities of existence! Laden with a bag of apples in one hand and a heavy parcel of books in the other, he had had to go up to dinner in the car. It was no matter; he possessed riches. The car stopped specially for him at the portals of the new house. He had introduced the books into the new house surreptitiously, because he was in fear, despite his acute joy. He had pushed the parcel under the bed. After tea he had passed half an hour in gazing at the volumes, as at precious contraband. Then he had ranged them on the shelf, and had gazed at them for perhaps another quarter of an hour. And now his father, with the infallible nose of fathers for that which is no concern of theirs, had lighted upon them and was peering into them, and fingering them with his careless, brutal hands that could not differentiate between a ready reckoner and a treasure. As the light failed, he brought one of them and then another to the window. He muttered. Voltaire. Byron. And "How much did they ask ye for these?" 15 shillings, said Edwin in a low voice. "Here, take it," said his father, relinquishing a volume to him. He spoke in a queer, hard voice, and instantly left the room. Edwin followed him shortly, and assisted Maggie to hang pictures in that wilderness, the drawing-room. Supper was eaten in silence, and Maggie looked askance from her father to her brother, both of whom had a strained demeanour. CHAPTER XIV. Money. Volume 2, Chapter 15 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XV. The Insult. The cold bath, the early excursion into the oblong of meadow that was beginning to be a garden, the brisk stimulating walk down Trafalgar Road to business, all these novel experiences, which for a year Edwin had been anticipating with joyous eagerness as bliss final and sure, had lost their savour on the following morning. He had been ingenuous enough to believe that he would be happy in the new house, that the new house somehow meant the rebirth of himself and his family. Strange delusion! The bath splashings and the other things gave him no pleasure, because he was saying to himself all the time, "There's going to be a row this morning. There's going to be a regular shindy this morning." Yet he was accustomed to his father's scenes. Not a word at breakfast, for which indeed Darius was very late, but a thick cloud over the breakfast table. Maggie showed that she felt the cloud. So did even Mrs Nixon. The niece alone, unskilled in the science of meteorology, did not notice it, and was pertly bright. Edwin departed before his father, hurrying. He knew that his father, starting from the luxurious books, would ask him brutally what he meant by daring to draw out his share from the club without mentioning the affair, and particularly without confiding to his safe custody the whole sum withdrawn. He knew that his father would persist in regarding the £50 as sacred, as the Ark of the Covenant, and on the basis of the alleged outrage would build one of those cold furies that seemed to give him so perverse a delight. On the other hand, despite his father's peculiar intonation of the names of Edwin's authors, Voltaire and Byron, he did not fear to be upbraided for possessing himself of loose and poisonous literature. It was a point to his father's credit that he never attempted any kind of censorship. Edwin never knew whether this attitude was the result of indifference or due to a grim sporting instinct. There was no sign of trouble in the shop until noon. Darius was very busy superintending the transformation of the former living rooms upstairs into supplementary workshops, and also the jobbing builder was at work according to the plans of Osmond Orgreave. But at 12, just before Stifford went out to his dinner, Darius entered the ebonised cubicle and said curtly to Edwin, who was writing there, "Show me your book." This demand surprised Edwin. His book was the shop sales book. He was responsible for it, and for the petty cash book, and for the shop till. His father's private cash book was utterly unknown to him, and he had no trustworthy idea of the financial totality of the business. But the management of the shop till gave him the air of being in his father's confidence, accustomed him to the discipline of anxiety, and also somewhat flattered him. He produced the book. The last complete page had not been added up. "Add this," said his father. Darius himself added up the few lines on the incomplete page. "Stiff!" he shouted. "Bring me the sales slip." The amounts of sales conducted by Stifford himself were written on a slip of paper, from which Edwin transferred the items at frequent intervals to the book. "Go to your dinner," said Darius to Stifford, when he appeared at the door of the cubicle with the slip. "It's not quite time yet, sir." "Go to your dinner, I tell you." Stifford had 3/4 of an hour for his dinner. TWO. Darius combined the slip with the book and made a total. "Petty cash," he muttered shortly. Edwin produced the petty cash book, a volume of very trifling importance. "Now bring me the till." Edwin went out of the cubicle and brought the till, which was a large and battered japanned cash box with a lid in 2 independent parts, from its well-concealed drawer behind the fancy counter. Darius counted the coins in it, and made calculations on blotting paper, breathing stertorously all the time. "What on earth are you trying to get at?" Edwin asked, with innocent familiarity. He thought that the Club share crisis had been postponed by one of his father's swift, strange caprices. Darius turned on him, glaring. "I'm trying to get at where you got the brass from to buy them there books as I saw last night. Where did ye get it from? There's nowt wrong here, unless you're a mighty lot cleverer than I take ye for. Where did you get it from? You don't mean to tell me as you saved it up?" Edwin had had some shocks in his life. This was the greatest. He could feel his cheeks and his hands growing dully hot, and his eyes smarting. And he was suddenly animated by an almost murderous hatred and an inexpressible disgust for his father, who, in the grossness of his perceptions and his notions, had imagined his son to be a thief. "Loathsome beast!" he thought savagely. "I'm waiting," said his father. "I've drawn my club money," said Edwin. For an instant the old man was at a loss. Then he understood. He had entirely forgotten the maturing of the club share, and assuredly he had not dreamed that Edwin would accept and secrete so vast a sum as £50 without uttering a word. Darius had made a mistake, and a bad one. But in those days fathers were never wrong. Above all, they never apologised. In Edwin's wicked act of concealment Darius could choose new and effective ground, and he did so. "And what does mean by doing that and saying nowt? Sneaking What do you mean by calling me a thief?" Edwin and Darius were equally startled by this speech. Edwin knew not what had come over him, and Darius, never having been addressed in such a dangerous tone by his son, was at a loss. "I never called ye a thief." "Yes, you did." "Yes, you did," Edwin nearly shouted now. "You starve me for money until I haven't got sixpence to bless myself with. You couldn't get a man to do what I do for twice what you pay me. And then you call me a thief! And then you jump down my throat because I spend a bit of money of my own!" he snorted. He knew that he was quite mad, but there was a strange drunken pleasure in this madness. "Hold your tongue, lad!" said Darius as stiffly as he could. But Darius, having been unprepared, was intimidated. Darius vaguely comprehended that a new and disturbing factor had come into his life. "Make a less row," he went on more strongly. "D'you want all the street to hear?" "I won't make a less row. You make as much noise as you want, and I'll make as much noise as I want!" Edwin cried, louder and louder. And then, in bitter scorn, "Thief, indeed!" "I never called ye " "Let me out!" Edwin shouted. They were very close together. Darius saw that his son's face was all drawn. Edwin snatched his hat off its hook, pushed violently past his father, and, sticking his hands deep in his pockets, strode into the street. THREE. In 4 minutes he was hammering on the front door of the new house. Maggie opened in alarm. Edwin did not see how alarmed she was by his appearance. "What? Father thinks I've been stealing his damned money!" Edwin snapped, in a breaking voice. The statement was not quite accurate, but it suited his boiling anger to put it in the present tense instead of in the past. He hesitated an instant in the hall, throwing a look behind at Maggie, who stood entranced with her hand on the latch of the open door. Then he bounded upstairs and shut himself in his room with a tremendous bang that shook the house. He wanted to cry, but he would not. Nobody disturbed him till about 2 o'clock, when Maggie knocked at the door and opened it without entering. "Edwin, I've kept your dinner hot." "No, thanks." He was standing with his legs wide apart on the hearthrug. "Father's had his dinner and gone." "No, thanks." She closed the door again. CHAPTER XV. The Insult. Volume 2, Chapter 16 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 16. The Sequel. "I say, Edwin!" Maggie called through the door. "Well, come in," he replied gruffly. And as he spoke he sped from the window, where he was drumming on the pane, to the hearthrug, so that he should have the air of not having moved since Maggie's previous visit. He knew not why he made this manoeuvre, unless it was that he thought vaguely that Maggie's impression of the seriousness of the crisis might thereby be intensified. She stood in the doorway, evidently placatory and sympathetic, and behind her stood Mrs Nixon, in a condition of great mental turmoil. "I think you'd better come and have your tea," said Maggie, firmly, and yet gently. She was soft and stout, and incapable of asserting herself with dignity. But she was his elder, and there were moments when an unusual, scarce perceptible quality in her voice would demand from him a particular attention. He shook his head and looked sternly at his watch, in the manner of one who could be adamant. He was astonished to see that the hour was 6:15. "Where is he?" he asked. "Father? He's had his tea and gone back to the shop. Come along." "I must wash myself first," said Edwin gloomily. He did not wish to yield, but he was undeniably very hungry indeed. Mrs Nixon could not leave him alone at tea, worrying him with offers of specialities to tempt him. He wondered who had told the old thing about the affair. Then he reflected that she had probably heard his outburst when he entered the house. Possibly the pert, nice niece also had heard it. Maggie remained sewing at the bow window of the dining room, while he ate a plenteous tea. "Father said I could tell you that you could pay yourself an extra 1/2 crown a week wages from next Saturday," said Maggie suddenly, when she saw he had finished. It was always Edwin who paid wages in the Clayhanger establishment. He was extremely startled by this news, with all that it implied of surrender and of pacific intentions. But he endeavoured to hide what he felt, and only snorted. "He's been talking, then? What did he say?" "Oh, not much. He told me I could tell you if I liked." "It would have looked better of him if he'd told me himself," said Edwin, determined to be ruthless. Maggie offered no response. TWO. After about 1/4 hour he went into the garden and kicked stones in front of him. He could not classify his thoughts. He considered himself to be perfectly tranquillised now. But he was mistaken. As he idled in the beautiful August twilight near the garden front of the house, catching faintly the conversation of Mrs Nixon and her niece as it floated through the open window of the kitchen round the corner, together with quiet soothing sounds of washing up, he heard a sudden noise in the garden porch, and turned swiftly. His father stood there. Both of them were off guard. Their eyes met. "Had your tea?" Darius asked in an unnatural tone. "Yes," said Edwin. Darius, having saved his face, hurried into the house, and Edwin moved down the garden, with heart sensibly beating. The encounter renewed his agitation. And at the corner of the garden, over the hedge which had been repaired, Janet entrapped him. She seemed to have sprung out of the ground. He could not avoid greeting her, and in order to do so he had to dominate himself by force. She was in white. She appeared always to wear white on fine summer days. Her smile was exquisitely benignant. "So you're installed?" she began. They talked of the removal, she asking questions and commenting, and he giving brief replies. "I'm all alone to night," she said, in a pause, "except for Alicia. Mother and father and the boys are gone to a fete at Longshaw." "And Miss Lessways?" he inquired self consciously. "Oh, she's gone," said Janet. "She's gone back to London. Went yesterday." "Rather sudden, isn't it?" "Well, she had to go." "Does she live in London?" Edwin asked, with an air of indifference. "She does just now. I only ask because I thought from something she said she came from Turnhill way." "Her people do," said Janet. "Yes, you may say she's a Turnhill girl." "She seems very fond of poetry," said Edwin. "You've noticed it?" Janet's face illuminated the dark. "You should hear her recite." "Recites, does she?" "You'd have heard her that night you were here. But when she knew you were coming she made us all promise not to ask her." "Really?" said Edwin. "But why? She didn't know me. She'd never seen me." "Oh! She might have just seen you in the street. In fact I believe she had. But that wasn't the reason." Janet laughed. "It was just that you were a stranger. She's very sensitive, you know." "Yes," he admitted. THREE. He took leave of Janet somehow, and went for a walk up to Toft End, where the wind blows. His thoughts were more complex than ever in the darkness. So she had made them all promise not to ask her to recite when he was at the Orgreaves'! She had seen him, previous to that, in the street, and had obviously discussed him with Janet. And then at nearly midnight she had followed him to the new house. And on the day of the Centenary she had manoeuvred to let Janet and Mr Orgreave go in front. He did not like her. She was too changeable, too dark, and too light. But it was exciting. It was flattering. He saw again and again her gesture as she bent to Mr Shushions, and the straightening of her spine as she left the garden porch on the night of his visit to the Orgreaves. Yet he did not like her. Her sudden departure, however, was a disappointment. It was certainly too abrupt. Probably very characteristic of her. Strange day! He had been suspected of theft. He had stood up to his father. He had remained away from the shop, and his father's only retort was to give him a rise of 1/2 a week. "The old man must have had a bit of a shock," he said to himself, grimly vain. "I lay I don't hear another word about that £50." Yes, amid his profound resentment there was some ingenuous vanity at the turn which things had taken. And he was particularly content about the rise of 1/2 a week, because that relieved him from the most difficult of all the resolutions, the carrying out of which was to mark the beginning of the new life. It settled the financial question, for the present at any rate. It was not enough, but it was a great deal, from his father. He was ashamed that he could not keep his righteous resentment pure from this gross satisfaction at an increase of income. The fineness of his nature was thereby hurt. But the gross satisfaction would well up in his mind. And in the night, with the breeze on his cheek and the lamps of the Five Towns curving out below him, he was not unhappy, despite what he had suffered and was still suffering. He had a tingling consciousness of being unusually alive. FOUR. Later, in his bedroom, shut in and safe and independent, with the new blind drawn, and the gas fizzing in its opaline globe, he tried to read Don Juan. He could not. He was incapable of fixity of mind. He could not follow the sense of a single stanza. Images of his father and of Hilda Lessways mingled with reveries of the insult he had received and the triumph he had won. And all the confused wonder of the day and evening engaged his thoughts. He dwelt lovingly on the supreme disappointment of his career. He fancied what he would have been doing, and where he would have been then, if his appalling father had not made it impossible for him to be an architect. He pitied himself. But he saw the material of happiness ahead, in the faithful execution of his resolves for self-perfecting. And Hilda had flattered him. Hilda had given him a new conception of himself. A tiny idea arose in his brain that there was perhaps some slight excuse for his father's suspicion of him. After all, he had been secretive. He trampled on that idea, and it arose again. He slept very heavily, and woke with a headache. A week elapsed before his agitation entirely disappeared, and hence before he could realise how extreme that agitation had been. He was ashamed of having so madly and wildly abandoned himself to passion. CHAPTER 16. Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 17 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Challenge and Response. Time passed like a ship across a distant horizon which moves, but which does not seem to move. One Monday evening Edwin said that he was going round to Lane End House. He had been saying so for weeks, and hesitating. He thoroughly enjoyed going to Lane End House. There was no reason why he should not go frequently and regularly. And there were several reasons why he should. Yet his visitings were capricious because his nature was irresolute. That night he went, sticking a hat carelessly on his head and his hands deep into his pockets, down the slope of Trafalgar Road in the biting November mist, between the two rows of gas lamps that flickered feebly into the pale gloom, came a long straggling band of men who also, to compensate for the absence of overcoats, stuck hands deep into pockets and strode quickly. With reluctance they divided for the passage of the steam car, and closed growling together again on its rear. The potters were on strike, and a Bursley contingent was returning in embittered silence from a mass meeting at Hanbridge. When the sound of the steam car subsided, as the car dipped over the hill-top on its descent towards Hanbridge, nothing could be heard but the tramp, tramp of the procession on the road. Edwin hurried down the side street, and in a moment rang at the front door of the Orgreaves. He nodded familiarly to the servant who opened, stepped on to the mat, and began contorting his legs in order to wipe the edge of his boot soles. "Quite a stranger, sir," said Martha, bridling, and respectfully aware of her attractiveness for this friend of the house. "Yes," he laughed. "Anybody in?" "Well, sir, I'm afraid Miss Janet and Miss Alicia are out." "And Mr Tom?" "Mr Tom's out, sir. He pretty nearly always is now, sir." The fact was that Tom was engaged to be married, and the servant indicated by a scarcely perceptible motion of the chin that fiancés were, and ever would be, all the same. "And Mr John and Mr James are out too, sir." They also were usually out. They were both assisting their father in business, and sought relief from his gigantic conception of a day's work by evening diversions at Hanbridge. These two former noisy Liberals had joined the Hanbridge Conservative Club because it was a club, and had a billiard table that could only be equalled at the Five Towns Hotel at Knype. "And Mr Orgreave?" "He's working upstairs, sir. Mrs Orgreave's got her asthma, and so he's working upstairs." "Well, tell them I've called." Edwin turned to depart. "I'm sure Mr Orgreave would like to know you're here, sir," said the maid firmly. "If you'll just step into the breakfast room." That maid did as she chose with visitors for whom she had a fancy. TWO. She conducted him to the so called breakfast room, and shut the door on him. It was a small chamber behind the drawing room, and shabbier than the drawing room. In earlier days the children had used it for their lessons and hobbies, and now it was used as a sitting room when mere cosiness was demanded by a decimated family. Edwin stooped down and mended the fire. Then he went to the wall and examined a framed water colour of the old Sytch pottery, which was signed with his initials. He had done it, aided by a photograph, and by Johnnie Orgreave in details of perspective, and by dint of preprandial frequentings of the Sytch, as a gift for Mrs Orgreave. It always seemed to him to be rather good. He then bent to examine bookshelves. Like the hall, the drawing room, and the dining room, this apartment too was plenteously full of everything, and littered over with the apparatus of various personalities. Only from habit did Edwin glance at the books. He knew their backs by heart, and books in quantity no longer intimidated him. Despite his grave defects as a keeper of resolves, despite his paltry trick of picking up a newspaper or periodical and reading it all through, out of sheer vacillation and mental sloth, before starting serious perusals, despite the human disinclination which he had to bracing himself and keeping up the tension in a manner necessary for the reading of long and difficult works, and despite sundry ignominious backslidings into original sluggishness, still he had accomplished certain literary adventures. He could not enjoy Don Juan. Expecting from it a voluptuous and daring grandeur, he had found in it nothing whatever that even roughly fitted into his idea of what poetry was. But he had had a passion for Childe Harold, many stanzas of which thrilled him again and again, bringing back to his mind what Hilda Lessways had said about poetry. And further, he had a passion for Voltaire. In Voltaire also he had been deceived, as in Byron. He had expected something violent, arid, closely argumentative, and he found gaiety, grace, and really the funniest jokes. He could read "Candide" almost without a dictionary, and he had intense pride in doing so, and for some time afterwards "Candide" and "La Princesse de Babylone" and a few similar witty trifles were the greatest stories in the world for him. Only a faint reserve in Tom Orgreave's responsive enthusiasm made him cautiously reflect. He could never be intimate with Tom, because Tom somehow never came out from behind his spectacles, But he had learnt much from him, and in especial a familiarity with the less difficult of Bach's preludes and fugues, which Tom loved to play. Edwin knew not even the notes of music, and he was not sure that Bach gave him pleasure. Bach affected him strangely. He would ask for Bach out of a continually renewed curiosity, so that he could examine once more and yet again the sensations which the music produced, and the habit grew. As regards the fugues, there could be no doubt that, the fugue begun, a desire was thereby set up in him for the resolution of the confusing problem created in the first few bars, and that he waited, with a pleasant and yet a trying anxiety, for the indications of that resolution, and that the final, reassuring and utterly tranquillising chords gave him deep joy. When he innocently said that he was glad when the end came of a fugue, all the Orgreaves laughed heartily, but after laughing Tom said that he knew what Edwin meant, and quite agreed. THREE. It was while he was glancing along the untidy and crowded shelves with sophisticated eye that the door brusquely opened. He looked up, mildly expecting a face familiar, and saw one that startled him, and heard a voice that aroused disconcerting vibrations in himself. It was Hilda Lessways. She had in her hand a copy of the Signal. Over 15 months had gone since their last meeting, but not since he had last thought of her. Her features seemed strange. His memory of them had not been reliable. He had formed an image of her in his mind, and had often looked at it, and he now saw that it did not correspond with the reality. The souvenir of their brief intimacy swept back upon him. Incredible that she should be there, in front of him, and yet there she was. More than once, after reflecting on her, he had laughed, and said lightly to himself, "Well, the chances are I shall never see her again. Funny girl!" But the recollection of her gesture with Mr Shushions prevented him from dismissing her out of his head with quite that lightness. "I'm ordered to tell you that Mr Orgreave will be down in a few minutes," she said. "Hello!" he exclaimed. "I'd no idea you were in Bursley." "Came to day," she replied. "How odd," he thought, "that I should call like this on the very day she comes!" But he pushed away that instinctive thought with the rational thought that such a coincidence could not be regarded in any way significant. They shook hands in the middle of the room, and she pressed his hand while looking downwards with a smile, and his mind was suddenly filled with the idea that during all those months she had been existing somewhere, under the eye of some one, intimate with some one, and constantly conducting herself with a familiar freedom that doubtless she would not use to him. And so she was invested for him with mysteriousness. His interest in her was renewed in a moment, and in a form much more acute than its first form. Moreover, she presented herself to his judgement in a different aspect. He could scarcely comprehend how he had ever deemed her habitual expression to be forbidding. In fact, he could persuade himself now that she was beautiful, and even nobly beautiful. From one extreme he flew to the other. She sat down on an old sofa; he remained standing. And in the midst of a little conversation about Mrs Orgreave's indisposition and the absence of the members of the family (she said she had refused an invitation to go with Janet and Alicia to Hillport), she broke the thread and remarked "You would have known I was coming if you'd been calling here recently." She pushed her feet near the fender and gazed into the fire. "Ah! But you see I haven't been calling recently." She raised her eyes to his. "I suppose you've never thought about me once since I left?" she fired at him. An audacious and discomposing girl! "Oh yes, I have," he said weakly. What could you reply to such speeches? Nevertheless he was flattered. "Really! But you've never inquired about me?" "Yes, I have." "Only once?" "How do you know?" "I asked Janet." "Damn her!" he said to himself, but pleased with her. And aloud, in a tone suddenly firm, "That's nothing to go by." "What isn't?" "The number of times I've inquired." He was blushing. FOUR. In the smallness of the room, sitting as it were at his feet on the sofa, surrounded and encaged by 100 domestic objects and by the glow of the fire and the radiance of the gas, she certainly did seem to Edwin to be an organism exceedingly mysterious. He could follow with his eye every fold of her black dress; he could trace the waving of her hair, and watch the play of light in her eyes. He might have physically hurt her, he might have killed her, she was beneath his hand, and yet she was most bafflingly withdrawn, and the essence of her could not be touched nor got at. Why did she challenge him by her singular attitude? Why was she always saying such queer things to him? No other girl, he thought in the simplicity of his inexperience, would ever talk as she talked. He wanted to test her by being rude to her. "Damn her!" he thought to himself again. "Supposing I took hold of her and kissed her? I wonder what sort of a face she'd pull then!" And a moment ago he had been appraising her as nobly beautiful; a moment ago he had been dwelling on the lovely compassion of her gesture with Mr Shushions. This quality of daring and naughty enterprise had never before shown itself in Edwin, and he was surprised to discover in himself such impulses. But then the girl was so provocative, and somehow the sight of the girl delivered him from an excessive fear of consequences. He said to himself: "I'll do something, or I'll say something, before I leave her to night, just to show her." He screwed up his resolution to the point of registering a private oath that he would indeed do or say something. Without a solemn oath he could not rely upon his valour. He knew that whatever he said or did in the nature of a bold advance would be accomplished clumsily. He knew that it would be unpleasant. He knew that inaction suited much better his instinct for tranquillity. No matter! All that was naught. She had challenged, and he had to respond. Besides, she allured. And after her scene with him in the porch of the new house, had he not the right? A girl who had behaved as she did that night cannot effectively contradict herself. "I was just reading about this strike," she said, rustling the newspaper. "You've soon got into local politics." "Well," she said, "I saw a lot of the men as we were driving from the station. I should think I saw 2000 of them. So of course I was interested. I made Mr Orgreave tell me all about it." "Will they win?" "It depends on the weather," he smiled. She remained silent and grave. "I see," she said, leaning her chin on her hand. At her tone he ceased smiling. She said "I see," and she actually had seen. "You see," he repeated, "if it was June instead of November but then it isn't June. Wages are settled every year in November, so if there is to be a strike it can only begin in November." "But didn't the men ask for the time of year to be changed?" "Yes," he said. "But you don't suppose the masters were going to agree to that, do you?" He sneered masculinely. "Why not?" "Because it gives them such a pull." "What a shame!" Hilda exclaimed passionately. "And what a shame it is that the masters want to make the wages depend on selling prices! Can't they see that selling prices ought to depend on wages?" Edwin said nothing. She had knocked suddenly out of his head all ideas of flirting, and he was trying to reassemble them. "I suppose you're like all the rest?" she questioned gloomily. "How like all the rest?" "Against the men. Mr Orgreave is. And he says your father is very strongly against them." "Look here," said Edwin, with an air of resentment as to which he himself could not have decided whether it was assumed or genuine. "What earthly right have you to suppose that I'm like all the rest?" "I'm very sorry," she surrendered. "I knew all the time you weren't." With her face still bent downwards, she looked up at him, smiling sadly, smiling roguishly. "Father's against them," he proceeded, somewhat deflated. And he thought of all his father's violent invective, and of Maggie's bland acceptance of the assumption that workmen on strike were rascals. How different the excellent simple Maggie from this feverish creature on the sofa! "Father's against them, and most people are, because they broke the last arbitration award. But I'm not my father. If you ask me, I'll tell you what I think. Workmen on strike are always in the right. At bottom, I mean. You've only got to look at them in a crowd together. They don't starve themselves for fun." He was not sure if he was convinced of the truth of these statements, but she drew them out of him by her strange power, and when he had uttered them they appeared fine to him. "What does your father say to that?" "Oh!" said Edwin uneasily. "Him and me, we don't argue about these things." "Why not?" "Well, we don't." "You aren't ashamed of your own opinions, are you?" she demanded, with a hint in her voice that she was ready to be scornful. "You know all the time I'm not." He repeated the phrase of her previous confession with a certain acrimonious emphasis. "Don't you?" he added curtly. She remained silent. "Don't you?" he said more loudly. And as she offered no reply, he went on, marvelling at what was coming out of his mouth. "I'll tell you what I'm ashamed of. I'm ashamed of seeing my father lose his temper." "So you know." She said: "I never met anybody like you before. No, never." At this he really was astounded and most exquisitely flattered. "I might say the same of you," he replied, sticking his chin out. "Oh no!" she said. "I'm nothing." The fact was that he could not foretell their conversation even 10 seconds in advance. It was full of the completely unexpected. He thought to himself: "You never know what a girl like that will say next." But what would he say next? FIve. They were interrupted by Osmond Orgreave with his "Well, Edwin!" jolly, welcoming, and yet slightly quizzical. Edwin could not look him in the face without feeling self-conscious. Nor dared he glance at Hilda to see what her demeanour was like under the good-natured scrutiny of her friend's father. "We thought you'd forgotten us," said Mr Orgreave. "But that's always the way with neighbours." He turned to Hilda. "It's true," he continued, jerking his head at Edwin. "He scarcely ever comes to see us except when you're here." "Steady on!" Edwin murmured. "Steady on, Mr Orgreave." And hastily he asked a question about Mrs Orgreave's asthma, and from that the conversation passed to the doings of the various absent members of the family. "You've been working as usual, I suppose?" said Edwin. "Working!" laughed Mr Orgreave. "I've done what I could, with Hilda there. Instead of going up to Hillport with Janet, she would stop here and chatter about strikes." Hilda smiled at him benevolently, as at one to whom she permitted everything. "Mr Clayhanger agrees with me," she said. "Oh, you needn't tell me!" protested Mr Orgreave. "I could see you were as thick as thieves over it." He looked at Edwin. "Has she told you she wants to go over a printing works?" "No," said Edwin. "But I shall be very pleased to show her over ours any time." She made no observation. "Look here," said Edwin suddenly. "I must be off. I only slipped in for a minute, really." He did not know why he said this, for his greatest wish was to probe more deeply into the tantalising psychology of Hilda Lessways. His tongue, however, had said it, and his tongue reiterated it when Mr Orgreave urged that Janet and Alicia would be back soon, and that food would then be partaken of. He would not stay. Desiring to stay, he would not. He wished to be alone, to think. Clearly Hilda had been talking about him to Mr Orgreave and to Janet. Did she discuss him and his affairs with everybody? Nor would he, in response to Mr Orgreave's suggestion, promise definitely to call again on the next evening. He said he would try. Hilda took leave of him nonchalantly. He departed. And as he made the half circuit of the misty lawn, on his way to the gates, he muttered in his heart, where even he himself could scarcely hear: "I swore I'd do something, and I haven't. Well, of course, when she talked seriously like that, what could I do?" But he was disgusted with himself and ashamed of his namby-pambiness. He strolled thoughtfully up Oak Street and down Trafalgar Road, and when he was near home another wayfarer saw him face right about and go up Trafalgar Road and disappear at the corner of Oak Street. The Orgreave servant was surprised to see him at the front door again when she answered a discreet ring. "I wish you'd tell Miss Lessways I want to speak to her a moment. Will you?" "Miss Lessways?" "Yes." What an adventure! "Certainly, sir. Will you come in?" She shut the door. "Ask her to come here," he said, smiling with deliberate confidential persuasiveness. She nodded with a brighter smile. The servant vanished, and Hilda came. She was as red as fire. He began hurriedly: "When will you come and look over our works? To morrow? I should like you to come." He used a tone that said, "Now don't let's have any nonsense. You know you want to come." She frowned frankly. There they were in the hall like a couple of conspirators, but she was frowning. She would not meet him half way. He wished he had not permitted himself this caprice. What importance had a private oath? He felt ridiculous. "What time?" she demanded, and in an instant transformed his disgust into delight. "Any time." His heart was beating with expectation. "Oh no! You must fix the time." "Well, after tea. Say between 6:30 and 6:45. That do?" She nodded. "Good," he murmured. "That's all, thanks. Good night." He hastened away, with a delicate photograph of the palm of her hand printed in minute sensations on the palm of his. "I did it anyhow," he muttered loudly in his heart. At any rate he was not ashamed. At any rate he was a man. The man's face was burning, and the damp noxious chill of the night only caressed him agreeably. CHAPTER XVIII. Volume Two. Volume Two, Chapter XVIII of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XVIII. Curiosity. He was afraid that, from some obscure motive of propriety or self-protection, she would bring Janet with her, or perhaps Alicia. On the other hand, he was afraid that she would come alone. That she should come alone seemed to him, in spite of his reason, too brazen. Moreover, if she came alone, would he be equal to the situation? Would he be able to carry the thing off in a manner adequate? He lacked confidence. He desired the moment of her arrival, and yet he feared it. His heart and his brain were all confused together in a turmoil of emotion which he could not analyse or define. He was in love. Love had caught him, and had affected his vision so that he no longer saw any phenomenon as it actually was. Neither himself, nor Hilda, nor the circumstances which were uniting them. He could not follow a train of thought. He could not remain of one opinion, nor in one mind. Within himself he was perpetually discussing Hilda and her attitude. She was marvellous, but was she? She admired him, but did she? She had shown cunning, but was it not simplicity? He did not even feel sure whether he liked her. He tried to remember what she looked like, and he positively could not. The one matter on which he could be sure was that his curiosity was hotly engaged. If he had had to state the case in words to another, he would not have gone further than the word `curiosity.' He had no notion that he was in love. He did not know what love was. He had not had sufficient opportunity of learning. Nevertheless, the processes of love were at work within him. Silently and magically, by the force of desire and of pride, the refracting glass was being specially ground which would enable him, which would compel him, to see an ideal Hilda when he gazed at the real Hilda. He would not see the real Hilda any more unless some cataclysm should shatter the glass. And he might be likened to a prisoner on whom the gate of freedom is shut for ever, or to a stricken sufferer of whom it is known that he can never rise again and go forth into the fields. He was as somebody to whom the irrevocable had happened. And he knew it not. None knew, none guessed. All day he went his ways, striving to conceal the whirring preoccupation of his curiosity, a curiosity which he thought showed a fine masculine dash, and succeeded fairly well. The excellent simple Maggie alone remarked in secret that he was slightly nervous and unnatural. But even she, with all her excellent simplicity, did not divine his victimhood. At 6 o'clock he was back at the shop from his tea. It was a wet, chill night. On the previous evening he had caught cold, and he was beginning to sneeze. He said to himself that Hilda could not be expected to come on such a night. But he expected her. When the shop clock showed 6:30, he glanced at his watch, which also showed 6:30. Now at any instant she might arrive. The shop door opened, and simultaneously his heart ceased to beat. But the person who came in, puffing and snorting, was his father, who stood within the shop while shaking his soaked umbrella over the exterior porch. The draught from the shiny dark street and square struck cold, and Edwin responsively sneezed. And Darius Clayhanger upbraided him for not having worn his overcoat, and he replied with foolish unconvincingness that he had got a cold, that it was nothing. Darius grunted his way into the cubicle. Edwin remained in busy idleness at the right-hand counter. Stifford was tidying the contents of drawers behind the fancy counter, and the fizzing gas burners, inevitable accompaniment of night at the period, kept watch above. Under the heat of the stove the damp marks of Darius Clayhanger's entrance disappeared more quickly than the minutes ran. It grew almost impossible for Edwin to pass the time. At moments when his father was not stirring in the cubicle, and Stifford happened to be in repose, he could hear the ticking of the clock, which he could not remember ever having heard before, except when he mounted the steps to wind it. At 7:15 he said to himself that he gave up hope, while pretending that he never had hoped, and that Hilda's presence was indifferent to him. If she came not that day, she would probably come some other day. What could it matter? He was very unhappy. He said to himself that he should have a long night's reading, but the prospect of reading had no savour. He said: "No, I shan't go in to see them to night. I shall stay in and nurse my cold and read." This was mere futile bravado, for the impartial spectator in him, though far less clear-sighted and judicial now than formerly, foresaw with certainty that if Hilda did not come he would call at the Orgreaves'. At 7:05 he was miserable. He had decided to hope until 7:05. He made it 7 in despair. Then there were signs of a figure behind the misty glass of the door. The door opened. It could not be she. Impossible that it should be she, but it was she. She had the air of being a miracle. TWO. His feelings were complex and contradictory, flitting about and crossing each other in his mind with astounding rapidity. He wished she had not come, because his father was there, and the thought of his father would intensify his self-consciousness. He wondered why he should care whether she came or not. After all, she was only a young woman who wanted to see a printing works. At best she was not so agreeable as Janet; at worst she was appalling. And moreover, he knew nothing about her. He had a glimpse of her face as, with a little tightening of the lips, she shut her umbrella. What was there in that face, judged impartially? Why should he be to so absurd a degree curious about her? He thought how exquisitely delicious it would be to be walking with her by the shore of a lovely lake on a summer evening, pale hills in the distance. He had this momentary vision by reason of a coloured print of the silver strand of a Scottish lock which was leaning in a gilt frame against the artist's materials cabinet, and was marked 12 and 6. During the day he had imagined himself with her in all kinds of beautiful spots and situations. But the chief of his sensation was one of exquisite relief. She had come. He could wreak his hungry curiosity upon her. Yes, she was alone. No Janet, no Alicia. How had she managed it? What had she said to the Orgreaves? That she should have come alone, and through the November rain, in the night, affected him deeply. It gave her the quality of a heroine of high adventure. It was as though she had set sail unaided in a frail skiff on a formidable ocean, to meet him. It was inexpressibly romantic and touching. She came towards him, her face sedately composed. She wore a small hat, a veil, and a mackintosh, and black gloves that were splashed with wet. Certainly she was a practical woman. She had said she would come, and she had come, sensibly, but how charmingly, protected against the shocking conditions of the journey. There is naught charming in a mackintosh, and yet there was, in this mackintosh, something in the contrast between its harshness and her fragility. The veil was supremely charming. She had half lifted it, exposing her mouth. The upper part of her flushed face was caged behind the bars of the veil. Behind those bars her eyes mysteriously gleamed. Spanish! No exaggeration in all this. He felt every bit of it honestly, as he stood at the counter in thrilled expectancy. By virtue of his impassioned curiosity, the terraces of Granada and the mantillas of senoritas were not more romantic than he had made his father's shop and her dripping mackintosh. He tried to see her afresh. He tried to see her as though he had never seen her before. He tried desperately once again to comprehend what it was in her that piqued him. And he could not. He fell back from the attempt. Was she the most wondrous, or was she commonplace? Was she deceiving him, or did he alone possess the true insight? Useless. He was baffled. Far from piercing her soul, he could scarcely even see her at all. That is, with intelligence. And it was always so when he was with her. He was in a dream, a vapour. He had no helm. His faculties were not under control. She robbed him of judgement. And then the clear tones of her voice fell on the listening shop. "Good evening, Mr Clayhanger. What a night, isn't it? I hope I'm not too late." Firm, businesslike syllables, and she straightened her shoulders. He suffered. He was not happy. Whatever his feelings, he was not happy in that instant. He was not happy because he was wrung between hope and fear, alike divine. But he would not have exchanged his sensations for the extremest felicity of any other person. They shook hands. He suggested that she should remove her mackintosh. She consented. He had no idea that the effect of the removal of the mackintosh would be so startling as it was. She stood intimately revealed in her frock. The mackintosh was formal and defensive. The frock was intimate and acquiescent. Darius blundered out of the cubicle, and Edwin had a dreadful moment introducing her to Darius and explaining their purpose. Why had he not prepared the ground in advance? His pusillanimous cowardice again! However, the directing finger of God sent a customer into the shop, and Edwin escaped with his Hilda through the aperture in the counter. THREE. The rickety building at the back of the premises, which was still the main theatre of printing activities, was empty save for Big James, the hour of 7 being past. Big James was just beginning to roll his apron round his waist in preparation for departure. This happened to be one of the habits of his advancing age. Up till a year or two previously he would have taken off his apron and left it in the workshop. But now he could not confide it to the workshop. He must carry it about him until he reached home and a place of safety for it. When he saw Edwin and a young lady appear in the doorway, he let the apron fall over his knees again. As the day was only the second of the industrial week, the apron was almost clean, and even the office towel, which hung on a roller somewhat conspicuously near the door, was not offensive. A single gas jet burned. The workshop was in the languor of repose after toil, which had officially commenced at 8 a.m. The perfection of Big James's attitude, an attitude symbolised by the letting down of his apron, helped to put Edwin at ease in the original and difficult circumstances. "Good evening, Mr Edwin." "Good evening, miss." was all that the man actually said with his tongue, but the formality of his majestic gestures indicated in the most dignified way his recognition of a sharp difference of class and his exact comprehension of his own role in the affair. He stood waiting. He had been about to depart, but he was entirely at the disposal of the company. "This is Mr Yarlett, our foreman," said Edwin. And to Big James, "Miss Lessways has just come to look round." Hilda smiled. Big James suavely nodded his head. "Here are some of the types," said Edwin, because a big case was the object nearest him, and he glanced at Big James. In a moment the foreman was explaining to Hilda in his superb voice the use of the composing stick, and he accompanied the theory by a beautiful exposition of the practice. Edwin could stand aside and watch. Hilda listened and looked with an extraordinary air of sympathetic interest. And she was so serious, so adult. But it was the quality of sympathy, he thought, that was her finest, her most attractive. It was either that or her proud independence, as of a person not accustomed to bend to the will of others, or to go to others for advice. He could not be sure. No, her finest quality was her mystery. Even now, as he gazed at her comfortably, she baffled him. All her exquisite little movements and intonations baffled him. Of one thing, however, he was convinced, that she was fundamentally different from other women. There was she, and there was the rest of the sex. For appearance's sake he threw in short phrases now and then, to which Big James, by his mere deportment, gave the importance of the words of a master. "I suppose you printers did something special among yourselves to celebrate the 400th anniversary of the invention of printing?" said Hilda suddenly, glancing from Edwin to Big James. And Big James and Edwin glanced at one another. Neither had ever heard of the 400th anniversary of the invention of printing. In a couple of seconds Big James's downcast eye had made it clear that he regarded this portion of the episode as master's business. "When was that? Let me see," Edwin foolishly blurted out. "Oh, some years ago. 2 or 3, perhaps 4." "I'm afraid we didn't," said Edwin, smiling. "Oh!" said Hilda slowly. "I think they made a great fuss of it in London." She relented somewhat. "I don't really know much about it. But the other day I happened to be reading the New History of Printing. You know Cranswick's, isn't it?" "Oh yes!" Edwin concurred, though he had never heard of Cranswick's New History of Printing either. He knew that he was not emerging creditably from this portion of the episode, but he did not care. The whole of his body went hot and then cold as his mind presented the simple question: why had she been reading the history of printing? Could the reason be any other than her interest in himself? Or was she a prodigy among young women who read histories of everything in addition to being passionate about verse? He said that it was ridiculous to suppose that she would read a history of printing solely from interest in himself. Nevertheless, he was madly happy for a few moments, and, as it were, staggered with joy. He decided to read a history of printing at once. Big James came to the end of his expositions of the craft. The stove was dying out, and the steam boiler cold. Big James regretted that the larger machines could not be seen in action, and that the place was getting chilly. Edwin began to name various objects that were lying about with their functions, but it was evident that the interest of the workshop was now nearly exhausted. Big James suggested that if Miss could make it convenient to call, say on the next afternoon, she could see the large new Columbia in motion. Edwin seized the idea and beautified it. And on this he wavered towards the door. And she followed. And Big James, in dignity, bowed them forth to the elevated porch, and began to rewind his flowing apron once more. They pattered down the dark steps, now protected with felt roofing, and ran across 6 feet of exposed yard into what had once been Mrs Nixon's holy kitchen. FOUR. After glancing at sundry minor workshops in delicious propinquity and solitude, they mounted to the first floor, where there was an account book ruling and binding shop, the site of the old sitting room and the girls' bedroom. In each chamber Edwin had to light a gas, and the corridors and stairways were traversed by the ray of matches. It was excitingly intricate. Then they went to the attics, because Edwin was determined that she should see all. There he found the forgotten candle. "I used to work here," he said, holding high the candle. "There was no other place for me to work in." They were in his old work attic, now piled with stocks of paper wrapped up in posters. "Work? What sort of work?" "Well, reading, drawing, you know. At that very table." To be sure, there the very table was, thick with dust. It had been too rickety to deserve removal to the heights of Bleakridge. He was touched by the sight of the table now, though he saw it at least once every week. His existence at the corner of Duck Square seemed now to have been beautiful and sad, seemed to be far off and historic, and the attic seemed unhappy in its present humiliation. "But there's no fireplace," murmured Hilda. "I know," said Edwin. "But how did you do in winter?" "I did without." He had in fact been less of a martyr than those three telling words would indicate. Nevertheless it appeared to him that he really had been a martyr, and he was glad. He could feel her sympathy and her quiet admiration vibrating through the air towards him. Had she not said that she had never met anybody like him? He turned and looked at her. Her eyes glittered in the candle light with tears too proud to fall. Solemn and exquisite bliss! Profound anxiety and apprehension! He was an arena where all the sensations of which a human being is capable struggled in blind confusion. Afterwards he could recall her visit only in fragments. The next fragment that he recollected was the last. She stood outside the door, in her mackintosh. The rain had ceased. She was going. Behind them he could feel his father in the cubicle, and Stifford arranging the toilette of the shop for the night. "Please don't come out here," she enjoined, half in entreaty, half in command. Her solicitude thrilled him. He was on the step, she was on the pavement, so that he looked down at her, with the sodden, light reflecting slope of Duck Square for a background to her. "Oh, I'm all right." "Well, you'll come to morrow afternoon?" "No, you aren't all right. You've got a cold, and you'll make it worse. And this isn't the end of winter. It's the beginning. I think you're very liable to colds." "No," he said, enchanted, beside himself in an ecstasy of pleasure. "I shall expect you to morrow about 3." "Thank you," she said simply. "I'll come." They shook hands. "Now do go in." She vanished round the corner. All evening he neither read nor spoke. CHAPTER XIX. Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 19 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 19. A catastrophe. At 2:30 on the following afternoon he was waiting for the future in order to recommence living. During this period, to a greater extent even than the average individual, in average circumstances, he was incapable of living in the present. Continually he looked either forward or back. All that he had achieved, or that had been achieved for him, the new house with its brightness and its apparatus of luxury, his books, his learning, his friends, his experience, not long since regarded by him as the precious materials of happiness, all had become negligible trifles, nothings, devoid of import. The sole condition precedent to a tolerable existence was now to have sight and speech of Hilda Lessways. He was intensely unhappy in the long stretches of time which separated one contact with her from the next, and in the brief moments of their companionship he was far too distraught, too apprehensive, too desirous, too puzzled, to be able to call himself happy. Seeing her apparently did naught to assuage the pain of his curiosity about her. Not his curiosity concerning the details of her life or of her person, for these scarcely interested him, but his curiosity concerning the very essence of her being. At 7 o'clock on the previous day he had esteemed her visit as possessing a decisive importance which covered the whole field of his wishes. The visit had occurred, and he was not a whit advanced. Indeed, he had retrograded, for he was less content and more confused and more preoccupied. The medicine had aggravated the disease. Nevertheless, he awaited a second dose of it, in the undestroyed illusion of its curative property. In the interval he had behaved like a very sensible man. Without appetite, he had still forced himself to eat, lest his relatives should suspect. Short of sleep, he had been careful to avoid yawning at breakfast, and had spoken in a casual tone of Hilda's visit. He had even said to his father, "I suppose the big Columbia will be running off those overseer notices this afternoon?" And on the old man asking why he was thus interested, he had answered, "Because that girl, Miss Lessways, thought of coming down to see it. For some reason or other she's very keen on printing, and as she's such a friend of the Orgreaves." Nobody, he considered, could have done that better than he had done it. And now that girl, Miss Lessways, was nearly due. He stood behind the counter again, waiting, waiting. He could not apply himself to anything. He could scarcely wait. He was in a state that approached fever, if not agony. To exist from 2:30 to 3 o'clock equalled in anguish the dreadful inquietude that comes before a surgical operation. He said to himself, "If I keep on like this I shall be in love with her one of these days." He would not and could not believe that he already was in love with her, though the possibility presented itself to him. "No," he said, "you don't fall in love in a couple of days. You mustn't tell me," in a wise, superior, slightly scornful manner. "I dare say there's nothing in it at all," he said uncertainly, after having strongly denied throughout that there was anything in it. The recollection of his original antipathy to Hilda troubled him. She was the same girl. She was the same girl who had followed him at night into his father's garden and merited his disdain. She was the same girl who had been so unpleasant, so sharp, so rudely disconcerting in her behaviour, and he dared not say that she had altered. And yet now he could not get her out of his head. And although he would not admit that he constantly admired her, he did admit that there were moments when he admired her passionately, and deemed her unique and above all women. Whence the change in himself? How to justify it? The problem was insoluble, for he was intellectually too honest to say lightly that originally he had been mistaken. He did not pretend to solve the problem. He looked at it with perturbation, and left it. The consoling thing was that the Orgreaves had always expressed high esteem for Hilda. He leaned on the Orgreaves. He wondered how the affair would end. It could not indefinitely continue on its present footing. How indeed would it end? Marriage? He apologised to himself for the thought. But just for the sake of argument, supposing the affair went so far that one day he told her... Men did such things. Young men. No. Besides, she wouldn't. It was absurd. No such idea, really. And then the frightful worry there would be with his father about money, and so on. And the telling of Clara and of everybody. No, he simply could not imagine himself married, or about to be married. Marriage might happen to other young men, but not to him. His case was special, somehow. He shrank from such formidable enterprises. The mere notion of them made him tremble. TWO. He brushed all that away impatiently, pettishly. The intense and terrible longing for her arrival persisted. It was now 25 to 3. His father would be down soon from his after dinner nap. Suddenly the door opened, and he saw the Orgreaves' servant, with a cloak over her white apron and hands red with cold, And also he saw disaster, like a ghostly figure following her. His heart sickeningly sank. Martha smiled and gave him a note, which he smilingly accepted. "Miss Lessways asked me to come down with this," she said confidentially. She was a little breathless, and she had absolutely the manner of a singing chambermaid in light opera. He opened the note, which said: "Dear Mr Clayhanger, so sorry I can't come to day. Yours, H.L." Nothing else. It was scrawled. "It's all right, thanks," he said, with an even brighter smile to the messenger, who nodded and departed. It all occurred in an instant. THREE. A catastrophe. He suffered then as he had never suffered. His was no state approaching agony. It was agony itself, black and awful. She was not coming. She had not troubled herself to give a reason, nor to offer an excuse. She merely was not coming. She had showed no consideration for his feelings. It had not happened to her to reflect that she would be causing him disappointment. Disappointment was too mild a word. He had been building a marvellously beautiful castle, and with a thoughtless, careless stroke of the pen she had annihilated all his labour. She had almost annihilated him. Surely she owed him some reason, some explanation. Had she the right to play fast and loose with him like that? "What a shame!" he sobbed violently in his heart, with an excessive and righteous resentment. He was innocent, he was blameless, and she tortured him thus. He supposed that all women were like her. What a shame! He pitied himself for a victim. And there was no glint of hope anywhere. In half an hour he would have been near her, with her, guiding her to the workshop, discussing the machine with her, and savouring her uniqueness, feasting on her delicious and adorable personality. "So sorry I can't come to day. She doesn't understand. She can't understand," he said to himself. "No woman, however cruel, would ever knowingly be so cruel as she has been. It isn't possible." Then he sought excuse for her, and then he cast the excuse away angrily. She was not coming. There was no ground beneath his feet. He was so exquisitely miserable that he could not face a future of even 10 hours ahead. He could not look at what his existence would be till bedtime. The blow had deprived him of all force, all courage. It was a wanton blow. He wished savagely that he had never seen her. No! No! He could not call on the Orgreaves that night. He could not do it. She might be out, and then... His father entered and began to grumble. Both Edwin and Maggie had known since the beginning of dinner that Darius was quaking on the precipice of a bad bilious attack. Edwin listened to the rising storm of words. He had to resume the thread of his daily life. He knew what affliction was. CHAPTER 19, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 20 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 20. The Man. But he was young. Indeed, to men of 50, men just twice his age, he seemed a mere boy, and incapable of grief. He was so slim, and his limbs were so loose, and his hair so fair, and his gestures often so naive, that few of the mature people who saw him daily striding up and down Trafalgar Road could have believed him to be acquainted with sorrow like their sorrows. The next morning, as it were in justification of these maturer people, his youth arose and fought with the malady in him, and if it did not conquer, it was not defeated. On the previous night, after hours of hesitation, he had suddenly walked forth and gone down Oak Street and pushed open the garden gates of the Orgreaves and gazed at the facade of the house, not at her window, because that was at the side, and it was all dark. The Orgreaves had gone to bed. He had expected it. Even this perfectly futile reconnaissance had calmed him. While dressing in the bleak sunrise he had looked at the oval lawn of the Orgreaves' garden, and had seen Johnnie idly kicking a football on it. Johnnie had probably spent the evening with her, and it was nothing to Johnnie. She was there, somewhere between him and Johnnie, within 50 yards of both of them, mysterious and withdrawn as ever, busy at something or other. And it was naught to Johnnie. By the thought of all this the woe in him was strengthened and embittered. Nevertheless his youth, aided by the astringent quality of the clear dawn, still struggled sturdily against it, and he ate 6 times more breakfast than his suffering and insupportable father. At 1:30 (it was Thursday, and the shop closed at 2:00) he had put on courage like a garment, and decided that he would see her that afternoon or night, or perish in the attempt. And as the remembered phrase of the Sunday passed through his mind, he inwardly smiled and thought of school, and felt old and sure. TWO. At 2 minutes to 2, as he stood behind the eternal counter in his eternal dream, he had the inexpressible and delectable shock of seeing her. He was shot by the vision of her as by a bullet. She came in, hurried and preoccupied, apparently full of purpose. "Have you got a Bradshaw?" she inquired, after the briefest greeting, gazing at him across the counter through her veil, as though imploring him for Bradshaw. "I'm afraid we haven't one left," he said. "You see, it's getting on for the end of the month. I could No, I suppose you want it at once." "I want it now," she replied. "I'm going to London by the 6 express, and what I want to know is whether I can get on to Brighton to night. They actually haven't a Bradshaw up there," half in scorn, half in levity. "And they said you'd probably have one here. So I ran down." "They'd be certain to have one at the Tiger," he murmured, reflecting. The Tiger! Evidently she did not care for the idea of the Tiger. "What about the railway station?" "Yes, or the railway station. I'll go up there with you now, if you like, and find out for you. I know the head porter. We're just closing. Father's at home. He's not very well." She thanked him, relief in her voice. In a minute he had put his hat and coat on, and given instructions to Stifford, and he was climbing Duck Bank with Hilda at his side. He had forgiven her. Nay, he had forgotten her crime. The disaster, with all its despair, was sponged clean from his mind like writing off a slate, and as rapidly. It was effaced. He tried to collect his faculties and savour the new sensations. But he could not. Within him all was incoherent, wild, and distracting. 5 minutes earlier, and he could not have conceived the bliss of walking with her to the station. Now he was walking with her to the station, and assuredly it was bliss. And yet he did not fully taste it. Though he would not have loosed her for £1,000,000, her presence gave an even crueller edge to his anxiety and apprehension. London! Brighton! Would she be that night in Brighton? He felt helpless and desperate. And beneath all this was the throbbing of a strange bitter joy. She asked about his cold, and about his father's indisposition. She said nothing of her failure to appear on the previous day, and he knew not how to introduce it neatly. He was not in control of his intelligence. They passed Snaggs' Theatre, and from its green wooden walls came the obscure sound of humanity in emotion. Before the mean and shabby portals stood a small crowd of ragged urchins. Posters printed by Darius Clayhanger made white squares on the front. "It's a meeting of the men," said Edwin. "They're losing, aren't they?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I expect they are." She asked what the building was, and he explained. "They used to call it the Blood Tub," he said. She shivered. "The Blood Tub?" "Yes. Melodrama and murder and gore, you know." "How horrible!" she exclaimed. "Why are people like that in the Five Towns?" "It's our form of poetry, I suppose," he muttered. smiling at the pavement, which was surprisingly dry and clean in the feeble sunshine. "I suppose it is," she agreed heartily, after a pause. "But you belong to the Five Towns, don't you?" he asked. "Oh yes, I used to." At the station the name of Bradshaw appeared to be quite unknown. But Hilda's urgency impelled them upwards from the head porter to the ticket clerk, and from the ticket clerk to the station master, and at length they discovered, in a stuffy stove heated room, with a fine view of a shored ruck and a pit head, that on Thursday evenings there was a train from Victoria to Brighton at 11:30. Hilda seemed to sigh relief, and her demeanour changed. But Edwin's uneasiness was only intensified. Brighton, which he had never seen, was in another hemisphere for him. It was mysterious, like her. It was part of her mystery. What could he do? His curse was that he had no initiative. Without her relentless force he would never have penetrated even as far as the stuffy room where the unique Bradshaw lay. It was she who had taken him to the station, not he her. How could he hold her back from Brighton? THREE. When they came again to the Blood Tub, she said: "Couldn't we just go and look? I've got plenty of time, now I know exactly how I stand." She halted and glanced across the road. He could only agree to the proposition. For himself, a peculiar sense of delicacy would have made it impossible for him to intrude his prosperity upon the deliberations of starving artisans on strike and stricken, and he wondered what the Potters might think or say about the invasion by a woman. But he had to traverse the street with her and enter with an air of masculine protectiveness. The urchins stood apart to let them in. Snaggs', dimly lit by a few glazed apertures in the roof, was nearly crammed by men who sat on the low benches and leaned standing against the side walls. In the small and tawdry proscenium, behind a worn picture of the Bay of Naples, were silhouetted the figures of the men's leader and of several other officials. The leader was speaking in a quiet, mild voice. The other officials were seated on Windsor chairs. The smell of the place was nauseating, and yet the atmosphere was bitingly cold. The warm wrapped visitors could see rows and rows of discoloured backs and elbows and caps and stringy kerchiefs. They could almost feel the contraction of thousands of muscles in an involuntary effort to squeeze out the chill from all these bodies. Not a score of overcoats could be discerned in the whole theatre, and many of the jackets were thin and ragged. But the officials had overcoats. And the visitors could almost see, as it were in rays, the intense fixed glances darting from every part of the interior and piercing the upright figure in the centre of the stage. "Some method of compromise," the leader was saying in his persuasive tones. A young man sprang up furiously from the middle benches. "To hell with compromise!" he shouted in a tigerish passion. "Haven't us had £40 from Ameriky?" "Order! Order!" some protested fiercely. But one voice cried, "Pitch the bastard out, neck and crop!" Hands clawed at the interrupter and dragged him with extreme violence to the level of the bench, where he muttered like a dying volcano. Angry growls shot up here and there, snappish, menacing, and bestial. "It is quite true," said the leader soothingly, "that our comrades at Trenton have collected £40 for us. But £40 would scarcely pay for a loaf of bread for one man in every 10 on strike." There was more interruption. The dangerous growls continued in running explosions along the benches. The leader, ignoring them, turned to consult with his neighbour, and then faced his audience and called out more loudly: "The business of the meeting is at an end." The entire multitude jumped up, and there was stretching of arms and stamping of feet. The men nearest to the door now perceived Edwin and Hilda, who moved backwards as before a flood. Edwin seized Hilda's arm to hasten her. "Lads," bawled an old man's voice from near the stage, "let's sing `Rock of Ages.'" A frowning and hirsute fellow near the door, with the veins prominent on his red forehead, shouted hoarsely, "Rock of Ages be buggered! and shifting his hands into his pockets he plunged for the street, head foremost and chin sticking out murderously. Edwin and Hilda escaped at speed and recrossed the road. The crowd came surging out of the narrow neck of the building and spread over the pavements like a sinister liquid. But from within the building came the lusty song of Rock of Ages. "It's terrible," Hilda murmured after a silence. "Just to see them is enough. I shall never forget what you said." "What was that?" he inquired. He knew what it was, but he wished to prolong the taste of her appreciation. "That you've only got to see the poor things to know they're in the right. Oh! I've lost my handkerchief, unless I've left it in your shop. It must have dropped out of my muff." FOUR. The shop was closed. As with his latchkey he opened the private door, and then stood on one side for her to precede him into the corridor that led to the back of the shop, he watched the stream of operatives scattering across Duck Bank and descending towards the Square. It was as if he and Hilda, being pursued, were escaping. And as Hilda, stopping an instant on the steps, saw what he saw, her face took a troubled expression. They both went in, and he shut the door. "Turn to the left," he said, wondering whether the big Columbia machine would be running, for her to see if she chose. "Oh! This takes you to the shop, does it? How funny to be behind the counter!" He thought she spoke self-consciously, in the way of small talk which was contrary to her habit. "Here's my handkerchief!" she cried, with pleasure. It was on the counter, a little white wisp in the grey sheeted gloom. Stifford must have found it on the floor and picked it up. The idea flashed through Edwin's head: did she leave her handkerchief on purpose, so that we should have to come back here? The only illumination of the shop was from the 3 or 4 diamond-shaped holes in the upper part of as many shutters. No object was at first quite distinct. The corners were very dark. All merchandise not in drawers or on shelves was hidden in pale dust cloths. A chair, wrong side up, was on the fancy counter, its back hanging over the front of the counter. Hilda had wandered behind the other counter, and Edwin was in the middle of the shop. Her face in the twilight had become more mysterious than ever. He was in a state of emotion, but he did not know to what category the emotion belonged. They were alone. Stifford had gone for the half holiday. Darius, sickly, would certainly not come near. The printers were working as usual in their place, and the clanking whir of a treadle machine overhead agitated the ceiling. But nobody would enter the shop. His excitement increased, but did not define itself. There was a sudden roar in Duck Square, and then cries. "What can that be?" Hilda asked low. "Some of the strikers," he answered, and went through the doors to the letter hole in the central shutter, lifted the flap, and looked through. A struggle was in progress at the entrance to the Duck Inn. One man was apparently drunk, others were jeering on the skirts of the lean crowd. "It's some sort of fight among them," said Edwin loudly, so that she could hear in the shop. But at the same instant he felt the wind of the door swinging behind him, and Hilda was silently at his elbow. "Let me look." Assuredly her voice was trembling. He moved as little as possible, and held the flap up for her. She bent and gazed. He could hear various noises in the Square, but she described nothing to him. After a long while she withdrew from the hole. "A lot of them have gone into the public house," she said. "The others seem to be moving away. There's a policeman. What a shame," she burst out passionately, "that they have to drink to forget their trouble!" She made no remark upon the strangeness of starving workmen being able to pay for beer sufficient to intoxicate themselves. Nor did she comment, as a woman, on the misery of the wives and children at home in the slums and the cheap cottage rows. She merely compassionated the men in that they were driven to brutishness. Her features showed painful pity masking disgust. She stepped back into the shop. "Do you know," she began, in a new tone, "you've quite altered my notion of poetry. What you said as we were going up to the station." "Really?" He smiled nervously. He was very pleased. He would have been astounded by this speech from her, a professed devotee of poetry, if in those instants the capacity for astonishment had remained to him. "Yes," she said, and continued, frowning and picking at her muff. "But you do alter my notions. I don't know how it is." "So this is your little office?" The door of the cubicle was open. "Yes, go in and have a look at it." "Shall I?" She went in. He followed her. And no sooner was she in than she muttered, "I must hurry off now." Yet a moment before she seemed to have infinite leisure. "Shall you be at Brighton long?" he demanded, and scarcely recognised his own accents. "Oh, I can't tell. I've no idea. It depends." "How soon shall you be down our way again?" She only shook her head. "I say, he protested. "Good bye," she said, quavering. "Thanks very much." She held out her hand. "But " He took her hand. His suffering was intolerable. It was torture of the most exquisite kind. Her hand pressed his. Something snapped in him. His left hand hovered shaking over her shoulder, and then touched her shoulder, and he could feel her left hand on his arm. The embrace was clumsy in its instinctive and unskilled violence, but its clumsiness was redeemed by all his sincerity and all hers. His eyes were within 6 inches of her eyes, full of delicious shame, anxiety, and surrender. They kissed. He had amorously kissed a woman. All his past life sank away, and he began a new life on the impetus of that supreme and final emotion. It was an emotion that in its freshness, agitating and divine, could never be renewed. He had felt the virgin answer of her lips on his. She had told him everything. She had yielded up her mystery in a second of time. Her courage in responding to his caress ravished and amazed him. She was so unaffected, so simple, so heroic. And the cool, delicate purity of those lips, and the faint feminine odour of her flesh and even of her stuffs! Dreams and visions were surpassed. He said to himself in the flood tide of masculinity, "My God, she's mine!" And it seemed incredible. FIVE. She was sitting in the office chair, he on the desk. She said in a trembling voice, "I should never have come to the Five Towns again if you hadn't." "Why not?" "I couldn't have stood it. I couldn't." She spoke almost bitterly, with a peculiar smile on her twitching lips. To him it seemed that she had resumed her mystery, that he had only really known her for one instant, that he was bound to a woman entrancing, noble, but impenetrable. And this in spite of the fact that he was close to her, touching her, tingling to her in the confined crepuscular intimacy of the cubicle. He could trace every movement of her breast as she breathed, and yet she escaped the inward searching of his gaze. But he was happy. He was happy enough to repel all anxieties and inquietudes about the future. He was steeped in the bliss of the miracle. This was but the 4th day, and they were vowed. "It was only Monday," he began. "Monday!" she exclaimed. "I have thought of you for over a year." She leaned towards him. "Didn't you know? Of course you did. You couldn't bear me at first." He denied this, blushing, but she insisted. "You don't know how awful it was for me yesterday when you didn't come," he murmured. "Was it?" she said under her breath. "I had some very important letters to write." She clasped his hand. There it was again! She spoke just like a man of business, immersed in secret schemes. "It's awfully funny," he said. "I scarcely know anything about you, and yet " "I'm Janet's friend," she answered. Perhaps it was the delicatest reproof of imagined distrust. "And I don't want to," he went on. "How old are you?" 24, she answered sweetly, acknowledging his right to put such questions. "I thought you were." "I suppose you know I've got no relatives," she said, as if relenting from her attitude of reproof. "Fortunately father left just enough money for me to live on." "Must you go to Brighton?" She nodded. "Where can I write to?" "It will depend," she said. "But I shall send you the address to morrow. I shall write you before I go to bed whether it's to night or to morrow morning." "I wonder what people will say." "Please tell no one yet," she pleaded. "Really, I should prefer not. Later on it won't seem so sudden. People are so silly." "But shan't you tell Janet?" She hesitated. "No. Let's keep it to ourselves till I come back." "When shall you come back?" "Oh, very soon. I hope in a few days now. But I must go to this friend at Brighton. She's relying on me." It was enough for him, and indeed he liked the idea of a secret. "Yes, yes," he agreed eagerly. There was the sound of another uproar in Duck Square. It appeared to roll to and fro thunderously. She shivered. The fire was dead out in the stove, and the chill of night crept in from the street. "It's nearly dark," she said. "I must go. I have to pack. Oh dear, dear, those poor men! Somebody will be hurt." "I'll walk up with you," he whispered, holding her in ownership. "No, it will be better not. Let me out." "Really?" "Really." "But who'll take you to Knype Station?" "Janet will go with me." She rose reluctantly. In the darkness they were now only dim forms to each other. He struck a match that blinded them, and expired as they reached the passage. When she had gone, he stood hatless at the open side door. Right at the top of Duck Bank he could discern, under the big lamp there, a knot of gesticulating and shouting strikers, menacing two policemen. And farther off, in the direction of Moorthorne Road, other strikers were running. The yellow lit blinds of the Duck Inn across the Square seemed to screen a house of impenetrable conspiracies and debaucheries. And all that grim, perilous background only gave to his emotions a further intensity, troubling them to still stranger ecstasy. He thought: "It has happened to me too now, this thing that is at the bottom of everyone's mind. I've kissed her. I've got her. She's marvellous, marvellous. I couldn't have believed it. But is it true? Has it happened?" It passed his credence. "By Jove! I absolutely forgot about the ring. That's a nice how d'ye do." He saw himself married. He thought of Clara's grotesque antics with her tedious babe. And he thought of his father, and of vexations. But that night he was a man. She, Hilda, with her independence and her mystery, had inspired him with a full pride of manhood, and he discovered that one of the chief attributes of a man is an immense tenderness. VOLUME 2, CHAPTER 20. The Man. VOLUME 2, CHAPTER 21. Of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 21. The Marriage. He was more proud and agitated than happy. The romance of the affair and its secrecy made him proud. The splendid qualities of Hilda made him proud. It was her mysteriousness that agitated him, and her absence rendered him unhappy in his triumph. During the whole of Friday he was thinking: "To morrow is Saturday, and I shall have her address and a letter from her." He decided that there was no hope of a letter by the late post on Friday, but as the hour of the last post drew nigh he grew excited, and was quite appreciably disappointed when it brought nothing. The fear, which had always existed in little, then waxed into enormous dread, that Saturday's post also would bring nothing. His manoeuvres in the early twilight of Saturday morning were complicated by the fact that it had not been arranged whether she should write to the shop or to the house. However, he prepared for either event by having his breakfast at 7:00, on the plea of special work in the shop. He had finished it at 7:30, and was waiting for the postman, whose route he commanded from the dining room window. The postman arrived. Edwin, with false calm, walked into the hall, saying to himself that if the letter was not in the box it would be at the shop. But the letter was in the box. He recognised her sprawling hand on the envelope through the wirework. He snatched the letter and slipped upstairs with it like a fox with a chicken. It had come, then! The letter safely in his hands, he admitted more frankly that he had been very doubtful of its promptitude. 59 Preston Street, Brighton, 1 a.m. Dearest, this is my address. I love you. Every bit of me is absolutely yours. Write me. H.L. That was all. It was enough. Its tone enchanted him. Also it startled him. But it reminded him of her lips. He had begun a letter to her. He saw now that what he had written was too cold in the expression of his feelings. Hilda's note suddenly and completely altered his views upon the composition of love letters. Every bit of me is absolutely yours. How fine! How untrammelled! How like Hilda! What other girl could or would have written such a phrase? More than ever was he convinced that she was unique. The thrill divine quickened in him again, and he rose eagerly to her level of passion. The romance, the secrecy, the mystery, the fever! He walked down Trafalgar Road with the letter in his pocket, and once he pulled it out to read it in the street. His discretion objected to this act. But Edwin was not his own master. Stifford, hurrying in exactly at 8, was somewhat perturbed to find his employer's son already installed in the cubicle, writing by the light of gas, as the shutters were not removed. Edwin had finished and stamped his first love letter just as his father entered the cubicle. Owing to dyspeptic accidents, Darius had not set foot in the cubicle since it had been sanctified by Hilda. Edwin, leaving it, glanced at the old man's back, and thought disdainfully: "Ah! You little know, you rhinoceros, that less than 2 days ago she and I on that very spot." As soon as his father had gone to pay the morning visit to the printing shops, he ran out to post the letter himself. He could not be contented until it was in the post. Now, when he saw men of about his own class and age in the street, he would speculate upon their experiences in the romance of women. And it did genuinely seem to him impossible that anybody else in a town like Bursley could have passed through an episode so exquisitely strange and beautiful as that through which he was passing. Yet his reason told him that he must be wrong there. His reason, however, left him tranquil in the assurance that no girl in Bursley had ever written to her affianced, "I love you. Every bit of me is absolutely yours." Hilda's second letter did not arrive till the following Tuesday, by which time he had become distracted by fears and doubts. Yes, doubts. No rational being could have been more loyal than Edwin. But these little doubts would keep shooting up and withering away. He could not control them. The second letter was nearly as short as the first. It told him nothing save her love, and that she was very worried by her friend's situation, and that his letters were a joy. She had had a letter from him each day. In his reply to her second he gently implied between 2 lines that her letters lacked quantity and frequency. She answered: "I simply cannot write letters. It isn't in me. Can't you tell that from my handwriting? Not even to you. You must take me as I am." She wrote each day for 3 days. Edwin was one of those who learn quickly by the acceptance of facts. And he now learnt that profound lesson, that an individual must be taken or left in entirety, and that you cannot change an object merely because you love it. Indeed, he saw in her phrase, "You must take me as I am," the accents of original and fundamental wisdom, springing from the very roots of life, and he submitted. At intervals he would say resentfully: "But surely she could find 5 minutes each day to drop me a line. What's 5 minutes?" But he submitted. Submission was made easier when he co-ordinated with Hilda's idiosyncrasy the fact that Maggie, his own unromantic sister, could never begin to write a letter with less than from 12 to 24 hours bracing of herself to the task. Maggie would be saying and saying, "I really must write that letter. Dear me, I haven't written that letter yet." His whole life seemed to be lived in the post, and postmen were the angels of the creative spirit. His unhappiness increased with the deepening of the impression that the loved creature was treating him with cruelty. Time dragged. At length he had been engaged a fortnight. On Thursday a letter should have come. It came not. Nor on Friday, nor Saturday. On Sunday it must come. But it did not come on Sunday. He determined to telegraph to her on the Monday morning. His loyalty, though valorous, needed aid against all those pricking battalions of ephemeral doubts. On the Sunday evening he suddenly had the idea of strengthening himself by a process that resembled boat burning. He would speak to his father. His father's mentality was the core of a difficulty that troubled him exceedingly, and he took it into his head to attack the difficulty at once, on the spot. TWO. For years past Darius Clayhanger had not gone to chapel on Sunday evening. In the morning he still went fairly regularly, but in the evening he would now sit in the drawing room, generally alone, to read. On weekdays he never used the drawing room, where indeed there was seldom a fire. He had been accustomed to only one living room, and save on Sunday, when he cared to bend the major part of his mind to the matter, he scorned to complicate existence by utilising all the resources of the house which he had built. His children might do so, but not he. He was proud enough to see to it that his house had a drawing room, and too proud to employ the drawing room, except on the ceremonious day. After tea, at about 5:45, when chapel goers were hurriedly pulling gloves on, he would begin to establish himself in a saddle-backed, ear-flapped easy chair, with the Christian News and an ivory paper knife as long and nearly as deadly as a scimitar. The Christian News was a religious weekly of a new type. It belonged to a Mr James Bott, and it gave to God and to the mysteries of religious experience a bright and breezy actuality. Darius's children had damned it for ever on its first issue, in which Clara had found, in a report of a very important charitable meeting, the following words: "Among those present were the Prince of Wales and Mr James Bott." Such is the hasty and unjudicial nature of children that this single sentence finished the career of the Christian News with the younger generation. But Darius liked it, and continued to like it. He enjoyed it. He would spend an hour and a half in reading it. And further, he enjoyed cutting open the morsel. Once, when Edwin, in hope of more laughter, had cut the pages on a Saturday afternoon, and his father had found himself unable to use the paper knife on Sunday evening, there had been a formidable inquiry: "Who's been meddling with my paper?" Darius saved the paper even from himself until Sunday evening. Not till then would he touch it. This habit had flourished for several years. It appeared never to lose its charm. And Edwin did not cease to marvel at his father's pleasure in a tedious monotony. It was the hallowed rite of reading the Christian News that Edwin disturbed in his sudden and capricious resolve. Maggie and Mrs Nixon had gone to chapel, for Mrs Nixon, by reason of her years, bearing, mantle, and reputation, could walk down Trafalgar Road by the side of her mistress on a Sunday night without offence to the delicate instincts of the town. The niece, engaged to be married at an age absurdly youthful, had been permitted by Mrs Nixon the joy of attending evensong at the Bleakridge Church on the arm of a male, but under promise to be back at 7:45 to set supper. The house was perfectly still when Edwin came all on fire out of his bedroom and slid down the stairs. The gas burned economically low within its stained glass cage in the hall. The drawing room door was unlatched. He hesitated a moment on the mat, and he could hear the calm ticking of the clock in the kitchen, and see the red glint of the kitchen fire against the wall. Then he entered, looking and feeling apologetic. His father was all curtained in, his slippered feet on the fender of the blazing hearth, his head cushioned to a nicety, the long paper knife across his knees. And the room was really hot and in a glow of light. Darius turned, and lowering his face gazed at Edwin over the top of his new gold-rimmed spectacles. "Not gone to chapel?" he frowned. "No." "I say, father, I just wanted to speak to you." Darius made no reply, but shifted his glance from Edwin to the fire, and maintained his frown. He was displeased at the interruption. Edwin failed to shut the door at the first attempt, and then banged it in his nervousness. In spite of himself he felt like a criminal. Coming forward, he leaned his loose, slim frame against a corner of the old piano. THREE. "Well?" Darius growled impatiently, even savagely. They saw each other, not once a week, but at nearly every hour of every day, and they were surfeited of the companionship. "Supposing I wanted to get married?" This sentence shot out of Edwin's mouth like a bolt, and as it flew he blushed very red. In the privacy of his mind he was horribly swearing. "So that's it, is it?" Darius growled again. And he leaned forward and picked up the poker, not as a menace, but because he too was nervous. As an opposer of his son he had never quite the same confidence in himself since Edwin's historic fury at being suspected of theft, though apparently their relations had resumed the old basis of bullying and submission. "Well," Edwin hesitated. He thought: "After all, people do get married. It won't be a crime." "Who's been running after?" Darius demanded inimically. Instead of being softened by this rumour of love, by this hint that his son had been passing through wondrous secret hours, he instinctively and without any reason hardened himself, and transformed the news into an offence. He felt no sympathy, and it did not occur to him to recall that he too had once thought of marrying. He was a man whom life had brutalised about half a century earlier. "I was only thinking," said Edwin clumsily (the fool had not sense enough even to sit down), "I was only thinking, suppose I did want to get married." "Who's been running after?" "Well, I can't rightly say there's anything what you may call settled. In fact, nothing was to be said about it at all at present. But it's Miss Lessways, father. Hilda Lessways, you know." "Her as came in the shop the other day?" "Yes." "How long's this been going on?" Edwin thought of what Hilda had said. "Oh, over a year." He could not possibly have said 4 days. "Mind you, this is strictly QT. Nobody knows a word about it. Nobody. But of course I thought I'd better tell you. You'll say nothing?" He tried wistfully to appeal as one loyal man to another, but he failed. There was no ray of response on his father's gloomy features, and he slipped back insensibly into the boy whose right to an individual existence had never been formally admitted. Something base in him, something of that baseness which occasionally actuates the oppressed, made him add: "She's got an income of her own. Her father left money." He conceived that this would placate Darius. "I know all about her father," Darius sneered, with a short laugh. "And her father's father. Well, lad, you'll go your own road." He appeared to have no further interest in the affair. Edwin was not surprised, for Darius was seemingly never interested in anything except his business. And he thought how strange, how nigh to the incredible the old man's demeanour was. "But about money, I was thinking," he said, uneasily shifting his pose. "What about money?" "Well," said Edwin, endeavouring and failing to find courage to put a little sharpness into his tone, "I couldn't marry on 17 and 6 a week, could I?" At the age of 25, at the end of the 9 years' experience in the management and the accountancy of a general printing and stationery business, Edwin was receiving 17 shillings and sixpence for a 65-hour week's work, the explanation being that on his father's death the whole enterprise would be his, and that all money saved was saved for him. Out of this sum he had to pay 10 shillings a week to Maggie towards the cost of board and lodging, so that 3 half-crowns remained for his person and his soul. Thus he could expect no independence of any kind until his father's death, and he had a direct and powerful interest in his father's death. Moreover, all his future, and all unpaid reward of his labours in the past, hung hazardous on his father's goodwill. If he quarrelled with him he might lose everything. Edwin was one of the few odd-minded persons who did not regard this arrangement as perfectly just, proper, and in accordance with sound precedent. But he was helpless. His father would tell him, and did tell him, that he had fought no struggles, suffered no hardship, had no responsibility, and that he was simply coddled from head to foot in cotton wool. "I say you must go your own road," said his father. "But at this rate I should never be able to marry." "Do you reckon," asked Darius, with mild cold scorn, "as you getting married will start your services worth 1 penny more to my business?" And he waited an answer with the august calm of one who is aware that he is unanswerable. But he might with equal propriety have tied his son's hands behind him, and then diverted himself by punching his head. "I do all I can," said Edwin meekly. "And what about getting orders?" Darius questioned grimly. "Didn't I offer you 2.5% on all new customers you got yourself? And how many have you got? Not one. I give you a chance to make extra money, and you don't take it. You'd sooner go running about after girls." This was a particular grievance of the father against the son, that the son brought no grist to the mill in the shape of new orders. "But how can I get orders?" Edwin protested. "How did I get 'em? How do I get 'em? Somebody has to get 'em." The old man's lips were pressed together, and he waved the "Christian News" slightly in his left hand. FOUR. In a few minutes both their voices had risen. Darius, savage, stooped to replace with the shovel a large burning coal that had dropped on the tiles and was sending up a column of brown smoke. "I'll tell you what I shall do," he said, controlling himself bitterly. "It's against my judgement, but I shall put you up to £1 a week at the New Year, if all goes well, of course. And it's good money, let me add." He was entirely serious, and almost sincere. He loathed paying money over to his son. He was convinced that in an ideal world sons would toil gratis for their fathers, who lodged and fed them and gifted them with a reversion of excellent businesses. "But what good's £1 a week?" Edwin demanded, with the querulousness of one who is losing hope. "What good's £1 a week?" Darius repeated, hurt and genuinely hurt. "Let me tell you that in my time young men married on £1 a week, and glad to. £1 a week!" He finished with a sardonic exclamation. "I couldn't marry Miss Lessways on £1 a week," Edwin murmured, in despair, his lower lip hanging. "I thought you might perhaps be offering me a partnership by this time." Possibly in some mad hour a thought so wild had indeed flitted through his brain. "Did you?" rejoined Darius, and in the fearful grimness of the man's accents was concealed all his intense and egotistic sense of possessing in absolute ownership the business which the little boy out of the Bastille had practically created. Edwin did not and could not understand the fierce strength of his father's emotion concerning the business. Already, in tacitly agreeing to leave Edwin the business after his own death, Darius imagined himself to be superbly benevolent. "And then there would be house furnishing, and so on," Edwin continued. "What about that £50?" Darius curtly inquired. Edwin was startled. Never since the historic scene had Darius made the slightest reference to the proceeds of the Building Society's share. "I haven't spent all of it," Edwin muttered. Do what he would with his brain, the project of marriage and house tenancy and a separate existence obstinately presented itself to him as fantastic and preposterous. Who was he to ask so much from destiny? He could not feel that he was a man. In his father's presence he never could feel that he was a man. He remained a boy, with no rights, moral or material. "And if ye say she's got money of her own," Darius remarked, and was considerably astonished when the boy walked straight out of the room and closed the door. It was his last grain of common sense that took Edwin in silence out of the room. Miserable, despicable baseness! Did the old devil suppose that he would be capable of asking his wife to find the resources which he himself could not bring? He was to say to his wife: "I can only supply £1 a week, but as you've got money it won't matter." The mere notion outraged him so awfully that if he had stayed in the room there would have been an altercation, and perhaps a permanent estrangement. As he stood furious and impotent in the hall, he thought, with his imagination quickened by the memory of Mr Shushions: "When you're old and I've got you," he clenched his fists and his teeth, "when I've got you and you can't help yourself, by God it'll be my turn!" And he meant it. FIVE. He seized his overcoat and hat, and putting them on anyhow, strode out. The kitchen clock struck 7:30 as he left. Chapel goers would soon be returning in a thin procession of twos and threes up Trafalgar Road. To avoid meeting acquaintances he turned down the side street, towards the old road which was a continuation of Aboukir Street. There he would be safe. Letting his overcoat fly open, he thrust his hands into the pockets of his trousers. It was a cold night of mist. Humanity was separated from him by the semi-transparent blinds of the cottage windows, bright squares in the dark and enigmatic facades of the street. He was alone. All along he had felt and known that this disgusting crisis would come to pass. He had hoped against it, but not with faith. And he had no remedy for it. What could he immediately and effectively do? He was convinced that his father would not yield. There were frequent occasions when his father was proof against reason, when his father seemed genuinely unable to admit the claim of justice, and this occasion was one of them. He could tell by certain peculiarities of tone and gesture. £1 a week! Assuming that he cut loose from his father in a formal and confessed separation, he might not for a long time be in a position to earn more than £1 a week. A clerk was worth no more. And except as responsible manager of a business, he could only go into the market as a clerk. In the Five Towns how many printing offices were there that might at some time or another be in need of a manager? Probably not one. They were all of modest importance, and directed personally by their proprietary heads. His father was one of the largest. No, his father had nurtured and trained in him a helpless slave. And how could he discuss such a humiliating question with Hilda? Could he say to Hilda: "See here, my father won't allow more than £1 a week. What are we to do?" In what terms should he telegraph to her to morrow? He heard the rapid firm footsteps of a wayfarer overtaking him. He had no apprehension of being disturbed in his bitter rage. But a hand was slapped on his shoulder, and a jolly voice said: "Now, Edwin, where's this road leading you to on a Sunday night?" It was Osmond Orgreave, who, having been tramping for exercise in the high regions beyond the Loop railway line, was just going home. "Oh, nowhere in particular," said Edwin feebly. "Working off Sunday dinner, eh?" "Yes," and Edwin added casually, to prove there was nothing singular in his mood, "nasty night." "You must come in a bit," said Mr Orgreave. "Oh no!" He shrank away. "Now, now!" said Mr Orgreave masterfully. You've got to come in, so you may as well give up first as last. Janet's in. She's like you and me. She's a bad lot. Hasn't been to church." He took Edwin by the arm, and they turned into Oak Street at the lower end. Edwin continued to object, but Mr Orgreave, unable to scrutinise his face in the darkness, and not dreaming of an indiscretion, rode over his weak negatives horse and foot, and drew him by force into the garden, and in the hall took his hat away from him and slid his overcoat from his shoulders. Mr Orgreave, having accomplished a lot of forbidden labour on that Sabbath, was playful in his hospitality. "Prisoner! Take charge of him!" exclaimed Mr Orgreave shortly, as he pushed Edwin into the breakfast room and shut the door from the outside. Janet was there, exquisitely welcoming, unconsciously pouring balm from her eyes, but he thought she looked graver than usual. Edwin had to enact the part of a man to whom nothing had happened. He had to behave as though his father was the kindest and most reasonable of fathers, as though Hilda wrote fully to him every day, as though he were not even engaged to Hilda. He must talk, and he scarcely knew what he was saying. "Heard lately from Miss Lessways?" he asked lightly, or as lightly as he could. It was a splendid effort. Impossible to expect him to start upon the weather or the strike. He did the best he could. Janet's eyes became troubled. Speaking in a low voice, she said, with a glance at the door, "I suppose you've not heard? She's married." He did not move. SIX. Married? Yes. It is rather sudden, isn't it? Janet tried to smile, but she was exceedingly self-conscious. "To a Mr Cannon. She's known him for a very long time, I think." "When?" "Yesterday. I had a note this morning. It's quite a secret yet. I haven't told father and mother. But she asked me to tell you if I saw you." He thought her eyes were compassionate. Mrs Orgreave came smiling into the room. "Well, Mr Edwin, it seems we can only get you in here by main force." "Are you quite better, Mrs Orgreave?" He rose to greet her. He had by some means or other to get out. "I must just run home a second," he said after a moment. "I'll be back in 3 minutes." But he had no intention of coming back. He would have told any lie in order to be free. In his bedroom, looking at himself in the glass, he could detect on his face no sign whatever of suffering or of agitation. It seemed just an ordinary, mild, unmoved face. And this too he had always felt and known would come to pass, that Hilda would not be his. All that romance was unreal. It was not true. It had never happened. Such a thing could not happen to such as he was. He could not reflect. When he tried to reflect, the top of his head seemed as though it would fly off. Cannon! She was with Cannon somewhere at that very instant. She had specially asked that he should be told. And indeed he had been told before even Mr and Mrs Orgreave. Cannon! She might at that very instant be in Cannon's arms. It could be said of Edwin that he fully lived that night. Fate had at any rate roused him from the coma which most men called existence. Simple Maggie was upset because, from Edwin's absence and her father's demeanour at supper, she knew that her menfolk had had another terrible discussion, and since her father offered no remark as to it, she guessed that this one must be even more serious than the last. There was one thing that Edwin could not fit into any of his theories of the disaster which had overtaken him, and that was his memory of Hilda's divine gesture as she bent over Mr Shushions on the morning of the Centenary. Volume 2, Chapter 21. Volume 3, Chapter 1. Book 3. His Freedom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. After a Funeral. 4.5 years later, on a Tuesday night in April 1886, Edwin was reading in an easy chair in his bedroom. He made a very image of solitary comfort. The easy chair had been taken from the dining room silently, without permission, and Darius had apparently not noticed its removal. A deep chair designed by some one learned in the poses natural to the mortal body, it was firm where it ought to be firm, and where it ought to yield, there it yielded. By its own angles it threw the head slightly back and the knees slightly up. Edwin's slippered feet rested on a hassock, and in front of the hassock was a red glowing gas stove. That stove, like the easy chair, had been acquired by Edwin at his father's expense, without his father's cognizance. It consumed gas whose price swelled the quarterly bill 3 times a year, and Darius observed nothing. He had not even entered his son's bedroom for several years. Each month seemed to limit further his interest in surrounding phenomena, and to centralise more completely all his faculties in his business. Over Edwin's head the gas jet flamed through one of Darius's special private burners, lighting the page of a little book, one of Cassell's National Library, a new series of sixpenny reprints which had considerably excited the bookselling and the book reading worlds, but which Darius had apparently quite ignored, though confronted in his house and in his shop by multitudinous examples of it. Sometimes Edwin would almost be persuaded to think that he might safely indulge any caprice whatever under his father's nose, and then the old man would notice some unusual trifle of no conceivable importance, and go into a passion about it, and Maggie would say quietly, "I told you what would be happening one of these days," which would annoy Edwin. His annoyance was caused less by Maggie's "I told you so" than by her lack of logic. If his father had ever overtaken him in some large and desperate caprice, such as the purchase of the gas stove on the paternal account, he would have submitted in meekness to Maggie's triumphant reminder. But his father never did. It was always upon some perfectly innocent nothing, which the timidest son might have permitted himself, that the wrath of Darius overwhelmingly burst. Maggie and Edwin understood each other on the whole very well. Only in minor points did their sympathy fail. And as Edwin would be exasperated because Maggie's attitude towards argument was that of a woman, so would Maggie resent a certain mulishness in him characteristic of the unfathomable stupid sex. Once a week, for example, when his room was done out, there was invariably a skirmish between them, because Edwin really did hate anybody to meddle among his things. The derangement of even a brush on the dressing table would rankle in his mind. Also he was very crotchety about his meals, and on the subject of fresh air. Unless he was sitting in a perceptible draught, he thought he was being poisoned by nitrogen. But when he could see the curtains or blind trembling in the wind, he was hygienically at ease. His existence was a series of catarrhal colds, which, however, as he would learnedly explain to Maggie, could not be connected in the brain of a reasonable person with currents of fresh air. Maggie mutely disdained his science. This too fretted him. Occasionally she would somewhat tartly assert that he was a regular old maid. The accusation made no impression on him at all. But when, more than ordinarily exacerbated, she sang out that he was `exactly like his father,' he felt wounded. TWO. The appearance of his bedroom, and the fact that he enjoyed being in it alone, gave some ground for Maggie's first accusation. A screen hid the bed, and this screen was half covered with written papers of memoranda. Roughly, it divided the room into dormitory and study. The whole chamber was occupied by Edwin's personal goods, great and small, ranged in the most careful order. It was full. In the occupation of a young man who was not precociously an old maid, it would have been littered. It was a complex and yet practical apparatus for daily use, completely organised for the production of comfort. Edwin would move about in it with the loving and assured gestures of a creator, and always he was improving its perfection. His bedroom was his passion. Often during the wilderness of the day he would think of his bedroom as a refuge to which in the evening he should hasten. Ascending the stairs after the meal, his heart would run on in advance of his legs, and be within the room before his hand had opened the door. And then he would close the door, as upon the whole tedious world, and turn up the gas and light the stove with an explosive plop, and settle himself, and in the first few minutes of reading he would, with distinct conscious pleasure, allow his attention to circle the room, dwelling upon piled and serried volumes, and delighting in orderliness and inconvenience. And he would reflect: "This is my life. This is what I shall always live for. This is the best, and why not?" It seemed to him, when he was alone in his bedroom and in the night, that he had respectably well solved the problem offered to him by destiny. He insisted to himself sharply that he was not made for marriage, that he had always known marriage to be impossible for him, that what had happened was bound to have happened. For a few weeks he had lived in a fool's paradise, that was all. Fantastic scheme! Mad self-deception! In such wise he thought of his love affair. His profound satisfaction was that none except his father knew of it, and even his father did not know how far it had gone. He felt that if the town had been aware of his jilting, he could not have borne the humiliation. To himself he had been horribly humiliated, but he had recovered in his own esteem. It was only by very slow processes, by insensible degrees, that he had arrived at the stage of being able to say to his mirror: "I've got over that." And who could judge better than he? He could trace no mark of the episode in his face. Save for the detail of a moustache, it seemed to him that he had looked on precisely the same unchangeable face for a dozen years. Strange that suffering had left no sign! Strange that in the months just after Hilda's marriage no acquaintance had taken him on one side and said: "What is the tragedy I can read in your features?" And indeed the truth was that no one suspected. The vision of his face would remain with people long after he had passed them in the street, or spoken to them in the shop. The charm of his sadness persisted in their memory. But they would easily explain it to themselves by saying that his face had a naturally melancholy cast, a sort of accident that had happened to him in the beginning. He had a considerable reputation, of which he was imperfectly aware, for secretiveness, timidity, gentleness, and intellectual superiority. Sundry young women thought of him wistfully when smiling upon quite other men, and would even kiss him while kissing them, according to the notorious perversity of love. THREE. He was reading Swift's "Tale of a Tub" eagerly, tasting, with a palate consciously fastidious and yet catholic, the fine savour of a masterpiece. By his secret enthusiasm, which would escape from him at rare intervals, in a word to a friend, he was continuing the reputation of "The Tale of a Tub" from one century towards the next. A classic remains a classic only because a few hundred Edwins up and down England enjoy it so heartily that their pleasure becomes religious. Edwin, according to his programme, had no right to be amusing himself with Swift at that hour. The portly Hallam, whom he found tedious, ought to have been in his hands. But Swift had caught him and would not let him go. Herein was one of the consequences of the pocketableness of Cassell's new series. Edwin had been obliged to agree with Tom Orgreave, now a married man, that the books were not volumes for a collector, but they were so cheap, and they came from the press so often, once a week, and they could be carried so comfortably over the heart, that he could not resist most of them. His professed idea was that by their aid he could read smaller works in odd moments, at any time, thus surpassing his programme. He had not foreseen that Swift would make a breach in his programme, which was already in a bad way. But he went on reading tranquilly, despite the damage to it. For in the immediate future shone the hope of the new life, when programmes would never be neglected. In less than a month he would be 30 years of age. At 20 it had seemed a great age, an age of absolute maturity. Now he felt as young and as boyish as ever, especially before his father. And he perceived that his vague early notion about the finality of such an age as 30 had been infantile. Nevertheless, the entry into another decade presented itself to him as solemn, and he meant to signalise it by new and mightier resolutions to execute vaster programmes. He was intermittently engaged during these weeks in the delicious, the enchanting business of constructing the ideal programme and scheming the spare hours to ensure its achievement. He lived in a dream and illusion of ultimate perfection. Several times, despite the smell of swift, he glanced at his watch. The hand went from 9 to 10 minutes past 10. And then he thought he heard the sound for which he had been listening. He jumped up, abandoned the book with its marker, opened the window wide, and lifting the blind by its rod, put his head out. Yes, he could hear the yelling afar off, over the hill, softened by distance into something gentle and attractive. "Signal! Signal! Special edition! Signal!" And then words incomprehensible. It came nearer in the night. He drew down the window and left the room. The mere distant sound of the newsboys' voices had roused him to a pleasing excitement. He fumbled in his pockets. He had neither a halfpenny nor a penny. It was just like him. And those newsboys with their valuable tidings would not care to halt and weigh out change with a balance. "Got a halfpenny? Quick!" he cried, running into the kitchen, where Maggie and Mrs Nixon were engaged in some calm and endless domestic occupation amid linen that hung down whitely. "What for?" Maggie mechanically asked, feeling the while under her apron. "Paper," he said. "At this time of night? You'll never get one at this time of night," she said in her simplicity. "Come on!" He stamped his foot with impatience. It was absolutely astonishing, the ignorance in which Maggie lived, and lived efficiently and in content. Edwin filled the house with newspapers, and she never looked at them, never had the idea of looking at them, unless occasionally at the signal for an account of a wedding or a bazaar, in which case she would glance at the world for an instant with mild naivete, shocked by the horrible things that were apparently going on there, and in 5 minutes would forget all about it again. Here the whole of England, Ireland, and Scotland was at its front doors that night, waiting for newsboys. And to her the night was like any other night. Yet she read many books. "Here's a penny," she said. "Don't forget to give it me back." He ran out bareheaded. At the corner of the street someone else was expectant. He could distinguish all the words now. "Signal! Special edition! Master Gladstone's Home Rule Bill! Full report! Gladstone's speech! Special!" The dark running figures approached, stopping at frequent gates, and their hoarse voices split the night. The next moment they had gone by in a flying column, and Edwin and the other man found themselves with fluttering paper in their hands, they knew not how. It was the most unceremonious snatch and thrust transaction that could be imagined. Bleakridge was silent again, and its gates closed, and the shouts were descending violently into Bursley. "Where's father?" Maggie called out when she heard Edwin in the hall. "Hasn't he come in yet?" Edwin replied negligently, as he mounted the stairs with his desire. In his room he settled himself once more under the gas, and opened the flimsy newspaper with joy. Yes, there it was, columns, columns, in small type. An hour or two previously Gladstone had been speaking in Parliament, and by magic the whole of his speech, with all the little convolutions of his intricate sentences, had got into Edwin's bedroom. Edwin began to read, as it were voluptuously. Not that he had a peculiar interest in Irish politics. What he had was a passion for great news, for news long expected. He would thrill responsively to a fine event. I say that his pleasure had the voluptuousness of an artistic sensation. Moreover, the attraction of politics in general was increasing for him. Politics occupied his mind, often obsessing it, and this was so in spite of the fact that he had done almost nothing in the last election, and that the pillars of the Liberal Club were beginning to suspect him of being a weakling who might follow his father into the wilderness between two frontiers. As he read the speech, slowly disengaging its significance from the thicket of words, it seemed incredible. A Parliament in Dublin! The Irish taxing themselves according to their own caprices! The Irish controlling the Royal Irish Constabulary! The Irish members withdrawn from Westminster! A separate nation! Surely Gladstone could not mean it. The project had the same air of unreality as that of his marriage with Hilda. It did not convince. It was too good to be true. It could not materialise itself. And yet, as his glance, flitting from left to right and right to left, eagerly reached the bottom of one column, and jumped with a crinkling of paper to the top of the next, and then to the next after that, the sense of unreality did depart. He agreed with the principles of the bill, and with all its details. Whatever Gladstone had proposed would have received his sympathy. He was persuaded in advance. He concurred in advance. All he lacked was faith. And those sentences, helped by his image of the aged legislator dominating the House, and by the wondrous legend of the orator's divine power, those long, stretching, majestic, misty sentences gave him faith. Henceforth he was an ardent Home Ruler. Reason might or might not have entered into the affair had the circumstances of it been other, but in fact reason did not. Faith alone sufficed. For ever afterwards argument about Home Rule was merely tedious to him, and he had difficulty in crediting that opponents of it were neither stupid nor insincere. Home Rule was part of his religion, and beyond and above argument. He wondered what they were saying at the Liberal Club, and smiled disdainfully at the thought of the unseemly language that would animate the luxurious heaviness of the Conservative Club, where prominent publicans gathered after 11 o'clock to uphold the state and arrange a few bets with sporting clients. He admitted, as the supreme importance of the night leapt out at him from the printed page, that, if only for form's sake, he ought to have been at the Liberal Club that evening. He had been requested to go, but had refused because on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays he always spent the evening in study, or in the semblance of study. He would not break that rule, even in honour of the culmination of the dazzling career of his political idol. Perhaps another proof of the justice of Maggie's assertion that he was a regular old maid. He knew what his father would say. His father would be furious. His father in his uncontrolled fury would destroy Gladstone. And such was his father's empire over him that he was almost ready on Gladstone's behalf to adopt an apologetic and slightly shamed attitude to his father concerning this madness of Home Rule, to admit by his self-conscious blushes that it was madness. He well knew that at breakfast the next morning, in spite of any effort to the contrary, he would have a guilty air when his father began to storm. The conception of a separate Parliament in Dublin, and of separate taxation, could not stand before his father's anger. Beneath his window in the garden he suddenly heard a faint sound, as of somebody in distress. "What the deuce!" he exclaimed. "If that isn't the old man, I'm..." Startled, he looked at his watch. It was after midnight. FOUR. As he opened the garden door, he saw in the porch, where had passed his first secret interview with Hilda, the figure of his father, as it were awkwardly rising from the step. The gas had not been turned out in the hall, and it gave a feeble but sufficient illumination to the porch and the nearest parts of the garden. Darius stood silent and apparently irresolute, with a mournful and even despairing face. He wore his best black suit, and a new silk hat, and new black gloves, and in one hand he carried a copy of the Signal that was very crumpled. He ignored Edwin. "Hello, father," said Edwin persuasively. "Anything wrong?" The heavy figure moved itself into the house without a word, and Edwin shut and bolted the door. "Funeral go off all right?" Edwin inquired, with as much nonchalance as he could. The thought crossed his mind: "I suppose he hasn't been having a drop too much, for once in a way. Why did he come round into the garden?" Darius loosed a really terrible sigh. "Yes," he answered, expressing with a single word the most profound melancholy. 4 days previously Edwin and Maggie had seen their father considerably agitated by an item of gossip, casually received, to which it seemed to them he attached an excessive importance, namely, that old Shushions, having been found straying and destitute by the authorities appointed to deal with such matters, had been taken to the workhouse and was dying there. Darius had heard the news as though it had been a message brought on horseback in a melodrama. "The Bastille!" he exclaimed in a whisper, and had left the house on the instant. Edwin, while the name of Shushions reminded him of moments when he had most intensely lived, was disposed to regard the case of Mr Shushions philosophically. Of course it was a pity that Mr Shushions should be in the workhouse, but after all, from what Edwin remembered and could surmise, the workhouse would be very much the same as any other house to that senile mentality. Thus Edwin had sagely argued, and Maggie had agreed with him. But to them the workhouse was absolutely nothing but a name. They were no more afraid of the workhouse than of the Russian secret police. And of their father's early history they knew naught. Mr Shushions had died in the workhouse, and Darius had taken his body out of the workhouse, and had organised for it a funeral which was to be rendered impressive by a procession of Turnhill Sunday school teachers. Edwin's activity in connexion with the funeral had been limited to the funeral cards, in the preparation of which his father had shown an irritability more than usually offensive. And now the funeral was over. Darius had devoted to it the whole of Home Rule Tuesday, and had returned to his house at a singular hour and in a singular condition. And Edwin, loathing sentimentality and full of the wisdom of nearly 30 years, sedately pitied his father for looking ridiculous and grotesque. He knew for a fact that his father did not see Mr Shushions from one year's end to the next. Hence they could not have been intimate friends, or even friends. Hence his father's emotion was throughout exaggerated and sentimental. His acquaintance with history and with biography told him that tyrants often carried sentimentality to the absurd, and he was rather pleased with himself for being able thus to correlate the general past and the particular present. What he did not suspect was the existence of circumstances which made the death of Mr Shushions in the workhouse the most distressing tragedy that could by any possibility have happened to Darius Clayhanger. "Shall I put the gas out, or will you?" he asked, with kindly secret superiority, unaware with all his omniscience that the being in front of him was not a successful steam printer and tyrannical father, but a tiny ragged boy who could still taste the Bastille skilly, and still see his mother weeping round the knees of a powerful god named Shushions. "I don't know," said Darius, with another sigh. The next instant he sat down heavily on the stairs and began openly to blubber. His hat fell off and rolled about undecidedly. "By Jove!" said Edwin to himself. "I shall have to treat this man like a blooming child." He was rather startled and interested. He picked up the hat. "Better not sit there," he advised. "Come into the dining room a bit." "What?" Darius asked feebly. "Is he deaf?" Edwin thought, and half shouted, "Better not sit there! It's chilly. Come into the dining room a bit. Come on." Darius held out a hand with a gesture inexpressibly sad, and Edwin, almost before he realised what he was doing, took it and assisted his father to his feet and helped him to the twilit dining room, where Darius fell into a chair. Some bread and cheese had been laid for him on a napkin, and there was a gleam of red in the grate. Edwin turned up the gas, and Darius blinked. His coarse cheeks were all wet. "Better have your overcoat off, hadn't you?" Darius shook his head. "Well, will you eat something?" Darius shook his head again, then hid his face and violently sobbed. Edwin was not equal to this situation. It alarmed him, and yet he did not see why it should alarm him. He left the room very quietly, went upstairs, and knocked at Maggie's door. He had to knock several times. "Who's there?" "I say, Mag." "What is it?" "Open the door." "You can come in." He opened the door, and within the darkness of the room he could vaguely distinguish a white bed. "Father's come. He's in a funny state." "How?" "Well, he's crying all over the place, and he won't eat or do anything." "All right," said Maggie, and a figure sat up in the bed. "Perhaps I'd better come down." She descended immediately in an ulster and loose slippers. Edwin waited for her in the hall. "Now, father," she said brusquely, entering the dining room. "What's amiss?" Darius gazed at her stupidly. "Nothing," he muttered. "You're very late, I think. When did you have your last meal?" He shook his head. "Shall I make you some nice hot tea?" He nodded. "Very well," she said comfortingly. Soon, with her hair hanging about her face and hiding it, she was bending over the gleam of fire and insinuating a small saucepan into the middle of it, and encouraging the gleam with a pair of bellows. Meanwhile Edwin uneasily ranged the room, and Darius sat motionless. "Seen Gladstone's speech, I suppose?" Edwin said, daring a fearful topic in the extraordinary circumstances. Darius paid no heed. Edwin and Maggie exchanged a glance. Maggie made the tea direct into a large cup, which she had previously warmed by putting it upside down on the saucepan lid. When it was infused and sweetened, she tasted it as for a baby, and blew on it, and gave the cup to her father, who by degrees emptied it, though not exclusively, into his mouth. "Will you eat something now?" she suggested. He would not. "Very well, then. Edwin will help you upstairs." From her manner Darius might have been a helpless and half daft invalid for years. The ascent to bed was processional. Maggie hovered behind. But at the dining room door Darius, giving no explanation, insisted on turning back. Apparently he tried to speak, but could not. He had forgotten his signal. Snatching at it, he held it like a treasure. All three of them went into the father's bedroom. Maggie turned on the gas. Darius sat on the bed, looking dully at the carpet. "Better see him into bed," Maggie murmured quickly to Edwin. And Edwin nodded, the nod of capability, as who should say, "Leave all that to me." But in fact he was exceedingly diffident about seeing his father into bed. Maggie departed. "Now then," Edwin began the business. "Let's get that overcoat off, eh?" To his surprise Darius was most pliant. When the great clumsy figure with its wet cheeks stood in trousers, shirt, and socks, Edwin said, "You're all right now, aren't you?" And the figure nodded. "Well, good night." Edwin came out on to the landing, shut the door, and walked about a little in his own room. Then he went back to his father's room. Maggie's door was closed. Darius was already in bed, but the gas was blazing at full. "You've forgotten the gas," he said lightly and pleasantly, and turned it down to a blue point. "I say, lad." The old man stopped him as he was finally leaving. "Yes?" "What about that Home Rule?" The voice was weak, infantile. Edwin hesitated. The signal made a patch of white on the ottoman. "Oh!" he answered soothingly, and yet with condescension. "It's much about what every one expected. Better leave that till to morrow." He shut the door. The landing received light through the open door of his bedroom and from the hall below. He went downstairs, bolted the front door, and extinguished the hall gas. Then he came softly up and listened at his father's door. Not a sound. He entered his own room and began to undress, and then, half clothed, crept back to his father's door. Now he could hear a heavy irregular snoring. "Devilish odd, all this," he reflected, as he got into bed. Assuredly he had disconcerting thoughts, not all unpleasant. His excitement had even an agreeable, zestful quality. Chapter 1, Book 3. Volume 3, Chapter 2 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Conclave. The next morning Edwin overslept himself. He seldom rose easily from his bed, and his first passage down Trafalgar Road to business was notoriously hurried. The whole thoroughfare was acquainted with its special character. Often his father arrived at the shop before him, but Edwin's conscience would say that of course if Darius went down early for his own passion and pleasure, that was Darius's affair. Edwin's official time for beginning work was 8:30, and at 8:30 on this morning he was barely out of the bath. His lateness, however, did not disturb him. There was an excuse for it. He hoped that his father would be in bed, and decided that he must go and see, and, if the old man was still sufficiently pliant, advise him to stay where he was until he had had some food. But, looking out of the window over a half-buttoned collar, he saw his father dressed and in the garden. Darius had resumed the suit of broadcloth for some strange reason, and was dragging his feet with painful heavy slowness along the gravel at the south end of the garden. He carried in his left hand the Signal, crumpled. A cloth cap, surmounting the ceremonious suit, gave to his head a ridiculous appearance. He was gazing at the earth with an expression of absorbed and acute melancholy. When he reached the end of the path he looked round at a loss, then turned as if on an inefficient pivot, and set himself in motion again. Edwin was troubled by this singular episode. And yet his reason argued with his instinct to the effect that he ought not to be troubled. Evidently the sturdy Darius was not ill. Nothing serious could be the matter. He had been harrowed and fatigued by the funeral, no more. In another day, doubtless, he would be again the harsh employer, astoundingly concentrated in affairs and impervious to the emotional appeal of aught else. Nevertheless he made a strange sight, parading his excessive sadness there in the garden. A knock at Edwin's door. He was startled. "Hold on!" he cried, went to the door, and cautiously opened it. Maggie was on the mat. "Here's Auntie Clara," she said in a whisper, perturbed. "She's come about father. Shall you be long?" "About father? What about father?" "It seems she saw him last night. He called there, and she was anxious." "Oh! I see." Edwin affected to be relieved. Maggie nodded, also affecting somewhat eagerly to be relieved. But neither of them was relieved. Auntie Clara calling at 8:30! Auntie Clara neglecting that which she never neglected, the unalterable and divinely appointed rites for the daily cleansing and ordering of her abode! "I shall be down in 10 secs," he said. "Father's in the garden," he added, almost kindly. "Seems all right." "Yes," said Maggie, with cheerfulness, and went. He closed the door. TWO. Mrs Hamps was in the drawing room. She had gone into the drawing room because it was more secret, better suited to conversation of an exquisite privacy than the dining room, a public resort at that hour. Edwin perceived at once that she was savouring intensely the strangeness of the occasion, inflating its import and its importance to the largest possible. "Good morning, dear," she greeted him in a low and significant tone. "I felt I must come up at once. I couldn't fancy any breakfast till I'd been up, so I put on my bonnet and mantle and just came. It's no use fighting against what you feel you must do." "But hasn't Maggie told you? Your father called to see me last night, just after I'd gone upstairs. In fact, I'd begun to get ready for bed. I heard the knocking, and I came down and lit the gas in the lobby. 'Who's there?' I said. There wasn't any answer, but I made sure I heard some one crying. And when I opened the door there was your father." "Oh!" he said. "Happen you've gone to bed, Clara?" "No," I said. "Come in, do." But he wouldn't. And he looked so queer. I never saw him look like that before. He's such a strong, self controlled man. I knew he'd been to poor Mr Shushions's funeral." "I suppose you've been to the funeral, Darius?" I said. And as soon as I said that he burst out crying, and half tumbled down the steps, and off he went. I couldn't go after him as I was. I didn't know what to do. If anything happened to your father, I don't know what I should do." "What time was that?" Edwin asked, wondering what on earth she meant. "If anything happened to your father." "10:30, or hardly. What time did he come home?" "Very, very late, wasn't it?" "A little after 12:00," he said carelessly. He was sorry that he had inquired as to the hour of the visit to his aunt. Obviously she was ready to build vast and terrible conjectures upon the mysterious interval between 10:30 and midnight. "You've cut yourself, my dear," she said, indicating with her gloved hand Edwin's chin. "And I'm not surprised. How upsetting it is for you! Of course Maggie's the eldest, and we think a great deal of her. But you're the son the only son." "I know," he said, meaning that he knew he had cut himself, and he pressed his handkerchief to his chin. Within, he was blasphemously fuming. The sentimental accent with which she had finally murmured `the only son' irritated him extremely. What in the name of God was she driving at? The fact was that, enjoying a domestic crisis with positive sensuality, she was trying to manufacture one. That was it. He knew her. There were times when he could share all Maggie's hatred of Mrs Hamps, and this was one of those times. The infernal woman, with her shaking plumes and her odour of black kid, was enjoying herself. In the thousandth part of a second he invented horrible and grotesque punishments for her. As that all the clothes should suddenly fall off that prim widowed odious modesty! Yet amid the multitude of his sensations, the smarting of his chin, the tingling of all his body after the bath, the fresh vivacity of the morning, the increased consciousness of his own ego due to insufficient sleep, the queerness of being in the drawing room at such an hour in conspiratorial talk, the vague disquiet caused at midnight, and now intensified, despite his angry efforts to avoid the contagion of Mrs Hamps's mood, and above all the thought of his father gloomily wandering in the garden. Amid these confusing sensations it was precisely the idea communicated to him by his annoying aunt, an obvious idea, an idea not worth uttering, that emerged clear and dramatic. He was the only son. "There's no need to worry," he said as firmly as he could. "The funeral got on his nerves, that's all. He certainly did seem a bit knocked about last night, and I shouldn't have been surprised if he'd stayed in bed to day. But you see he's up and about." Both of them glanced at the window, which gave on the garden. "Yes," murmured Mrs Hamps, unconvinced. "But what about his crying? Maggie tells me he was " "Oh!" Edwin interrupted her, almost roughly. "That's nothing. I've known him cry before." "Have you?" She seemed taken aback. "Yes, years ago. That's nothing fresh." "It's true he's very sensitive," Mrs Hamps reflected. "That's what we don't realise, maybe, sometimes. Of course if you think he's all right." She approached the window, and, leaning over the tripod which held a flower pot enveloped in pink paper, she drew the white curtain aside and gazed forth in silence. Darius was still pacing up and down the short path at the extremity of the garden. His eyes were still on the ground, and his features expressive of mournful despair. And at the end of the path he still turned his body round with slow and tedious hesitations. Edwin also could see him through the window. They both watched him. It was as if they were spying on him. Maggie entered, and said in an unusual flutter "Here's Clara and Albert." THREE. Clara and her husband came immediately into the drawing room. The wife, dressed with a certain haste and carelessness, was carrying in her arms her third child, yet unweaned, and she expected a fourth in the early autumn. Clara had matured, she had grown stronger, and despite the asperity of her pretty pale face, there was a charm in the free gestures and the large body of the young and prolific mother. Albert Benbow wore the rough clay dusted attire of the small earthenware manufacturer who is away from the works for half an hour. Both of them were electrically charged with importance. Amid the general self consciousness, Maggie took the baby, and Clara and Mrs Hamps kissed each other tenderly, as though saying, "Affliction is upon us." It was impossible in the circumstances to proceed to minute inquiry about the health of the children, but Mrs Hamps expressed all her solicitude in a look, a tone, a lingering of lip on lip. The years were drawing together Mrs Hamps and her namesake. Edwin was often astonished at the increasing resemblance of Clara to her aunt, with whom, thanks to the unconscious intermediacy of babies, she was even indeed quite intimate. The two would discuss with indefatigable gusto all the most minute physical details of motherhood and infancy, and Auntie Clara's presents were worthy of her reputation. As soon as the kiss was accomplished (no other greeting of any kind occurred), Clara turned sharply to Edwin. "What's this about father?" "Oh, he's had a bit of a shock. He's pretty much all right to day." "Because Albert's just heard " She looked at Albert. Edwin was thunderstruck. Was the tale of his father's indisposition spread all over the Five Towns? He had thought that the arrival of Clara and her husband must be due to Auntie Hamps having called at their house on her way up to Bleakridge. But now he could see, even from his auntie's affrighted demeanour alone, that the Benbows' visit was an independent affair. "Are you sure he's all right?" Albert questioned, in his superiorly sagacious manner, which mingled honest bullying with a little good nature. "Because Albert's just heard," Clara put in again. The company then heard what Albert had just heard. At his works before breakfast an old hollow ware presser who lived at Turnhill had casually mentioned that his father in law, Mr Clayhanger, had been cutting a very peculiar figure on the previous evening at Turnhill. The hollow ware presser had seen nothing personally. He had only been told. He could not, or would not, particularise. Apparently he possessed in a high degree the local talent for rousing an apprehension by the offer of food, and then, under ingenious pretext, refusing the food. At any rate, Albert had been startled, and had communicated his alarm to Clara. Clara had meant to come up a little later in the morning, but she wanted Albert to come with her, and Albert, being exceedingly busy, had only the breakfast half hour of liberty. Hence they had set out instantly, although the baby required sustenance, Albert having suggested that Clara could feed the baby just as well at her father's as at home. Before the Benbow story was quite finished it became entangled with the story of Mrs Hamps, and then with Edwin's story. They were all speaking at once, except Maggie, who was trying to soothe the baby. Holding forth her arms, Clara, without ceasing to talk rapidly and anxiously to Mrs Hamps, without even regarding what she did, took the infant from her sister, held it with one hand, and with the other loosed her tight bodice, and boldly exposed to the greedy mouth the magnificent source of life. As the infant gurgled itself into silence, she glanced with a fleeting, ecstatic smile at Maggie, who smiled back. It was strange how Maggie, now midway between 30 and 40, a tall, large boned, plump, mature woman, efficient, kindly, and full of common sense, it was strange how she always failed to assert herself. She listened now, not seeking notice, and assuredly not receiving it. Edwin felt again the implication first rendered by his aunt, and now emphasised by Clara and Albert that the responsibility of the situation was upon him, and that everyone would look to him to discharge it. He was expected to act, somehow, on his own initiative, and to do something. "But what is there to do?" he exclaimed, in answer to a question. "Well, hadn't he better see a doctor?" Clara asked, as if saying ironically, "Hasn't it occurred to you even yet that a doctor ought to be fetched?" Edwin protested with a movement of impatience. "What on earth for? He's walking about all right." They had all been surreptitiously watching Darius from behind the curtains. "Doesn't seem to be much the matter with him now, that I must say," agreed Albert, turning from the window. Edwin perceived that his brother-in-law was ready to execute one of those changes of front which lent variety to his positiveness, and he addressed himself particularly to Albert with the persuasive tone and gesture of a man to another man in a company of women. "Of course there doesn't. No doubt he was upset last night. But he's getting over it. You don't think there's anything in it, do you, Maggie?" "I don't," said Maggie calmly. These two words had a great effect. "Of course, if we're going to listen to every tale that's flying about at Potbanks," said Edwin. "You're right there, Teddy," the brother-in-law heartily concurred. "But Clary thought we'd better " "Certainly," said Edwin pacifically, admitting the entire propriety of the visit. "Why is he wearing his best clothes?" Clara demanded suddenly. And Mrs Hamps showed a sympathetic appreciation of the importance of the question. "Ask me another," said Edwin. "But you can't send for a doctor because a man's wearing his best clothes." Maggie smiled, scarce perceptibly. Albert gave a guffaw. Clara was slightly irritated. "Poor little dear!" murmured Mrs Hamps, caressing the baby. "Well, I must be going," she sighed. "We shall see how he goes on," said Edwin, in his role of responsible person. "Perhaps it will be as well if you say nothing about us calling," whispered Mrs Hamps. "We'll just go quietly away. You can give a hint to Mrs Nixon. Much better he shouldn't know." "Oh, much better," said Clara. Edwin could not deny this. Yet he hated the chicane. He hated to observe on the face of the young woman and of the old their instinctive impulses towards chicane, and their pleasure in it. The whole double visit was subtly offensive to him. Why should they gather like this at the first hint that his father was not well? A natural affectionate anxiety? Yes, of course, that motive could not be denied. Nevertheless, he did not like the tones and the gestures and the whisperings and oblique glances of their gathering. FOUR. In the middle of a final miscellaneous conversation, Albert said, "We'd better be off." "Wait a moment," said Clara, with a nod to indicate the still busy infant. Then the door opened, very slowly and cautiously, and as they all observed the movement of the door they all fell into silence. Darius himself appeared. Unobserved, he had left the garden and come into the house. He stood in the doorway, motionless, astounded, acutely apprehensive, and with an expression of the most poignant sadness on his harsh, coarse, pimpled face. He still wore the ridiculous cap and held the newspaper. The broadcloth suit was soiled. His eye wandered among his family, and it said, terrorised and yet feebly defiant, "What are they plotting against me? Why are they all here like this?" Mrs Hamps spoke first. "Well, father, we just popped in to see how you were after all that dreadful business yesterday. Of course I quite understand why you didn't want to come in last night. You weren't equal to it." The guilty, crude sweetness of her cajoling voice grated excruciatingly on both Edwin and Maggie. It would not have deceived even a monarch. Darius screwed himself round and silently went forth again. "Where are you going, father?" asked Clara. He stopped, but his features did not relax. "To the shop," he muttered. His accents were of the most dreadful melancholy. Everybody was profoundly alarmed by his mere tone and look. This was not the old Darius. Edwin felt intensely the futility and the hollowness of all those reassurances which he had just been offering. "You haven't had your breakfast, father," said Maggie quietly. "Please, father, don't go like that. You aren't fit," Clara entreated, and rushed towards him, the baby in her arms, and with one hand took his sleeve. Mrs Hamps followed, adding persuasions. Albert said bluffly, "Now, dad! Now, dad!" Edwin and Maggie were silent in the background. Darius gazed at Clara's face, and then his glance fell and fixed itself on her breast and on the head of the powerfully sucking infant, and then it rose to the plumes of Mrs Hamps. His expression of tragic sorrow did not alter in the slightest degree under the rain of sugared remonstrances and cajoleries that the two women directed upon him. And then, without any warning, he burst into terrible tears, and staggering leaned against the wall. He was half carried to the sofa, and sat there ineffably humiliated. One after another looked reproachfully at Edwin, who had made light of his father's condition. And Edwin was abashed and frightened. "You or I had better fetch the doctor," Albert muttered. Volume 3, Chapter 2. Volume 3, Chapter 3 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Name. "He mustn't go near business," said Mr Alfred Heve, the doctor, coming to Edwin, who was waiting in the drawing room, after a long examination of Darius. Mr Heve was not wearing that gentle and refined smile which was so important a factor in the treatment of his patients and their families, and which he seemed to have caught from his elder brother, the Vicar of Saint Peter's. He was a youngish man, only a few years older than Edwin himself, and Edwin's respect for his ability had limits. There were two other doctors in the town whom Edwin would have preferred, but Mr Heve was his father's choice, notable in the successful soothing of querulous stomachs, and it was inevitably Mr Heve who had been summoned. He had arrived with an apprehensive, anxious air. There had been a most distinct nervousness in his voice when, in replying to Edwin's question, he had said, "Perhaps I'd better see him quite alone." Edwin had somehow got it into his head that he would be present at the interview. In shutting the dining room door upon Edwin, Mr Heve had nodded timidly, in a curious way, highly self-conscious. And that dining room door had remained shut for half an hour. And now Mr Heve had emerged with the same embarrassment. "Whether he wants to or not?" Edwin suggested, with a faint smile. "On no account whatever," said the doctor, not answering the smile, which died. They were standing together near the door. Edwin had his fingers on the handle. He wondered how he would prevent his father from going to business, if his father should decide to go. "But I don't think he'll be very keen on business," the doctor added. "You don't?" Mr Heve slowly shook his head. One of Mr Heve's qualities that slightly annoyed Edwin was his extraordinary discretion. But then Edwin had always regarded the discreetness of doctors as exaggerated. Why could not Heve tell him at once, fully and candidly, what was in his mind? He had surely the right to be told? Curious! And yet far more curious than Mr Heve's unwillingness to tell was Edwin's unwillingness to ask. He could not bring himself to demand bluntly of Heve, "Well, what's the matter with him?" "I suppose it's shock," Edwin adventured. Mr Heve lifted his chin. "Shock may have a little to do with it," he answered doubtfully. "And how long must he be kept off business?" "I'm afraid there's not much chance of him doing any more business," said Mr Heve. "Really?" Edwin murmured. "Are you sure?" "Quite." Edwin did not feel the full impact of this prophecy at the moment. Indeed, it appeared to him that he had known since the previous midnight of his father's sudden doom. It appeared to him that the first glimpse of his father after the funeral had informed him of it positively. What impressed him at the moment was the unusual dignity which characterised Mr Heve's embarrassment. He was beginning to respect Mr Heve. "I wouldn't care to give him more than 2 years," said Mr Heve, gazing at the carpet, and then lifting his eyes to Edwin's. Edwin flushed, and this time his "really" was startled. "Of course you may care to get other advice," the doctor went on. "I shall be delighted to meet a specialist. But I tell you at once my opinion." This with a gesture of candour. "Oh!" said Edwin. "If you're sure." Strange that the doctor would not give a name to the disease! Most strange that Edwin even now could not demand the name! "I suppose he's in his right mind?" said Edwin. "Yes," said the doctor. "He's in his right mind." But he gave the reply in a tone so peculiar that the affirmative was almost as disconcerting as a negative would have been. "Just rest he wants?" said Edwin. "Just rest. And looking after. I'll send up some medicine. He'll like it." Mr Heve glanced absently at his watch. "I must be going." "Well " Edwin opened the door. Then, with a sudden movement, Mr Heve put out his hand. "You'll come in again soon?" "Oh yes." In the hall they saw Maggie about to enter the dining room with a steaming basin. "I'm going to give him this," she said simply, in a low voice. "It's so long to dinner time." "By all means," said Mr Heve, with his little formal bow. "You've finished seeing him, then, doctor?" He nodded. "I'll be back soon," said Edwin to Maggie, taking his hat from the rack. "Tell father if he asks I've run down to the shop." She nodded and disappeared. "I'll walk down a bit of the way with you," said Mr Heve. His trap, which was waiting at the corner, followed them down the road. Edwin could not begin to talk, and Mr Heve kept silence. Behind him Edwin could hear the jingling of metal on Mr Heve's sprightly horse. After a couple of 100 yards the doctor stopped at a house door. "Well " He shook hands again, and at last smiled with sad sweetness. "He'll be a bit difficult to manage, you know," said Edwin. "I don't think so," said the doctor. "I'll let you know about the specialist. But if you're sure " The doctor waved a deprecating hand. It might have been the hand of his brother, the Vicar. TWO. Edwin proceeded towards the town, absorbed in a vision of his father seated in the dining room, inexpressibly melancholy, and Maggie with her white apron bending over him to offer some nice soup. It was a desolating vision, and yet he wondered why it should be. Whenever he reasoned he was always inimical to his father. His reason asked harshly why he should be desolated, as he undoubtedly was. The prospect of freedom, of release from a horrible and humiliating servitude, this prospect ought to have dazzled and uplifted him in the safe, inviolable privacy of his own heart. But it did not. What a chump the doctor was, to be so uncommunicative! And he himself... By the way, he had not told Maggie. It was like her to manifest no immediate curiosity, to be content to wait. He supposed he must call at his aunt's, and even at Clara's. But what should he say when they asked him why he had not asked the doctor for a name? Suddenly an approaching man, whose face was vaguely familiar but with whom he had no acquaintance whatever, swerved across the footpath and stopped him. "What's amiss with the old gentleman?" It was astounding how news flew in the town. "He's not very well. Doctor's ordered him a rest." "Not in bed, is he?" "Oh no!" Edwin lightly scorned the suggestion. "Well, I do hope it's nothing serious. Good morning." THREE. Edwin was detained a long time in the shop by a sub manager from Bostocks in Hanbridge who was waiting, and who had come about an estimate for a rather considerable order. This man desired a decrease of the estimate and an increased speed in execution. He was curt. He was one business firm offering an ultimatum to another business firm. He asked Edwin whether Edwin could decide at once. Edwin said certainly, using a tone that he had never used before. He decided. The man departed, and Edwin saw him spring on to the Hanbridge car as it swept down the hill. The man would not have been interested in the news that Darius Clayhanger had been to business for the last time. Edwin was glad of the incident because it had preserved him from embarrassed conversation with Stifford. 2 hours earlier he had called for a few moments at the shop, and even then, ere Edwin had spoken, Stifford's face showed that he knew something sinister had occurred. With a few words of instruction to Stifford, he now went through towards the workshops to speak with Big James about the Bostock order. All the workmen and apprentices were self-conscious, and Edwin could not speak naturally to Big James. When he had come to an agreement with Big James as to the execution of the order, the latter said, "Would you step below a minute, Mr Edwin?" Edwin shuffled, but Big James's majestic politeness gave to his expressed wish the force of a command. Edwin preceded Big James down the rough wooden stair to the ground floor, which was still pillared with supporting beams. Big James, with deliberate, careful movements, drew the trap-door horizontal as he descended. "Might I ask, sir, if master's in a bad way?" he inquired, with solemn and delicate calm. But he would have inquired about the weather in the same fashion. "I'm afraid he is," said Edwin, glancing nervously about at the litter and the cobwebs and the naked wood and the naked earth. The vibration of a treadle machine above them put the place in a throb. Astounding! Everybody knew or guessed everything. How? Big James wagged his head and his grandiose beard, now more grey than black, and he fingered his apron. "I believe in herbs myself," said Big James, "but this here softening of the brain well " That was it! Softening of the brain! What the doctor had not told him he had learned from Big James. How it happened that Big James was in a position to tell him, he could not comprehend. But he was ready now to believe that the whole town had acquired by magic the information which fate or original stupidity had kept from him alone. Softening of the brain! "Perhaps I'm making too bold, sir," Big James went on. "Perhaps it's not so bad as that. But I did hear " Edwin nodded confirmingly. "You needn't talk about it," he murmured, indicating the first floor by an upward movement of the head. "That I shall not, sir," Big James smoothly replied, and proceeded in the same bland tone. "And what's more, never will I raise my voice in song again. James Yarlett has sung his last song." There was silence. Edwin, accustomed though he was to the mildness of Big James's deportment, did not on the instant grasp that the man was seriously announcing a solemn resolve made under deep emotion. But as he understood, tears came into Edwin's eyes, and he thrilled at the swift and dramatic revelation of the compositor's feeling for his employer. Its impressiveness was overwhelming, and it was humbling. Why this excess of devotion? "I don't say but what he had his faults, like other folks," said Big James. "And far be it from me to say that you, Mr Edwin, will not be a better master than your esteemed father. But for over 20 years I've worked for him, and now he's gone, never will I lift my voice in song again." Edwin could not reply. "I know what it is," said Big James, after a pause. "This cerebral softening. You'll have trouble, Mr Edwin." "The doctor says not." "You'll have trouble, if you'll excuse me saying so. But it's a good thing he's got you. It's a good thing for Miss Maggie as she isn't alone with him. It's a providence, Mr Edwin, as you're not a married man." "I very nearly was married once!" Edwin cried, with a sudden uncontrollable outburst of feeling which staggered while it satisfied him. Why should he make such a confidence to Big James? Between his pleasure in the relief and his extreme astonishment at the confession, he felt as it were lost and desperate, as if he did not care what might occur. "Were you now?" Big James commented, with an ever intensified blandness. "Well, sir, I thank you." CHAPTER 3, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 4 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Victim of Sympathy. On the same evening, Edwin, Albert Benbow, and Darius were smoking Albert's cigarettes in the dining room. Edwin sat at the end of a disordered supper table. Albert was standing, hat in hand, near the sideboard, and Darius leaned against the mantelpiece. Nobody could have supposed from his appearance that a doctor had responsibly prophesied this man's death within 2 years. Except for a shade of sadness upon his face, he looked the same as he had looked for a decade. Though regarded by his children as an old man, he was not old, being in fact still under 60. His grey hair was sparse, his spectacles were set upon his nose with the negligence characteristic of age, but the down-pointing moustache, which, abetted by his irregular teeth, gave him that curious facial resemblance to a seal, showed great force, and the whole of his stiff and sturdy frame showed force. His voice, if not his mouth, had largely recovered from the weakness of the morning. Moreover, the fashion in which he smoked a cigarette had somehow the effect of rejuvenating him. It was Albert who had induced him to smoke cigarettes occasionally. He was not a habitual smoker, consuming perhaps 1/2 ounce a week of pipe tobacco, and assuredly he would never of his own accord have tried a cigarette. For Darius, cigarettes were aristocratic and finicking. They were an affectation. He smoked a cigarette with the self-consciousness which usually marks the consumption of champagne in certain strata of society. His gestures, as he examined from time to time the end of the cigarette, or audibly blew forth spreading clouds, seemed to signify that in his opinion he was going the pace, cutting a dash, and seeing life. This naivete had its charm. The 3 men, left alone by their women, were discussing politics, which then meant nothing but the subject of Home Rule. Darius agreed almost eagerly with everything that Albert Benbow said. Albert was a calm and utterly sound Conservative. He was one of those politicians whose conviction of rightness is so strong that they cannot help condescending towards an opponent. Albert would say persuasively to Liberal acquaintances, "Now just think a moment," apparently sure that the only explanation of their misguided views was that they never had thought for a moment. Or he would say, "Surely all patriotic Liberals..." But one day when Edwin had said to him with a peculiar accent, "Surely all patriotic Conservatives," he had been politely offended for the rest of the evening, and Edwin and he had not mentioned politics to each other for a long time. Albert had had much influence over his father-in-law. And now Albert said, after Darius had concurred and concurred, "You're one of the right sort, after all, old gentleman." Throughout the evening he had spoken to Darius in an unusually loud voice, as though it was necessary to shout to a man who had only 2 years to live. "All I say is," said Darius, "country before party." "Why, of course!" Albert smiled, confident and superior. "Haven't I been telling you for years you're one of us?" Edwin, too, smiled as superiorly as he could, but unhappily not with sufficient superiority to wither Albert's smile. He said nothing, partly from timid discretion, but partly because he was preoccupied with the thought of the malignant and subtle power working secretly in his father's brain. How could the doctor tell? What was the process of softening? Did his father know, in that sick brain of his, that he was condemned? Or did he hope to recover? Now, as he leaned against the mantelpiece, protruding his body in an easy posture, he might have been any ordinary man, and not a victim. He might have been a man of business, relaxing after a long day of hard and successful cerebral activity. It seemed strange to Edwin that Albert could talk as he did to one whom destiny had set apart, to one whose being was the theatre of a drama so mysterious and tragic. Yet it was the proper thing for Albert to do, and Albert did it perfectly. Better than anybody, except possibly Maggie. "Those women take a deuce of a time putting their bonnets on!" Albert exclaimed. TWO. The women came downstairs at last. At last, to Edwin's intense relief, every one was going. Albert went into the hall to meet the women. Edwin rose and followed him. And Darius came as far as the door of the dining room. Less than 24 hours had passed since Edwin had begun even to suspect any sort of disaster to his father. But the previous night seemed an age away. The day had been interminable, and the evening exasperating in the highest degree. What an evening! Why had Albert and Clara and Auntie Hamps all of them come up just at supper time? At first they would not be persuaded. No! They had just called. Sheer accident. Nothing abnormal. And yet the whole of the demeanour of Auntie Hamps and Clara was abnormal. Maggie herself, catching the infection, had transformed the meal into a kind of abnormal horrible feast by serving cold beef and pickles, flesh meat being unknown to the suppers of the Clayhangers, save occasionally on Sundays. Edwin could not comprehend why the visitors had come. That is to say, he understood the reason quite well, but hated to admit it. They had come from a mere gluttony of curiosity. They knew all that could be known, but still they must come and gaze and indulge their lamentable hearts, and repeat the same things again and again, 10,000,000 times. Auntie Hamps, indeed, probably knew more than Edwin did, for she had thought fit to summon Dr Heve that very afternoon for an ailment of her own. And Clara, with an infant or so, had, by a remarkable coincidence, called at Mrs Hamps's house just after the doctor left. Odious, thought Edwin. These two had openly treated Darius as a martyr, speaking to him in soft and pitiful voices, urging him to eat, urging him to drink, caressing him, soothing him, humouring him, pretending to be brave and cheerful and optimistic, but with a pretence so poor, so wilfully poor, that it became an insult. When they said fulsomely, "You'll be perfectly all right soon, if only you'll take care and do as the doctor says," Edwin could have risen and killed them both with hearty pleasure. They might just as well have said, "You're practically in your grave." And assuredly they were not without influence on Maggie's deportment. The curious thing was that it was impossible to decide whether Darius loathed or whether he liked to be so treated. His face was an enigma. However, he was less gloomy. Then also the evening had necessarily been full of secret conferences. What would you? Each had to relate privately the things that he or she knew or had heard or had imagined. And there were questions of urgency to be discussed. For example, the question of the specialist. They were all positively agreed, Edwin found, that a specialist was unnecessary. Darius was condemned beyond hope or argument. There he sat, eating and talking in the large fine house that he had created out of naught, looking not at all like a corpse, but he was condemned. The doctor had convinced them. Besides, did not everybody know what softening of the brain was? Of course, if he thinks he would prefer to have a specialist, if he has the slightest wish... This from Auntie Hamps. There was the question further of domestic service. Mrs Nixon's niece had committed the folly of marriage, and for many months Maggie and the old servant had been `managing'. But with a crotchety invalid always in the house, more help would be indispensable. And still further, should Darius be taken away for a period to the sea, or Buxton, or somewhere? Maggie said that nothing would make him go, and Clara agreed with her. All these matters and others had to be kept away from the central figure. They were all full of passionate interest, and they had to be debated, in tones hushed but excited, in the hall, in the kitchen, upstairs, or anywhere except in the dining room. The excuses invented by the conspiring women for quitting and entering the dining room, their fatuous air of innocent simplicity, disgusted Edwin. And he became curter and curter as he noticed the new deference which even Clara practised towards him. THREE. The adieus were distressing. Clara, with her pale, sharp face and troubled eyes, clasped Darius round the neck, and almost hung on it. And Edwin thought: "Why doesn't she tell him straight out he's done for?" Then she retired and sought her husband's arm with the conscious pride of a wife fruitful up to the limits set by nature. And then Auntie Hamps shook hands with the victim. These two, of course, did not kiss. Auntie Hamps bore herself bravely. "Now do as the doctor advises," she said, patting Darius on the shoulder. "And do be guided by these dear children." Edwin caught Maggie's eye, and held it grimly. "And you, my pet," said Auntie Hamps, turning to Clara, who with Albert was now at the door. "You must be getting back to your babies. It's a wonder how you manage to get away. But you're a wonderful arranger. Only don't overdo it. Don't overdo it." Clara gave a fatigued smile, as of one whom circumstances often force to overdo it. They departed, Albert whistling to the night. Edwin observed again in their final glances the queer, new, ingratiating deference for himself. He bolted the door savagely. Darius was still standing at the entrance to the dining room, and as he looked at him Edwin thought of Big James's vow never to lift his voice in song again. Strange! It was the idea of the secret strangeness of life that was uppermost in his mind, not grief, not expectancy. In the afternoon he had been talking again to Big James, who, it appeared, had known intimately a case of softening of the brain. He did not identify the case. It was characteristic of him to name no names, but clearly he was familiar with the course of the disease. He had begun revelations which disconcerted Edwin, and had then stopped. And now, as Edwin furtively examined his father, he asked himself: "Will that happen to him? And that? And those still worse things that Big James did not reveal?" Incredible! There he was, smoking a cigarette, and the clock striking 10 in its daily matter-of-fact way. Darius let fall the cigarette, which Edwin picked up from the mat and offered to him. "Throw it away," said Darius, with a deep sigh. "Going to bed?" Edwin asked. Darius shook his head, and Edwin debated what he should do. A moment later Maggie came from the kitchen and asked: "Going to bed, father?" Again Darius shook his head. He then went slowly into the drawing room and lit the gas there. "What shall you do? Leave him?" Maggie whispered to Edwin in the dining room as she helped Mrs Nixon to clear the table. "I don't know," said Edwin. "I shall see." In 10 minutes both Maggie and Mrs Nixon had gone to bed. Edwin hesitated in the dining room. Then he extinguished the gas there. and went into the drawing-room. Darius, not having lowered the blinds, was gazing out of the black window. "You needn't wait down here for me," said he, a little sharply, and his tone was so sane, controlled, firm, and ordinary that Edwin could do nothing but submit to it. "I'm not going to," he answered quietly. Impossible to treat a man of such demeanour like a child. Chapter 4, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 5 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Slave's Fear. Edwin closed the door of his bedroom with a sense of relief and of pleasure far greater than he would have admitted, or indeed could honestly have admitted, for it surpassed his consciousness. The feeling recurred that he was separated from the previous evening by a tremendous expanse of time. He had been flung out of his daily habits. He had forgotten to worry over the execution of his private programmes. He had forgotten even that the solemn 30th birthday was close upon him. It seemed to him as if his own egoism was lying about in scattered pieces, which he must collect in the calm of this cloister, and reconstruct. He wanted to resume possession of himself, very slowly, without violent effort. He wound up his watch. The hour was not yet 10:30. The whole exquisite night was his. He had brought with him from the shop, almost mechanically, a copy of Harper's Magazine, not the copy which regularly once a month he kept from a customer during the space of 24 hours for his own uses, but a second copy, which had been sent down by the wholesale agents in mistake, and which he could return when he chose. He had already seen the number, but he could not miss the chance of carefully going through it at leisure. Despite his genuine aspirations, despite his taste, which was growing more and more fastidious, he found it exceedingly difficult to proceed with his regular plan of reading while there was an illustrated magazine unexplored. Besides, the name of Harper's was august. To read Harper's was to acquire merit. Even the pictures in Harper's were too subtle for the uncultivated. He turned over the pages, and they all appeared to promise new and strange joys. Such preliminary moments were the most ecstatic in his life, as in the lives of many readers. He had not lost sight of the situation created by his father's illness, but he could only see it very dimly through the semi-transparent pages. TWO. The latch clicked and the door opened slightly. He jumped, supposing that his father had crept upstairs, and the first thought of the slave in him was that his father had never seen the gas stove and would now infallibly notice it. But Maggie's face showed. She came in very quietly. She too had caught the conspiratorial manner. "I thought you wouldn't be ready for bed just yet," she said, in mild excuse of her entry. "I didn't knock, for fear he might be wandering about and hear." "Oh!" muttered Edwin. "What's up?" Instinctively he resented the invasion, and was alarmed for the privacy of his sacred room, although he knew that Maggie and Mrs Nixon also had it at their mercy every day. Nobody ever came into that room while he was in it. Maggie approached the hearth. "I think I ought to have a stove too," she said pleasantly. "Well, why don't you?" he replied. "I can get it for you any time." If Clara had envied his stove, she would have envied it with scoffing rancour, and he would have used sarcasm in response. "Oh no," said Maggie quickly. "I don't really want one." "What's up?" he repeated. He could see she was hesitating. "Do you know what Clara and auntie are saying?" "No. What now? I should have thought they'd both said enough to last them for a few days at any rate. Did Albert say anything to you?" "What about?" "Well, both Clara and auntie said I must tell you. Albert says he ought to make his will. They all think so." Edwin's lips curled. How do they know he hasn't made it? Has he made it? How do I know? You don't suppose he ever talks to me about his affairs, do you? Not much." "Well, they meant he ought to be asked." "Well, let 'em ask him, then. I shan't." "Of course what they say is you're the " "What do I care for that?" he interrupted her. "So that's what you were yarning about so long in your room." "I can tell you," said Maggie, "they're both of them very serious about it. So's Albert, it seems." "They disgust me," he said briefly. "Here's the thing isn't a day old, and they begin worrying about his will. They go slobbering all over him downstairs, and upstairs it's nothing but his will they think about. You can't rush at a man and talk to him about his will like that. At least I can't. It's altogether too thick. I expect some people could, but I can't. Damn it, you must have some sense of decency." Maggie remained calm and benevolent. After a pause she said "You see, their point is that later on he mayn't be able to make a will." "Look here," he questioned amicably, meeting her eyes. "What do you think? What do you think yourself?" "Oh!" she said. "I should never dream of bothering about it. I'm only telling you what " "Of course you wouldn't!" he exclaimed. "No decent person would. Later on, perhaps, if one could put in a word casually. But not now. If he doesn't make a will, he doesn't make one. That's all." Maggie leaned against the mantelpiece. "Mind your skirt doesn't catch fire," he warned her, in a murmur. "I told them what you'd say," she answered his outburst, perfectly unmoved. "I knew what you'd say. But what they say is it's all very well for you. You're the son, and it seems that if there isn't a will, if it's left too late " This aspect of the case had absolutely not presented itself to Edwin. "If they think," he muttered with cold acrimony, "if they think I'm the sort of person to take the slightest advantage of being the son well, they must think it. That's all. Besides, they can always talk to him themselves, if they're so desperately anxious. You have charge of everything." "Have I? And I should like to know what it's got to do with auntie." Maggie lifted her head. "Oh! Auntie and Clara, you know. You can't separate them." "Well, I've told you." She moved to leave. "I say," he stopped her with a confidential appeal, "don't you agree with me?" "Yes," she replied simply. "I think it ought to be left for a bit." "Perhaps he's made it, after all. Let's hope so. I'm sure it will save a lot of trouble if he has." "Naturally it ought to be left for a bit. Why, just look at him! He might be on his blooming dying bed, to hear the way some people talk. Let 'em mention it to me, and I'll tell 'em a thing or two." Maggie raised her eyebrows. She scarcely recognised Edwin. "I suppose he'll be all right downstairs?" "Right? Of course he'll be all right." Then he added, in a tone less pugnacious, for after all it was not Maggie who had outraged his delicacy. "Don't latch the door. Pull it to. I'll listen out." She went silently away. THREE. Searching with his body for the most comfortable deeps of the easy chair, he set himself to savour Harper's. This monthly reassurance that nearly all was well with the world, and that what was wrong was not seriously wrong, waited on his knees to be accepted and to do its office. Unlike the magazines of his youth, its aim was to soothe and flatter, not to disconcert and impeach. He looked at the refined illustrations of South American capitals and of picturesque corners in Provence, and at the smooth or the rugged portraits of great statesmen and great bridges, all just as true to reality as the brilliant letterpress. And he tried to slip into the rectified and softened world offered by the magazine. He did not criticise the presentment. He did nothing so subtle as to ask himself whether if he encountered the reality he would recognise it from the presentment. He wanted the illusions of Harper's. He desired the comfort, the distraction, and the pleasant ideal longings which they aroused. But they were a medicine which he discovered he was not in a condition to absorb. A medicine therefore useless. There was no effective medicine for his trouble. His trouble was that he objected to being disturbed. At first he had been pleasantly excited, but now he shrank away at the call to freedom, to action, to responsibility. All the slave in him protested against the knocking off of irons, and the imperative kick into the open air. He saw suddenly that in the calm of regular habit and of subjection he had arrived at something that closely resembled happiness. He wished not to lose it, knowing that it was already gone. Actually, for his own sake, and quite apart from his father, he would have been ready, were it possible, to cancel the previous 24 hours. Everything was ominous, and he was wandering about, lost amid menaces. Why, even his cherished programmes of reading were smashed. Hallam! True, to-night was not a night appointed for reading, but to-morrow night was, and would he be able to read to-morrow night? No! 100 new complications would have arisen to harass him and to dispossess him of his tranquillity. Destiny was demanding from him a huge effort, unexpected and formidable, and the whole of his being weakly complained, asking to be exempted, but asking without any hope of success, for all his faculties and his desires knew that his conscience was ultimately their master. Talk to his father about making a will, eh? Besides being disgusting, it was laughable. Those people did not know his father as he did. He foresaw that, even in the conducting of routine business, he would have difficulties with his father over the simplest details. In particular was one indispensable preliminary to the old man's complete repose. And his first duty on the morrow would be to endeavour to arrange this preliminary with his father. But he scarcely hoped to succeed. On the portion of the mantelpiece reserved for books in actual use lay the tale of a tub, last night so enchanting. And now he had positively forgotten it. He yawned and prepared for bed. If he could not read Harper's, perhaps he could read Swift. FOUR. He lay in bed. The gas was out, the stove was out, and according to his custom he was reading himself to sleep by the light of a candle in a sconce attached to the bed's head. His eyes ran along line after line and down page after page, and transmitted nothing coherent to his brain. Then there were steps on the stair. His father was at last coming to bed. He was a little relieved, though he had been quite prepared to go to sleep and leave his father below. Why not? The steps died at the top of the stair, but an irregular creaking continued. After a pause the door was pushed open, and after another pause the figure of his father came into view, breathing loudly. "Edwin, are you asleep?" Darius asked anxiously. Edwin wondered what could be the matter, but he answered with lightness "Nearly." "I've not put the light out down yon. Happen you'd better put it out." There was in his father's voice a note of dependence upon him, of appeal to him. "Funny!" he thought, and said aloud, "All right." He jumped up. His father thudded off deliberately to his own room, apparently relieved of a fearful oppression, but still fixed in sadness. On the previous night Edwin had extinguished the hall gas and come last to bed, and again to-night. But to-night with what a different sentiment of genuine, permanent responsibility! The appealing feebleness of his father's attitude seemed to give him strength. Surely a man so weak and fallen from tyranny could not cause much trouble? Edwin now had some hope that the unavoidable preliminary to the invalid's retirement might be achieved without too much difficulty. He braced himself. CHAPTER VI. Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 6 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Keys and Cheques. Coming up Trafalgar Road at 9:20 in the bright astringent morning, Edwin carried by a string a little round parcel which for him contained the inspiring symbol of his new life. By mere accident he had wakened and had risen early, arriving at the shop before 7:30. He had deliberately lifted on to his shoulders the whole burden of the shop and the printing business, and as soon as he felt its weight securely lodged he became extraordinarily animated and vigorous, even gay. He had worked with a most agreeable sense of energy until nearly 9 o'clock, and then, having first called at the ironmonger's, had stepped into the bank at the top of Saint Luke's Square a moment after its doors opened, and had 5 minutes' exciting conversation with the manager, after which, the righteous hunger in his belly and the symbol in his hand, he had come home to breakfast. The symbol was such as could be obtained at any ironmonger's, an alarm clock. Mrs Nixon had grown less reliable than formerly as an alarm clock. Machinery was now supplanting her. Dr Heve came out of the house, and Dr Heve too seemed gay with fine resolutions. The two met on the doorstep, each full of a justifiable self-satisfaction. The doctor explained that he had come thus early because Mr Clayhanger was one of those cases upon which he could look in casually at any time. In the sunshine they talked, under the porch, of early rising, as men who understood the value of that art. Edwin could see that Dr Heve's life was a series of little habits which would never allow themselves to be interfered with by any large interest, and he despised the man's womanish smile. Nevertheless his new respect for him did not weaken. He decided that he was a very decent fellow in his way, and he was more impressed than he would admit by the amount of work that the doctor had for years been doing in the morning, before his intellectual superiors had sat up in bed. And he imagined that it might be even more agreeable to read in the fresh stillness of the morning than in the solitary night. Then they returned to the case of Darius. The doctor was more communicative, and they were both cheerfully matter-of-fact concerning it. There it was, to be made the best of, and that Darius could never handle business again, and that in about 2 years his doom would be accomplished. These were basic facts, axiomatic. The doctor had seen his patient in the garden, and he suggested that if Darius could be persuaded to interest himself in gardening. They discussed his medicine, his meals, his digestion, and the great impossible dream of taking him away, out of it all, and every now and then Dr Heve dropped some little hint as to the management of Darius. The ticking parcel drew the discreet attention of the doctor. The machine was one guaranteed to go in any position, and was much more difficult to stop than to start. "It's only an alarm," said Edwin, not without self-consciousness. The doctor went, tripping neatly and optimistically off towards his own breakfast. He got up earlier than his horse. TWO. Darius was still in the garden when Edwin went to him. He had put on his daily suit, and was leisurely digging in an uncultivated patch of ground. He stuck the spade into the earth perpendicularly and deep, and when he tried to prise it up and it would not yield because of a concealed half-brick, he put his tongue between his teeth and then bit his lower lip, controlling himself, determined to get the better of the spade and the brick by persuasively humouring them. He took no notice whatever of Edwin. "I see you aren't losing any time," said Edwin, who felt as though he were engaging in small talk with a stranger. "Are you?" Darius replied, without turning his head. "I've just come up for a bit of breakfast. Everything's all right," he said. He would have liked to add, "I was in the shop before 7:30," but he was too proud. After a pause he ventured, essaying the casual, "I say, father, I shall want the keys of the desk and all that." "Keys of the desk!" Darius muttered, leaning on the spade, as though demanding in stupefaction, "What on earth can you want the keys for?" "Well," Edwin stammered. But the proposition was too obvious to be denied. Darius left the spade to stand up by itself, and stared. "Got 'em in your pocket?" Edwin inquired. Slowly Darius drew forth a heavy glittering bunch of keys, one of the chief insignia of his dominion, and began to fumble at it. "You needn't take any of them off. I expect I know which is which," said Edwin, holding out his hand. Darius hesitated, and then yielded up the bunch. "Thanks," said Edwin lightly. But the old man's reluctance to perform this simple and absolutely necessary act of surrender, the old man's air of having done something tremendous, these signs frightened Edwin and shook his courage for the demand compared to which the demand for the keys was naught. Still, the affair had to be carried through. "And I say," he proceeded, jingling the keys, "about signing and endorsing cheques. They tell me at the bank that if you sign a general authority to me to do it for you, that will be enough." He could not avoid looking guilty. He almost felt guilty, almost felt as if he were plotting against his father's welfare. And as he spoke his words seemed unreal and his suggestion fantastic. At the bank the plan had been simple, easy, and perfectly natural. But there could be no doubt that as he had walked up Trafalgar Road, receding from the bank and approaching his father, the plan had gradually lost those attractive qualities. And now, in the garden, it was merely monstrous. Silent, Darius resumed the spade. "Well," said Edwin desperately, "what about it?" "Do you think," Darius glowered upon him with heavy, desolating scorn, "do you think as I'm going to let you sign my cheques for me? You're taking too much on yourself, my lad. But I tell you you're taking too much on yourself," he began to shout menacingly. "Get about your business, and don't act the fool. You needn't think you're going to be God Almighty because you got up a bit earlier for once in a way, and been down to the shop before breakfast." THREE. In all his demeanour there was not the least indication of weakness. He might never have sat down on the stairs and cried. He might never have submitted feebly and perhaps gladly to the caresses of Clara and the soothings of Auntie Hamps. Impossible to convince him that he was cut off from the world. Impossible even to believe it. Was this the man that Edwin and the bank manager and the doctor and all the others had been disposing of, as though he were an automaton, accurately responsive to external suggestion? "Look here," Edwin knew he ought to say. "Let it be clearly understood, once for all, I'm the boss now. I have the authority in my pocket, and you must sign it, and quick too. I shall do my best for you, but I don't mean to be bullied while I'm doing it." But he could not say it. Nor could his heart emotionally feel it. He turned away sheepishly. And then he faced his father again, with a distressed, apologetic smile. "Well, then," he asked, "who is going to sign cheques?" "I am," said Darius. "But you know what the doctor said. You know what you promised him." "What did the doctor say?" "He said you weren't to do anything at all, and you said you wouldn't. What's more, you said you didn't want to." Darius sneered. "I reckon I can sign cheques," he said. "And I reckon I can endorse cheques. So it's got to that. I can't sign my own name now. I shall show some of you whether I can't sign my own name. You know it isn't simply signing them. You know if I bring cheques up for you to sign, you'll begin worrying about them at once, and there'll be no end to it. You'd much better " "Shut up!" It was like a clap of thunder. Edwin hesitated an instant, and then went towards the house. He could hear his father muttering, "Whipper snapper!" "And I'll tell you another thing," Darius bawled across the garden. Assuredly his voice would reach the street. "It was like your impudence to go to the bank like that without asking me first. They tell you at the bank! They tell you at the bank! Anything else they told you at the bank? Then a snort!" Edwin was humiliated and baffled. He knew not what he could do. The situation became impossible immediately it was faced. He felt also very resentful. And resentment was capturing him, when suddenly an idea seemed to pull him by the sleeve. All this is part of his disease. It's part of his disease that he can't see the point of a thing. And the idea was insistent, and under its insistence Edwin's resentment changed to melancholy. He said to himself that he must think of his father as a child. He blamed himself in a sort of pleasurable luxury of remorse, for all the anger which during all his life he had felt against his father. His father's unreasonableness had not been a fault but a misfortune. His father had been not a tyrant but a victim. His brain must always have been wrong, and now he was doomed, and the worst part of his doom was that he was unaware of it. And in the thought of Darius ignorantly blustering within the walled garden in the spring sunshine, condemned, cut off, helpless at the last, pitiable at the last, there was something inexpressibly poignant, and the sunshine seemed a shame, and Edwin's youth and mental vigour seemed a shame. Nevertheless Edwin knew not what to do. "Master Edwin," said Mrs Nixon, who was rubbing the balustrade of the stairs, "you munna cross him like that." She jerked her head in the direction of the garden. The garden door stood open. If he had not felt solemn and superior he could have snapped off that head of hers. "Is my breakfast ready?" he asked. He hung up his hat and absently took the little parcel which he had left on the marble ledge of the umbrella stand. CHAPTER VI. Volume 3, Chapter 7 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Laid Aside. The safe, since the abandonment of the business premises by the family, had stood in a corner of a small nondescript room, sometimes vaguely called the safe room, between the shop and what had once been the kitchen. It was a considerable safe, and it had the room practically to itself. As Edwin unlocked it, and the prodigious door swung with silent smoothness to his pull, he was aware of a very romantic feeling of exploration. He had seen the inside of the safe before. He had even opened the safe and taken something from it, under his father's orders. But he had never had leisure nor licence to inspect its interior. From his boyhood had survived the notion that it must contain many marvels. In spite of himself his attitude was one of awe. The first thing that met his eye was his father's large black-bound private cash book, which constituted the most sacred and mysterious document in the accountancy of the business. Edwin handled and kept all the books save that. At the beginning of the previous week he and Stifford had achieved the task of sending out the quarterly accounts, and of one sort or another there were some 700 quarterly accounts. Edwin was familiar with every detail of the printer's workbook, the daybook, the combined book colloquially called invoice and ledger, the bought ledger, and the shop cash book. But he could form no sure idea of the total dimensions and results of the business, because his father always kept the ultimate castings to himself, and never displayed his private cash book under any circumstances. By ingenuity and perseverance Edwin might have triumphed over Darius's mania for secrecy, but he did not care to do so. Perhaps pride, even more than honour, caused him to refrain. Now he held the book, and saw that only a portion of it was in the nature of a cash book. The rest comprised summaries and general statements. The statement for the year 1885, so far as he could hastily decipher its meaning, showed a profit of £821. He was not surprised, and yet the sight of the figures in his father's heavy, scratchy hand was curiously impressive. His father could keep nothing from him now. The interior of the safe was like a city that had capitulated. No law ran in it but his law, and he was absolute. He could commit infamies in the city, and none might criticise. He turned over piles of dusty cheque counterfoils, and old pass-books and other old books of account. He saw a linen bag crammed with 4-shilling pieces. Whenever Darius obtained a double florin he put it aside. And 1 or 2 old watches of no value. Also the title deeds of the house at Bleakridge, their latest parchment still white with pounce. The mortgage, then, had been repaid. a fact which Darius had managed on principle to conceal from his son. Then he came to the four drawers, and in some of these he discovered a number of miscellaneous share certificates with their big seals. He knew that his father had investments. It was impossible to inhabit the shop cubicle with his father and not know that. But he had no conception of their extent or their value. Always he had regarded all those matters as foreign to himself, refusing to allow curiosity in regard to them to awake. Now he was differently minded, owing to the mere physical weight in his pocket of a bunch of keys. In a hasty examination he gathered that the stock was chiefly in railways and shipping, and that it amounted to large sums, anyhow quite a number of thousands. He was frankly astonished. How had his father's clumsy, slow intellect been able to cope with the dangerous intricacies of the Stock Exchange? It seemed incredible. And yet he had known quite well that his father was an investor. "Of course he isn't keen on giving it all up!" Edwin exclaimed aloud suddenly. "I wonder he even forked out the keys as easily as he did." The view of the safe enabled him to perform a feat which very few children ever achieve. He put himself in his father's place. And it was with benevolence, not with exasperation, that he puzzled his head to invent some device for defeating the old man's obstinacy about cheque signing. One drawer was evidently not in regular use. Often in a series of drawers one of them falls into the idle habit of being overlooked, slipping gradually by custom into desuetude, though other drawers may overflow. This drawer held merely a few scraps of sample paper and a map, all dusty. He drew forth the map. It was coloured, and in shaky Roman characters underneath it ran the legend, "The County of Staffordshire." He seemed to recognise the map. On the back he read, in his father's handwriting, "Drawn and coloured without help by my son Edwin, aged 9." He had utterly forgotten it. He could in no detail recall the circumstances in which he had produced the wonderful map. A childish, rude effort. Still rather remarkable that at the age of 9, perhaps even before he had begun to attend the Oldcastle Middle School, he should have chosen to do a county map instead of a map of that country beloved by all juvenile map drawers, Ireland. He must have copied it from the map in Lewis's Gazetteer of England and Wales, 21 years ago nearly. He might, from the peculiar effect on him, have just discovered the mummy of the boy that once had been Edwin. And his father had kept the map for over 20 years. The old cock must have been deuced proud of it once. Not that he ever said so. Edwin was sure of that. "Now you needn't get sentimental," he told himself. Like Maggie, he had a fearful and almost morbid horror of sentimentality, but he could not arrest the softening of his heart. As he smiled at the naivete of the map and at his father's parental simplicity. As he was closing the safe, Stifford, agitated, hurried into the room. "Please, sir, Mr Clayhanger's in the Square. I thought I'd better tell you." "What? Father?" "Yes, sir. He's standing opposite the chapel, and he keeps looking this way. I thought you'd like " Edwin turned the key and ran forth, stumbling as he entered the shop against the step ladder which, with the paper boy at the summit of it, overtopped the doorway. He wondered why he should run, and why Stifford's face was so obviously apprehensive. TWO. Darius Clayhanger was standing at the north east corner of the little square, half way up Duck Bank, at the edge of the pavement, and his gaze, hesitant and feeble, seemed to be upon the shop. He merely stood there, moveless. And yet the sight of him was most strangely disconcerting. Edwin, who kept within the shelter of the doorway, comprehended now the look on Stifford's face. His father had the air of ranging round about the shop in a reconnaissance, like an Indian or a wild animal, or like a domestic animal violently expelled. Edwin almost expected him to creep round by the Town Hall into Saint Luke's Square, and then to reappear stealthily at the other end of Wedgwood Street, and from a western ambush stare again at his own premises. A man coming down Duck Bank paused an instant near Darius, and with a smile spoke to him, holding out his hand. Darius gave a slight nod. The man, snubbed and confused, walked on, the smile still on his face, but meaningless now and foolish. At length Darius walked up the hill, his arms stiff and outpointing as of old. Edwin got his hat and ran after him. Instead of turning to the left along the market place, Darius kept on farther up the hill, past the shambles, towards the old playground and the vague cinder wastes where the town ended in a few ancient cottages. It was at the playground that Edwin, going slowly and cautiously, overtook him. "Hello, father," he began nervously. "Where are you off to?" Darius did not seem to be at all startled to see him at his side. Nevertheless he behaved in a queer fashion. Without saying a word, he suddenly turned at right angles, and apparently aimed himself towards the market place by the back of the Town Hall. When he had walked a few paces he stopped and looked round at Edwin, who could not decide what ought to be done. "If you want to know," said Darius, with overwhelming sadness and embittered disgust, "I'm going to the Bank to sign that authority about cheques." "Oh!" Edwin responded. "Good. I'll go with you if you like." "Happen it'll be as well," said Darius, resigning himself. They walked together in silence. The old man was beaten. The old man had surrendered unconditionally. Edwin's heart lightened as he perceived more and more clearly what this surprising victory meant. It meant that always in the future he would have the upper hand. He knew now, and Darius knew, that his father had no strength to fight, and that any semblance of fighting could be treated as bluster. Probably nobody realised as profoundly as Darius himself his real and yet mysterious inability to assert his will against the will of another. The force of his individuality was gone. He who had meant to govern tyrannically to his final hour, to die with a powerful and grim gesture of command, had to accept the ignominy of submission. Edwin had not even insisted, had used no kind of threat. He had merely announced his will, and when the first fury had waned, Darius had found his son's will working like a chemical agent in his defenceless mind, and had yielded. It was astounding. And always it would be thus, until the time when Edwin would say, "Do this," and Darius would do it, and "Do that," and Darius would do it, meekly, unreasoningly, anxiously. Edwin's relief was so great that it might have been mistaken for positive ecstatic happiness. His mind ranged exultingly over the future of the business. In a few years, if he chose, he could sell the business and spend the whole treasure of his time upon programmes. The entire world would be his, and he could gather the fruits of every art. He would utterly belong to himself. It was a formidable thought. The atmosphere of the market place contained too much oxygen to be quite grateful to his lungs. In the meantime there were things he would do. He would raise Stifford's wages. Long ago they ought to have been raised, and he would see that Stifford had his dinner a full hour, which in practice Stifford had never had, and he would completely give up the sale and delivery of newspapers and weeklies, and would train the paper boy to the shop, and put Stifford in his own place, and perhaps get another clerk. It struck him hopefully that Stifford might go forth for orders. Assuredly he himself had not one quality of a commercial traveller. And most inviting prospect of all, he would stock new books. He cared not whether new books were unremunerative. It should be known throughout the Five Towns that at Clayhanger's in Bursley a selection of new books could always be seen, and if people would not buy them, people must leave them. But he would have them. And so his thoughts flew. THREE. And at the same time he was extremely sad, only less sad than his father. When he allowed his thoughts to rest for an instant on his father, he was so moved that he could almost have burst into a sob. Just one terrific sob. And he would say in his mind, "What a damned shame! What a damned shame!" Meaning that destiny had behaved ignobly to his father after all. Destiny had no right to deal with a man so faithlessly. Destiny should do either one thing or the other. It seemed to him that he was leading his father by a string to his humiliation. And he was ashamed, ashamed of his own dominance and of his father's craven submissiveness. Twice they were stopped by hearty and curious burgesses, and at each encounter Edwin, far more than Darius, was anxious to pretend that the harsh hand of Darius still firmly held the sceptre. When they entered the shining mahogany interior of the richest bank in the Five Towns, hushed save for a discreet shovelling of coins, Edwin waited for his father to speak, and Darius said not a word, but stood glumly quiescent, like a victim in a halter. The little wiry dancing cashier looked. Every clerk in the place looked. From behind the third counter in the far recesses of the bank, clerks looked over their ledgers, and they all looked in the same annoying way, as at a victim in a halter. In their glance was all the pitiful gloating baseness of human nature, mingled with a little of its compassion. Everybody of course knew that something had happened to the successful steam printer. "Can we see Mr Lovatt?" Edwin demanded curtly. He was abashed and he was resentful. The cashier jumped on all his springs into a sudden activity of deference. Presently the manager emerged from the glazed door of his room, pulling his long whiskers. "Oh, Mr Lovatt," Edwin began nervously. "Father's just come along." They were swallowed up into the manager's parlour. It might have been a court of justice, or a dentist's surgery, or the cabinet of an insurance doctor, or the room at Fontainebleau where Napoleon signed his abdication. Anything but the thing it was. Happily Mr Lovatt had a manner which never varied. He had only one manner for all men and all occasions, so that Edwin was not distressed either by the deficiencies of amateur acting or by the exhibition of another's self-conscious awkwardness. Nevertheless, when his father took the pen to write, he was obliged to look studiously at the window and inaudibly hum an air. Had he not done so, that threatening sob might have burst its way out of him. FOUR. "I'm going this road," said Darius, when they were safely out of the bank, pointing towards the Sytch. "What for?" "I'm going this road," he repeated, gloomily obstinate. "All right," said Edwin cheerfully. "I'll trot round with you." He did not know whether he could safely leave his father. The old man's eyes resented his assiduity and accepted it. They passed the old Sytch Pottery, the smoke of whose kilns now no longer darkened the sky. The senior partner of the firm which leased it had died, and his sons had immediately taken advantage of his absence to build a new and efficient works down by the canal side at Shawport, a marvel of everything save architectural dignity. Times changed. Edwin remarked on the desolation of the place and received no reply. Then the idea occurred to him that his father was bound for the Liberal Club. It was so. They both entered. In the large room two young men were amusing themselves at the billiard table which formed the chief attraction of the naked interior, and on the ledges of the tables were two glasses. The steward in an apron watched them. "Aye!" grumbled Darius, eyeing the group. "That's rad, that is! That's rad! Not 12 o'clock yet." If Edwin with his father had surprised two young men drinking and playing billiards before noon in the Conservative Club, he would have been grimly pleased. He would have taken it for a further proof of the hollowness of the opposition to the great Home Rule Bill. But the spectacle of a couple of wastrels in the Liberal Club annoyed and shamed him. His vague notion was that at such a moment of high crisis the two wastrels ought to have had the decency to refrain from wasting. "Well, Mr Clayhanger," said the steward in his absurd Boniface way, "you're quite a stranger." "I want my name taken off this Club," said Darius shortly. "You understand me? And I reckon I'm not the only one these days." The steward did in fact understand. He protested in a low, amiable voice, while the billiard players affected not to hear. But he perfectly understood. The epidemic of resignations had already set in, and there had been talk of a Liberal Unionist Club. The steward saw that the grand folly of a senile statesman was threatening his own future prospects. He smiled. But at Edwin, as they were leaving, he smiled in a quite peculiar way, and that smile clearly meant: "Your father goes dotty, and the first thing he does is to change his politics." This was the steward's justifiable revenge. "You aren't leaving us?" the steward questioned Edwin in a half whisper. Edwin shook his head. But he could have killed the steward for that nauseating, suggestive smile. The outer door swung to, cutting off the delicate click of billiard balls. At the top of Duck Bank, Darius silently and without warning mounted the steps of the Conservative Club. Doubtless he knew how to lay his hand instantly on a proposer and seconder. Edwin did not follow him. FIve. That evening, conscious of responsibility and of virtue, Edwin walked up Trafalgar Road with a less gawky and more dignified mien than ever he had managed to assume before. He had not only dismissed programmes of culture, he had forgotten them. After 12 hours as head of a business, they had temporarily ceased to interest him. And when he passed or was overtaken by other men of affairs, he thought to himself naively in the dark: "I am the equal of these men." And the image of Florence Simcox, the clog dancer, floated through his mind. He found Darius alone in the drawing room, in front of an uncustomary fire, garden clay still on his boots, and the Christian News under his spectacles. The Sunday before the funeral of Mr Shushions had been so unusual and so distressing that Darius had fallen into arrear with his perusals. True, he had never been known to read the Christian News on any day but Sunday, but now every day was Sunday. Edwin nodded to him and approached the fire, rubbing his hands. "What's this, as I hear?" Darius began with melancholy softness. "Eh?" "About Albert wanting to borrow £1,000?" Darius gazed at him over his spectacles. "Albert wanting to borrow £1,000?" Edwin repeated, astounded. "Aye. Have they said naught to you?" "No," said Edwin. "What is it?" "Clara and your aunt have both been at me since tea. Some tale as Albert can amalgamate into partnership with Hope and Carter's if he can put down 1,000. Then Albert's said naught to ye?" "No, he hasn't!" Edwin exclaimed, emphasising each word with a peculiar fierceness. It was as if he had said: "I should like to catch him saying anything to me about it." He was extremely indignant. It seemed to him monstrous that those two women should thus try to snatch an advantage from his father's weakness. Pitifully mean and base! He could not understand how people could bring themselves to do such things, nor how, having done them, they could ever look their fellows in the face again. Had they no shame? They would not let a day pass but they must settle on the old man instantly, like flies on a carcass. He could imagine the plottings, the hushed chatterings, the acting for the best demeanour of that cursed woman Auntie Hamps (yes, he now cursed her), and the candid greed of his sister. "You wouldn't do it, would you?" Darius asked, in a tone that expected a negative answer, but also with a rather plaintive appeal, as though he were depending on Edwin for moral support against the formidable forces of attack. "I should not," said Edwin stoutly, touched by the strange, wistful note and by the glance. "Unless of course you really want to." He did not care in the least whether the money would or would not be really useful and reasonably safe. He did not care whose enmity he was risking. His sense of fair play was outraged, and he would salve it at any cost. He knew that had his father not been struck down and defenceless, these despicable people would never have dared to demand money from him. That was the only point that mattered. The relief of Darius at Edwin's attitude in the affair was painful. Hoping for sympathy from Edwin, he yet had feared in him another enemy. Now he was reassured, and he could hide his feelings no better than a child. "Seemingly they can't wait till my will's opened," he murmured, with a scarcely successful affectation of grimness. "Made a will, have you?" Edwin remarked, with an elaborate casualness, to imply that he had never till then given a thought to his father's will, but that, having thought of the question, he was perhaps a very little surprised that his father had indeed made a will. Darius nodded, quite benevolently. He seemed to have forgotten his deep grievance against Edwin in the matter of cheque signing. "Duncalf's got it," he murmured after a moment. Duncalf was the Town Clerk and a solicitor. So the will was made, and he had submissively signed away all control over all monetary transactions. What more could he do except expire with the minimum of fuss? Truly Darius, in the local phrase, was now `laid aside'; and of all the symptoms of his decay the most striking and the most tragic to Edwin was that he showed no curiosity whatever about business. Not one single word of inquiry had he uttered. "You'll want shaving," said Edwin in a friendly way. Darius passed a hand over his face. He had ceased years ago to shave himself, and had a subscription at Dick Jones's in Aboukir Street, close by the shop. "Aye. Shall I send the barber up, or shall you let it grow? What do you think?" "Oh!" Edwin drawled, characteristically hesitating. Then he remembered that he was the responsible head of the family of Clayhanger. "I think you might let it grow," he decided. And when he had issued the verdict, it seemed to him like a sentence of sequestration and death on his father. Let it grow! What does it matter? Such was the innuendo. "You used to grow a full beard once, didn't you?" he asked. "Yes," said Darius. That made the situation less cruel. CHAPTER VIII. VOLUME THREE. Volume 3, Chapter 8 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 8. A Change of Mind. One evening, a year later, in earliest summer of 1887, Edwin and Mr Osmond Orgreave were walking home together from Hanbridge. When they reached the corner of the street leading to Lane End House, Osmond Orgreave said, stopping, "Now you'll come with us?" And he looked Edwin hard in the eyes, and there was a most flattering appeal in his voice. It was some time since their eyes had met frankly, for Edwin had recently been having experience of Mr Orgreave's methods in financial controversy, and it had not been agreeable. After an instant Edwin said heartily "Yes, I think I'll come. Of course I should like to. But I'll let you know." "To night?" "Yes, to night. I shall tell my wife you're coming." Mr Orgreave waved a hand and passed with a certain decorative gaiety down the street. His hair was now silvern, and it still curled in the old places, and his gestures had apparently not aged at all. Mr and Mrs Orgreave were going to London for the Jubilee celebrations. So far as their family was concerned, they were going alone, because Osmond had insisted humorously that he wanted a rest from his children. But he had urgently invited Edwin to accompany them. At first Edwin had instinctively replied that it was impossible. He could not leave home. He had never been to London. A journey to London presented itself to him as an immense enterprise, almost as a piece of culpable self-indulgence. And then, under the stimulus of Osmond's energetic and adventurous temperament, he had said to himself, "Why not? Why shouldn't I?" The arguments favoured his going. It was absurd and scandalous that he had never been to London. He ought, for his self-respect, to depart thither at once. The legend of the Jubilee, spectacular, processional, historic, touched his imagination. Whenever he thought of it, his fancy saw pennons and corselets and chargers winding through stupendous streets, and somewhere in the midst the majesty of England in the frail body of a little old lady who had had many children and one supreme misfortune. Moreover, he could incidentally see Charlie. Moreover, he had been suffering from a series of his customary colds and from overwork, and Heve had told him that he would do with a change. Moreover, he had a project for buying paper in London. He had received from London overtures which seemed promising. He had never been able to buy paper quite as cheaply as Darius had bought paper, for the mere reason that he could not haggle over sixteenths of a penny with efficient ruthlessness. He simply could not do it, being somehow ashamed to do it. In Manchester, where Darius had bought paper for 30 years, they were imperceptibly too brutal for Edwin in the harsh realities of a bargain. They had no sense of shame. He thought that in letters from London he detected a softer spirit. And above all he desired, by accepting Mr Orgreave's invitation, to show to the architect that the differences between them were really expunged from his mind. Among many confusions in his father's flourishing but disorderly affairs, Edwin had been startled to find the Orgreave transactions. There were accounts and contra accounts, and quantities of strangely contradictory documents. Never had a real settlement occurred between Darius and Osmond did not seem to want one. Edwin, however, with his old maid's passion for putting and keeping everything in its place, insisted on one. Mr Orgreave had to meet him on his strongest point, his love of order. The process of settlement had been painful to Edwin. It had seriously marred some of his illusions. Nearly the last of the entanglements in his father's business, the Orgreave matter was straightened and closed now, and the projected escapade to London would bury it deep, might even restore agreeable illusions. And Edwin was incapable of nursing malice. The best argument of all was that he had a right to go to London. He had earned London, by honest and severe work, and by bearing firmly the huge weight of his responsibility. So far he had offered himself no reward whatever, not even an increase in salary, not even a week of freedom or the satisfaction of a single caprice. "I shall go and charge it to the business," he said to himself. He became excited about going. TWO. As he approached his house he saw the elder Heve, Vicar of Saint Peter's, coming away from it, a natty clerical figure in a straw hat of peculiar shape. Recently this man had called once or twice. Not professionally, for Darius was neither a churchman nor a parishioner, but as a brother of Dr Heve's, as a friendly human being, and Darius had been flattered. The Vicar would talk about Jesus with quiet, half humorous enthusiasm. For him, at any rate, Christianity was grand fun. He seemed never to be solemn over his religion, like the Wesleyans. He never, with a shamed, defiant air, said, "I'm not ashamed of Christ," like the Wesleyans. He might have known Christ slightly at Cambridge. But his relations with Christ did not make him conceited nor condescending. And if he was concerned about the welfare of people who knew not Christ, he hid his concern in the politest manner. Edwin, after being momentarily impressed by him, was now convinced of his perfect mediocrity. The Vicar's views on literature had damned him eternally in the esteem of Edwin, who was still naive enough to be unable to comprehend how a man who had been to Cambridge could speak enthusiastically of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Moreover, Edwin despised him for his obvious pride in being a bachelor. The Vicar would not say that a priest should be celibate, but he would, with delicacy, imply as much. Then also, for Edwin's taste, the parson was somewhat too childishly interested in the culture of cellar mushrooms, which was his hobby. He would recount the tedious details of all his experiments to Darius, who, flattered by these attentions from the Established Church, took immense delight in the Vicar, and in the sample mushrooms offered to him from time to time. Maggie stood in the porch which commanded the descent into Bursley. She was watching the Vicar as he receded. When Edwin appeared at the gate she gave a little jump, and he fancied that she also blushed. "Look here!" he exclaimed to himself in a flash of suspicion. "Surely she's not thinking of the Vicar? Surely Maggie isn't after all?" He did not conceive it possible that the Vicar, who had been to Cambridge and had notions about celibacy, was thinking of Maggie. "Women are queer," he said to himself. For him this generalisation from facts was quite original. Fancy her staring after the Vicar! She must have been doing it quite unconsciously. He had supposed that her attitude towards the Vicar was precisely his own. He took it for granted that the Vicar's attitude was the same to both of them, based on a polite and kindly but firm recognition that there could be no genuine sympathy between him and them. "The Vicar's just been," said Maggie. "Has he? Cheered the old man up at all?" "Not much." Maggie shook her head gloomily. Edwin's conscience seemed to be getting ready to hint that he ought not to go to London. "I say, Mag," he said quietly, as he inserted his stick in the umbrella stand. She stopped on her way upstairs, and then approached him. "Mr Orgreave wants me to go to London with him and Mrs Orgreave." He explained the whole project to her. She said at once, eagerly, benevolently: "Of course you ought to go. It'll do you all the good in the world. I shall be all right here. Clara and Albert will come for Jubilee Day, anyhow. And haven't you driven it late? The day after to morrow, isn't it? Mr Heve was only saying just now that the hotels were all crammed." "Well, you know what Orgreave is. I expect he'll look after all that." "You go," Maggie enjoined him. "Won't upset him?" Edwin nodded vaguely to whoever Darius might be. "Can't be helped if it does," she replied calmly. "Well, then, I'm dashed if I don't go. What about my collars?" THREE. Those three, Darius, Maggie, and Edwin, sat down to tea in silence. The window was open, and the weather very warm and gay. During the previous 12 months they had sat down to hundreds of such meals. Save for a few brief periods of cheerfulness, Darius had steadily grown more taciturn, heavy, and melancholy. In the winter he had of course abandoned his attempts to divert himself by gardening, attempts at the best half-hearted and feeble. And he had not resumed them in the spring. Less than half a year previously he had often walked across the fields to Hillport and back, or up the gradual slopes to the height of Toft End. He never went townwards, had not once visited the Conservative Club. But now he could not even be persuaded to leave the garden. An old wicker armchair had been placed at the end of the garden, and he would set out for that armchair as upon a journey, and, having reached it, would sink into it with a huge sigh, and repose before bracing himself to the effort of return. And now it seemed marvellous that he had ever had the legs to get to Hillport and to Toft End. He existed in a stupor of dull reflection, from pride pretending to read and not reading, or pretending to listen and not listening, and occasionally making a remark which was inapposite but which had to be humoured. And as the weeks passed, his children's manner of humouring him became increasingly perfunctory, and their movements in putting right the negligence of his attire increasingly brusque. Vainly they tried to remember in time that he was a victim and not a criminal. They would remember after the careless remark and after the curt gesture, when it was too late. His malady obsessed them. It was in the air of the house, omnipresent; it weighed upon them, corroding the nerve and exasperating the spirit. Now and then, when Darius had vented a burst of irrational anger, they would say to each other with casual bitterness that really he was too annoying. Once, when his demeanour towards the new servant had strongly suggested that he thought her name was Bathsheba, Mrs Nixon herself had flown out at him, and there had been a scene which the doctor had soothed by discreet professional explanations. Maggie's difficulty was that he was always there, always on the spot. To be free of him she must leave the house, and Maggie was not fond of leaving the house. Edwin meant to inform him briefly of his intention to go to London, but such was the power of habit that he hesitated. He could not bring himself to announce directly this audacious and unprecedented act of freedom, though he knew that his father was as helpless as a child in his hands. Instead, he began to talk about the renewal of the lease of the premises in Duck Square, as to which it would be necessary to give notice to the landlord at the end of the month. "I've been thinking I'll have it made out in my own name," he said. "It'll save you signing, and so on." This in itself was a proposal sufficiently startling, and he would not have been surprised at a violent instinctive protest from Darius. But Darius seemed not to heed. Then both Edwin and Maggie noticed that he was trying to hold a sausage firm on his plate with his knife, and to cut it with his fork. "No, no, father," said Maggie gently. "Not like that." He looked up, puzzled, and then bent himself again to the plate. The whole of his faculties seemed to be absorbed in a great effort to resolve the complicated problem of the plate, the sausage, the knife, and the fork. "You've got the knife in the wrong hand," said Edwin impatiently, as to a wilful child. Darius stared at the knife and at the fork, and he then sighed, and his sigh meant, "This business is beyond me." Then he endeavoured to substitute the knife for the fork, but he could not. "See," said Edwin, leaning over. "Like this." He took the knife, but Darius would not loose it. "No, leave go!" he ordered. "Leave go! How can I show you if you don't leave go?" Darius dropped both knife and fork with a clatter. Edwin put the knife into his right hand and the fork into his left, but in a moment they were wrong again. At first Edwin could not believe that his father was not indulging deliberately in naughtiness. "Shall I cut it up for you, father?" Maggie asked, in a mild, persuasive tone. Darius pushed the plate towards her. When she had cut up the sausage, she said, "There you are. I'll keep the knife. Then you can't get mixed up." And Darius ate the sausage with the fork alone. His intelligence had failed to master the original problem presented to it. He ate steadily for a few moments, and then the tears began to roll down his cheek, and he ate no more. This incident, so simple, so unexpected, and so dramatic, caused the most acute distress, and its effect was disconcerting in the highest degree. It reminded everybody that what Darius suffered from was softening of the brain. For long he had been a prisoner in the house and garden. For long he had been almost mute. And now, just after a visit which usually acted on him as a tonic, he had begun to lose the skill to feed himself. Little by little he was demonstrating by his slow declension from it the wonder of the standard of efficiency maintained by the normal human being. Edwin and Maggie avoided one another, even in their glances. Each affected the philosophical, seeking to diminish the significance of the episode, but neither succeeded. Of the 2 years allotted to Darius, one had gone. What would the second be? FOUR. In his bedroom, after tea, Edwin fought against the gloomy influence, but uselessly. The inherent and appalling sadness of existence enveloped and chilled him. He gazed at the rows of his books. He had done no regular reading of late. Why read? He gazed at the screen in front of his bed, covered with neat memoranda. How futile! Why go to London? He would only have to come back from London. And then he said resistingly, "I will go to London." But as he said it aloud he knew well that he would not go. His conscience would not allow him to depart. He could not leave Maggie alone with his father. He yielded to his conscience, unkindly, reluctantly, with no warm gust of unselfishness. He yielded because he could not outrage his abstract sense of justice. From the window he perceived Maggie and Janet Orgreave talking together over the low separating wall, and he remembered a word of Janet's to the effect that she and Maggie were becoming quite friendly, and that Maggie was splendid. Suddenly he went downstairs into the garden. They were talking in attitudes of intimacy, and both were grave and mature, and both had a little cleft under the chin. Their pale frocks harmonised in the evening light. As he approached, Maggie burst into a girlish laugh. "Not really?" she murmured, with the vivacity of a young girl. He knew not what they were discussing, nor did he care. What interested him, what startled him, was the youthful gesture and tone of Maggie. It pleased and touched him to discover another Maggie in the Maggie of the household. Those two women had put on for a moment the charming chattering silliness of schoolgirls. He joined them. On the lawn of the Orgreaves, Alicia was battling fiercely at tennis with an elegant young man whose name he did not know. Croquet was deposed. Tennis reigned. Even Alicia's occasional shrill cry had a mournful quality in the languishing beauty of the evening. "I wish you'd tell your father I shan't be able to go to morrow," Edwin said to Janet. "But he's told all of us you're going!" Janet exclaimed. "Shan't you go?" Maggie questioned, low. "No," he murmured, glancing at Janet. He added, "It won't do for me to go." "What a pity!" Janet breathed. Maggie did not say, "Oh, but you ought to. There's no reason whatever that you shouldn't." By her silence she contradicted the philosophic nonchalance of her demeanour during the latter part of the meal. CHAPTER IX. VOLUME THREE. Volume Three, Chapter IX. Of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. CHAPTER IX. THE OX. Edwin walked idly down Trafalgar Road in the hot morning sunshine of Jubilee Day. He had left his father tearfully sentimentalising about the Queen. "She's a good 'un." Then a sob. "Never was one like her." Another sob. "No, and never will be again." Then a gush of tears on the newspaper, which the old man laboriously scanned for details of the official programme in London. He had not for months read the newspaper with such a determined effort to understand. Indeed, since the beginning of his illness, no subject, except mushroom culture, had interested him so much as the Jubilee. Each time he looked at the sky from his shady seat in the garden, he had thanked God that it was a fine day, as he might have thanked Him for deliverance from a grave personal disaster. Except for a few poor flags, there was no sign of gaiety in Trafalgar Road. The street, the town, and the hearts of those who remained in it were wrapped in the desolating sadness which envelops the provinces when a supreme spectacular national rejoicing is centralised in London. All those who possessed the freedom, the energy, and the money had gone to London to witness a sight that, as every one said to every one, would be unique, and would remain unique for ever; and yet, perhaps, less to witness it than to be able to recount to their grandchildren that they had witnessed it. Many more were visiting nearer holiday resorts for a day or 2 days. Those who remained, the poor, the spiritless, the afflicted, and the captive, felt with mournful keenness the shame of their utter provinciality, envying the crowds in London with a bitter envy, and picturing London as the paradise of fashion and splendour. It was from sheer aimless disgust that Edwin went down for Trafalgar Road. He might as easily have gone up. Having arrived in the town, a wilderness of shut shops, he gazed a moment at his own, and then entered it by the side door. He had naught else to do. Had he chosen, he could have spent the whole day in reading, or he might have taken again to his long neglected water colours. But it was not in him to put himself to the trouble of seeking contentment. He preferred to wallow in utter desolation, thinking of all the unpleasant things that had ever happened to him, and occasionally conjecturing what he would have been doing at a given moment had he accompanied the jolly, the distinguished, and the enterprising Osmond Orgreave to London. He passed into the shop, sufficiently illuminated by the white rays that struck through the diamond holes in the shutters. The morning's letters, a sparse company, lay forlorn on the floor. He picked them up and pitched them down in the cubicle. Then he went into the cubicle, and with the negligent gesture of long habit unlocked a part of the desk, the part which had once been his father's privacy, and of which he had demanded the key more than a year ago. It was all now under his absolute dominion. He could do exactly as he pleased with a commercial apparatus that brought in some £800 a year net. He was the unquestioned regent, and yet he told himself that he was no happier than when a slave. He drew forth his books of account and began to piece figures together on backs of envelopes, using a shorthand of accounts such as a principal will use when he is impatient and not particular to a few pounds. A little wasp of curiosity was teasing Edwin, and to quicken it a comparison was necessary between the result of the first 6 months of that year and the first 6 months of the previous year. True, June had not quite expired, but most of the quarterly accounts were ready, and he could form a trustworthy estimate. Was he, with his scorn of his father, his brains, his orderliness, doing better or worse than his father in the business? At the election of 1886 there had been considerably fewer orders than was customary at elections. He had done nothing whatever for the Tories, but that was a point that affected neither period of 6 months. Sundry customers had assuredly been lost. On the other hand, Stifford's travelling had seemed to be very satisfactory. Nor could it be argued that money had been dropped on the new book business, because he had not yet inaugurated the new book business, preferring to wait. He was afraid that his father might after all astoundingly walk in one day and see new books on the counter, and rage. He had stopped the supplying of newspapers, and would deign to nothing lower than a sixpenny magazine, but the profit on newspapers was negligible. The totals ought surely to compare in a manner favourable to himself, for he had been extremely and unremittingly conscientious. Nevertheless, he was afraid. He was afraid because he knew, vaguely and still deeply, that he could neither buy nor sell as well as his father. It was not a question of brains; it was a question of individuality. A sense of honour, of fairness, a temperamental generosity, a hatred of meanness, often prevented him from pushing a bargain to the limit. He could not bring himself to haggle desperately. And even when price was not the main difficulty, he could not talk to a customer, or to a person whose customer he was, with the same rough, gruff, cajoling, bullying skill as his father. He could not, by taking thought, do what his father had done naturally, by the mere blind exercise of instinct. His father, with all his clumsiness and his unscientific methods, had a certain quality, unseizable, unanalysable, and Edwin had not that quality. He caught himself, in the rapid calculating, giving himself the benefit of every doubt. Somehow he could not help it, childish as it was. And even so he could see, or he could feel, that the comparison was not going to be favourable to the Regent. It grew plainer that the volume of business had barely been maintained, and it was glaringly evident that the expenses, especially wages, had sensibly increased. He abandoned the figures not quite finished, partly from weary disgust, and partly because Big James most astonishingly walked into the shop from the back. He was really quite glad to encounter Big James, a fellow creature. TWO. "Seeing the door open, sir," said Big James cheerfully, through the narrow doorway of the cubicle, "I stepped in to see as it was no one unlawful." "Did I leave the side door open?" It was surprising, even to himself, how forgetful he was at times, he with his mania for orderliness. Big James was in his best clothes, and seemed, with his indestructible blandness, to be perfectly happy. "I was just strolling up to have a look at the ox," he added. "Oh!" said Edwin. "Are they cooking it?" "They should be, sir. But my fear is it may turn, in this weather." "I'll come out with you," said Edwin, enlivened. He locked the desk, and hurriedly straightened a few things, and then they went out together by Wedgwood Street and the Cock Yard up to the market place. No breeze moved, and the heat was tremendous. And there, at the foot of the Town Hall tower, and in its scanty shadow, A dead ox, slung by its legs from an iron construction, was frizzling over a great primitive fire. The vast flanks of the animal, all rich yellows and browns, streamed with grease, some of which fell noisily on the almost invisible flames, while the rest was ingeniously caught in a system of runnels. The spectacle was obscene, nauseating to the eye, the nose, and the ear, and it powerfully recalled to Edwin the legends of the Spanish Inquisition. He speculated whether he would ever be able to touch beef again. Above the tortured and insulted corpse the air quivered in large waves. Mr Doy, the leading butcher of Bursley, and now chief executioner, regarded with anxiety the operation which had been entrusted to him, and occasionally gave instructions to a myrmidon. Round about stood a few privileged persons whom pride helped to bear the double heat, and farther off on the pavements a thin scattered crowd. The sublime spectacle of an ox roasted whole had not sufficed to keep the townsmen in the town. Even the sages who had conceived and commanded this peculiar solemnity for celebrating the jubilee of a queen and empress had not stayed in the borough to see it enacted, though some of them were to return in time to watch the devouring of the animal by the aged poor at a ceremonial feast in the evening. "It's a grand sight," said Big James, with simple enthusiasm. "A grand sight. Real old English. And I wish her well." He meant the Queen and Empress. Then suddenly, in a different tone, sniffing the air, "I doubt it's turned. I'll step across and ask Mr Doy." He stepped across, and came back with the news that the greater portion of the ox, despite every precaution, had in fact very annoyingly `turned,' and that the remainder of the carcass was in serious danger. "What'll the old people say?" he demanded sadly. "But it's a grand sight, turned or not." Edwin stared and stared, in a sort of sinister fascination. He thought that he might stare for ever. At length, after ages of ennui, he loosed himself from the spell with an effort, and glanced at Big James. "And what are you going to do with yourself to day, James?" Big James smiled. "I'm going to take my walks abroad, sir. It's seldom as I get about in the town nowadays." "Well, I must be off." "I'd like you to give my respects to the old gentleman, sir." Edwin nodded, and departed, very slowly and idly, towards Trafalgar Road and Bleakridge. He pulled his straw hat over his forehead to avoid the sun, and then he pushed it backwards to his neck to avoid the sun. The odour of the shrivelling ox remained with him. It was in his nostrils for several days. His heart grew blacker with intense gloom. And the contentment of Big James at the prospect of just strolling about the damnable dead town for the rest of the day surpassed his comprehension. He abandoned himself to misery voluptuously. The afternoon and evening stretched before him, an arid and appalling Sahara. The Benbows and their babes and Auntie Hamps were coming for dinner and tea, to cheer up grandfather. He pictured the repasts with savage gloating detestation. Burnt ox, and more burnt ox, and the false odious brightness of a family determined to be mutually helpful and inspiring. Since his refusal to abet the project of a loan to Albert, Clara had been secretly hostile under her superficial sisterliness, and Auntie Hamps had often assured him, in a manner extraordinarily exasperating, that she was convinced he had acted conscientiously for the best. Strange thought, that after 8 hours of these people, and of his father, he would still be alive! CHAPTER 10. Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 10 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 10. Mrs Hamps as a Young Man. On the Saturday afternoon of the week following the Jubilee, Edwin and Mrs Hamps were sunning themselves in the garden, when Janet's face and shoulders appeared suddenly at the other side of the wall. At the sight of Mrs Hamps she seemed startled and intimidated, and she bowed somewhat more ceremoniously than usual. "Good afternoon." Then Mrs Hamps returned the bow with superb extravagance, like an Oriental monarch who is determined to outvie magnificently the gifts of another. Mrs Hamps became conscious of the whole of her body, and of every article of her summer apparel, and nothing of it all was allowed to escape from contributing to the completeness of the bow. She bridled, she tossed proudly, as it were, against the bit, and the rich ruins of her handsomeness adopted new and softer lines in the overpowering sickly blandishment of a smile. Thus she always greeted any merely formal acquaintance whom she considered to be above herself in status, provided of course that the acquaintance had done nothing to offend her. "Good afternoon, Miss Orgreave." Reluctantly she permitted her features to relax from the full effort of the smile, but they might not abandon it entirely. "I thought Maggie was there," said Janet. "She was a minute ago," Edwin answered. "She's just gone in to father. She'll be out directly. Do you want her?" "I only wanted to tell her something," said Janet, and then paused. She was obviously very excited. She had the little quick movements of a girl. In her cream tinted frock she looked like a mere girl, and she was beautiful in her maturity, a challenge to the world of males. As she stood there, rising from behind the wall, flushed, quivering, abandoned to an emotion and yet unconsciously dignified by that peculiar stateliness that never left her, as she stood there it seemed as if she really was offering a challenge. "I'll fetch Mag, if you like," said Edwin. "Well," said Janet, lifting her chin proudly, "it isn't a secret. Alicia's engaged." And pride was in every detail of her bearing. "Well, I never!" Edwin exclaimed. Mrs Hamps's features resumed the full smile. "Can you imagine it? I can't. It seems only last week that she left school. And indeed it seemed only last week that Alicia was nothing but legs, gawkiness, blushes, and screwed up shoulders. And now she was a destined bride. She had caught and enchanted a youth by her mysterious attractiveness. She had been caught and enchanted by the mysterious attractiveness of the male. She had known the dreadful anxiety that precedes the triumph and the ecstasy of surrender. She had kissed as Janet had never kissed, and gazed as Janet had never gazed. She knew infinitely more than Janet. She had always been a child to Janet, but now Janet was the child. No wonder that Janet was excited. "Might one ask who is the fortunate young gentleman?" Mrs Hamps dulcetly inquired. "It's Harry Hesketh, from Oldcastle. You've met him here," she added, glancing at Edwin. Mrs Hamps nodded, satisfied, and the approving nod indicated that she was aware of all the excellencies of the Hesketh family. "The tennis man," Edwin murmured. "Yes, of course. You aren't surprised, are you?" The fact was that Edwin had not given a thought to the possible relations between Alicia and any particular young man, but Janet's thrilled air so patently assumed his interest that he felt obliged to make a certain pretence. "I'm not what you'd call staggered," he said roguishly. "I'm keeping my nerve." And he gave her an intimate smile. "Father in law and son in law have just been talking it over," said Janet archly, "in the breakfast room." Alicia thoughtfully went out for a walk. "I'm dying for her to come back." Janet laughed from simple joyous expectation. "When Harry came out of the breakfast room he just put his arms round me and kissed me. Yes, that was how I was told about it. He's a dear. Don't you think so? I mean really. I felt I must come and tell some one." Edwin had never seen her so moved. Her emotion was touching; it was beautiful. She need not have said that she had come because she must. The fact was in her rapt eyes. She was under a spell. "Well, I must go," she said, with a curious brusqueness. Perhaps she had a dim perception that she was behaving in a manner unusual with her. "You'll tell your sister." Her departing bow to Mrs Hamps had the formality of courts, and was equalled by Mrs Hamps's bow. Just as Mrs Hamps, having recreated her elaborate smile, was allowing it finally to expire, she had to bring it into existence once more, and very suddenly, for Janet returned to the wall. "You won't forget tennis after tea," said Janet shortly. Edwin said that he should not. TWO. "Well, well!" Mrs Hamps commented, and sat down in the wicker chair of Darius. "I wonder she doesn't get married herself," said Edwin idly, having nothing in particular to remark. "You're a nice one to say such a thing!" Mrs Hamps exclaimed. "Why?" "Well, you really are!" She raised the structure of her bonnet and curls and shook it slowly at him, and her gaze had an extraordinary quality of fleshly naughtiness that half pleased and half annoyed him. "Why?" he repeated. "Well," she said again, "you aren't a ninny and you aren't a simpleton. At least I hope not. You must know as well as anybody the name of the young gentleman that she's waiting for." In spite of himself, Edwin blushed. He blushed more and more. Then he scowled. "What nonsense!" he muttered viciously. He was entirely sincere. The notion that Janet was waiting for him had never once crossed his mind. It seemed to him fantastic. One of those silly ideas that a woman such as Auntie Hamps would be likely to have, or more accurately would be likely to pretend to have. Still, it did just happen that on this occasion his auntie's expression was more convincing than usual. She seemed more human than usual, to have abandoned, at any rate partially, the baffling garment of effusive insincerity in which she hid her soul. The Eve in her seemed to show herself, and looking forth from her eyes to admit that the youthful dalliance of the sexes was alone interesting in this life of strict piety. The revelation was uncanny. "You needn't talk like that," she retorted calmly, "unless you want to go down in my good opinion. You don't mean to tell me honestly that you don't know what's been the talk of the town for years and years?" "It's ridiculous!" said Edwin. "Why, what do you know of her? You don't know the Orgreaves at all." "I know that, anyway," said Auntie Hamps. "Oh, stuff!" He grew impatient. And yet in his extreme astonishment he was flattered and delighted. "Of course," said Auntie Hamps, "you're so difficult to talk to." "Difficult to talk to? Me?" "Otherwise your auntie might have given you a hint long ago. I believe you are a simpleton after all. I cannot understand what's come over young men in these days, letting a girl like that wait and wait." She implied with a faint scornful smile that if she were a young man she would be capable of playing the devil with the maidenhood of the town. Edwin was rather hurt. And though he felt that he ought not to be ashamed, yet he was ashamed. He divined that she was asking him how he had the face to stand there before her, at his age, with his youth unspilled. After all, she was an astounding woman. He remained silent. "Why, look how splendid it would be!" she murmured. "The very thing! Everybody would be delighted." He still remained silent. "But you can't keep on philandering for ever," she said sharply. "She'll never see 30 again. Why does she ask you to go and play at tennis? Can you tell me that? Perhaps I'm saying too much, but this I will say." She stopped. Darius and Maggie appeared at the garden door. Maggie offered her hand to aid her father, but he repulsed it. Calmly she left him and came up the garden, out of the deep shadow into the sunshine. She had learnt the news of the engagement, and had fully expressed her feelings about it before Darius arrived at his destination and Mrs Hamps vacated the wicker chair. "I'll get some chairs," said Edwin gruffly. He could look nobody in the eyes. As he turned away he heard Mrs Hamps say "Great news, father! Alicia Orgreave is engaged." The old man made no reply. His mere physical presence deprived the betrothal of all its charm. The news fell utterly flat and lay unregarded and insignificant. Edwin did not get the chairs. He sent the servant out with them. Chapter 10, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 11 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. An Hour. Janet called out, "Play! No, I think perhaps you'd do better if you stand a little farther back. Now play!" She brought down her lifted right arm and smacked the ball into the net. "Double fault!" she cried, lamenting, when she had done this twice. "Oh dear! Now you go over to the other side of the court." Edwin would not have kept the rendezvous could he have found an excuse satisfactory to himself for staying away. He was a beginner at tennis, and a very awkward one, having little aptitude for games, and being now inelastic in the muscles. He possessed no flannels, though for weeks he had been meaning to get at least a pair of white pants. He was wearing Jimmie Orgreave's india rubber pumps, which admirably fitted him. Moreover, he was aware that he looked better in his jacket than in his shirt sleeves. But these reasons against the rendezvous were naught. The only genuine reason was that he had felt timid about meeting Janet. Could he meet her without revealing by his mere guilty glance that his aunt had half convinced him that he had only to ask nicely in order to receive? Could he meet her without giving her the impression that he was a conceited ass? He had met her. She was waiting for him in the garden, and by dint of starting the conversation in loud tones from a distance, and fumbling a few moments with the tennis balls before approaching her, he had come through the encounter without too much foolishness. And now he was glad that he had not been so silly as to stay away. She was alone. Mrs Orgreave was lying down, and all the others were out. Alicia and her Harry were off together somewhere. She was alone in the garden, and she was beautiful, and the shaded garden was beautiful, and the fading afternoon. The soft short grass was delicate to his feet, and round the oval of the lawn were glimpses of flowers, and behind her clear tinted frock was the yellow house laced over with green. A column of thick smoke rose from a manufactory close behind the house, but the trees mitigated it. He played perfunctorily, uninterested in the game, dreaming. She was a wondrous girl. She was the perfect girl. Nobody had ever been able to find any fault with her. He liked her exceedingly. Had it been necessary, he would have sacrificed his just interests in the altercation with her father in order to avoid a coolness in which she might have been involved. She was immensely distinguished and superior, and she was over 30 and had never been engaged, despite the number and variety of her acquaintances, despite her challenging readiness to flirt, and her occasional coquetries. 10 years ago he had almost regarded her as a Madonna on a throne, so high did she seem to be above him. His ideas had changed, but there could be no doubt that in an alliance between an Orgreave and a Clayhanger, it would be the Clayhanger who stood to gain the greater advantage. There she was. If she was not waiting for him, she was waiting for some one. Why not for him, as for another? He said to himself, "Why shouldn't I be happy? That other thing is all over." It was in fact years since the name of Hilda had ever been mentioned between them. Why should he not be happy? There was nothing to prevent her from being happy. His father's illness could not endure for ever. One day soon he would be free in theory as well as in practice. With no tie and no duty (Maggie was negligible), he would have both money and position. What might his life not be with a woman like Janet, brilliant, beautiful, elegant, and faithful? He pictured that life, and even the vision of it dazzled him. Janet his! Janet always there, presiding over a home which was his home, wearing hats that he had paid for, appealing constantly to his judgement. and meaning him when she said "my husband." He saw her in the close and tender intimacy of marriage, acquiescent, exquisite, yielding, calmly accustomed to him, modest, but with a different modesty. It was a vision surpassing visions. And there she was on the other side of the net. With her he could be his finest self. He would not have to hide his finest self from ridicule as often now among his own family. She was a fine woman. He watched the free movement of her waist and the curvings and flyings of her short tennis skirt, and there was something strangely feminine about the neck of her blouse now that he examined it. "Your game!" she cried. "That's 4 double faults I've served. I can't play. I really don't think I can. There's something the matter with me. Or else it's the net that's too high. Those boys will keep screwing it up." She had a pouting, capricious air, and it delighted him. Never had he seen her so enchantingly girlish as, by a curious hazard, he saw her now. Why should he not be happy? Why should he not wake up out of his nightmare and begin to live? In a momentary flash he seemed to see his past in a true perspective, as it really was, as some well-balanced person, not himself, would have seen it. Mere morbidity to say, as he had been saying privately for years, that marriage was not for him. Marriage emphatically was for him, if only because he had fine ideals of it. Most people who married were too stupid to get the value of their adventure. Celibacy was grotesque, cowardly, and pitiful, no matter how intellectual the celibate, and it was no use pretending the contrary. A masculine gesture, an advance, a bracing of the male in him, probably nothing else was needed. "Well," he said boldly, "if you don't want to play, let's sit down and rest." And then he gave a nervous little laugh. TWO. They sat down on the bench that was shaded by the old elderberry tree. Visually the situation had all the characteristics of an idyllic courtship. "I suppose it's Alicia's engagement," she said, smiling reflectively, "that's put me off my game. They do upset you, those things do. And you don't know why. It isn't as if Alicia was the first. I mean, of us girls. There was Marian, but then of course that was so long ago, and I was only a chit." "Yes," he murmured vaguely, and though she seemed to be waiting for him to say more, he merely repeated, "Yes." Such was his sole contribution to this topic, so suitable to the situation, so promising, so easy of treatment. They were so friendly that he was under no social obligation to talk for the sake of talking. That was it. They were too friendly. She sat within a foot of him, reclining against the sloping back of the bench, and idly dangling one white-shod foot. Her long hands lay on her knees. She was there in all her perfection. But by some sinister magic, as she had approached him and their paths had met at the bench, his vision had faded. Now she was no longer a woman, and he a man. Now the curvings of her drapery from the elegant waistband were no longer a provocation. She was immediately beneath his eye, and he recognised her again for what she was: Janet, precisely Janet, no less and no more. But her beauty, her charm, her faculty for affection, surely... No! His instinct was deaf to all buts. His instinct did not argue; it cooled. Fancy had created a vision in an instant out of an idea, and in an instant the vision had died. He remembered Hilda with painful intensity. He remembered the feel of her frock under his hand in the cubicle, and the odour of her flesh that was like fruit. His cursed constancy! Could he not get Hilda out of his bones? Did she sleep in his bones like a malady that awakes whenever it is disrespectfully treated? He grew melancholy. Accustomed to savour the sadness of existence, he soon accepted the new mood without resentment. He resigned himself to the destruction of his dream. He was like a captive whose cell has been opened in mistake, and who is too gentle to rave when he sees it shut again. Only in secret he poured an indifferent, careless scorn upon Auntie Hamps. They played a whole interminable set, and then Edwin went home, possibly marvelling at the variety of experience that a single hour may contain. VOLUME THREE.